Okay, hello everyone. I should be live now. And I just had to refresh my chat, so I missed anybody who was here. I saw a few people. Welcome everyone. Shell, Silvermoon, thank you for those bits. Liz, thank you for the host. And Metal Dirt Monkey, thank you for the host. What's up, Cooler and Mobile Fett? How y'all doing today? What's up, Carmen Dragoness and Coach? Silvermoon, thank you for the host. I'm sorry if I missed anyone. Again, I had to refresh chat, and I had to go restart the internet and all that jazz. I was dropping a third of my frames, so couldn't have that, even if it's not that necessary, but I want to get it right. Oh yeah, I saw that this morning, Cooler. I had a good laugh at that. That was actually pretty funny. I forgot to respond because I was trying to fall back asleep, but I did find it quite amusing. Okay, so what we're going to do... What's up, Crit Rocket Runner? How you doing? What we're going to do here is we're going to review the first 50 games in the NES Blitz. I should actually have a chat on this screen, shouldn't I? What would that be in a browser, right? Boosh. Alright. Now I'm gonna have a little chat in the corner here. Yes, it should. Yo, Bart NES, thank you so much for the why did that not go on stream labels at all? Thank you so much for that 3 months of subbage. I really appreciate that. Everybody give Bart NES a big old yeah. Oh, stream labels. What a frickin' stupid thing. Well, I refreshed that, but where's my, and why isn't the chat working on here? Hello? It's like, okay. Alerts. Why did you not pick that up? But thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Bart NES. Everybody give them biggest of yes! We're just going to replay this gift sub because you deserve some sort of music. I'm just going to say that's to you, Bart NES, so thank you very much. Alright. Don't know why that didn't show up, but hopefully it continues to show up after this. I don't know why you're not working. Oh, it's working now. There we go. It suddenly started working. I guess stream labels just needed a reboot. What's up, Super Goblin Lord and Amune? So yes, we're gonna have a bit of a retrospective on the first 50 games of the NES Blitz here. Probably give them a proper rating on what I think of that as a speedrun. We'll go over what parts of the speedrun are interesting and all that. And the first one to kick us off here, let's go ahead and stop this and start this. Make sure it doesn't blow everybody's ears out. Double Dragon 3. This is the first game in the NES Blitz. The choice of this game was brought by Shima. Shima won the very first raffle. And what's interesting about this one is notably, I really do not like beat-em-ups. And this is one of the worst regarded beat-em-ups on the NES, I want to say. So, starting this off in the Blitz was kind of like, I want to say, the old phrase, baptism under fire. Because if I was ever prepared for a random game of the Blitz, it was going to be after this one. So, what is cool about this, about it, Double Dragon 2 and 3 for that matter, is that you do have a set of moves that are pretty overpowered that you can abuse, as you're going to see a lot in this run. You got that spin kick, which is used all the time in this run. I know the knee is used in the second game, but this one's all about that spin kick. So let's start with some pros at least. I did like the spin kick. It's fun. It's very fun to try to pull that off repeatedly. It's one of the nicer parts of running beat-em-ups is when you have an overpowered ability you can use and abuse. And in this one, in pretty much half the beat-em-ups I've played, they have like that kind of system, or it's that, or like there's a weak punch that you could just infinite them with, which overall kind of makes it semi-boring for me personally. But it worked in this one, that it didn't like only become that. I mean, even in the beginning you can see that we're doing more than just spin kicks. And this one, this is a cool ability. Dang, not too bad there. So yeah, you can grab the enemy, which I failed to do there, and you can toss them over the edge, which is great when you got a cliff to go through, which is another cool thing about this beat 'em up. Is you got, or I guess that would be any Double Dragon, or any beat 'em up with a pit, when you can just shove enemies in a pit. I'm gonna reference Mighty Final Fight here. Mighty Final Fight has it's probably the most fun beat 'em up I've ever had to speedrun. This is not in the Blitz yet, but it's a reference to this and how fun it is to actually dump enemies into pits in beat 'em ups. So I love that. And yeah, so some of the move selection in this game is actually really fun. And you go through a decent bit of variation of moves in this game. It's not just spamming a single special. Like, I can think of Streets of Rage, where I would just spam that punch that What's-His-Face has. Just repeatedly. So, the tech is kind of cool in this game. Another cool part of this game is there's a character selection, which is neat. And each character has different strengths and weaknesses. The one dude you get here eventually in the run has like a super powerful punch or something like that. So yeah, that's another fun part of the run, is getting the ability to switch characters. I can't think of too many more pros for this game, unfortunately, because I'm just not a beat-em-up person. We'll get into the cons in a second here. What's up, Ash? How you doing? But yeah, like, I think graphically it's very nice. It looks like a nice NES game. Good movement selection in the speedrun, specifically. Like right there, that was a chain of an infinite with the knee to the face, which is very nice. Kanata, thank you very much for that 18 months. Everybody give Kanata a big old yeah. Thank you. Oh, I never updated the last command. My bad. My bad. Let me do that right now. Previous game. NES Blitz was Gyro. What? The final time was 27-14 and third place. There we go. That's the last one. Okay, so yeah, as you can see here, again, we're good. There's like varying uses of abilities because you want to hit them with the spin kick. The spin kick isn't necessarily the fastest in some cases, but when you can hit them both like that, it's good stuff. I believe this is one of your playable characters here that you use for a good portion of the run because he hits super hard. What's up, Cat? Alright, so we went through the pros. Good movement selection overall in the entire run, so it doesn't get dull, which is very nice. Good music. Good music, good graphics. Those are all good parts of this enjoyable speedrun. I think good music is a very much a big part of a speedrun since you're listening to the game so often. So having good music helps a lot. So those are all good things. Now to go for the cons of the speedrun. It's a beat 'em up, so there's not a whole lot of variation at all in the run. It's not like there's a lot of movement. The only movement really comes in your moves, and there's like one section in the game where you kind of bounce off the wall for some speed up. So yeah, you can see Chin here doing some work. This is a pretty standard issue with beat 'em ups for me. Is there's just not enough variation overall, and especially in the speed run when it gets super bogged down with repeated just repeated, like, and it just the same shit, you know. And I know that sounds funny as a speedrun perspective, but it would be similar to like if you played SMB level 4-1 like 12 times out of the 16 stages that you do in a game, you know what I mean? It's like you're just running through the stage over and over and over again, and there's like no variation. What's up, Red Dude? Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, that's such a major issue to me in beat 'em up. So that was a major issue with this beat 'em up specifically. Another con, the last boss fight in this game is not fun whatsoever. It is incredibly random, and I think an issue in a lot of the boss fights in this game is just sometimes, no matter how perfectly you set up, you just get screwed. And that's very annoying in a speedrun. Buff, thank you so much for the 20 months. Everybody give Buff a big old yeah. Thank you so much, Buff. How you doing today? So yeah, it's just the monotonous of doing too much of the same thing, and the last boss in this game is miserable. Like, this is one of the worst boss in the first 50 games. This has to be a top 5 worst boss fight. If I had to like, it's rough. And like, you have to be very specific at the end of like the final area that you don't lose any people. One of the characters you get is like super fast, which is nice, but one of the other issues I have with this game is that it's one death and character's done. Especially for a game like this, which lacks any kind of continuation, which isn't that important in the speedrun, but you can't really sacrifice anyone to help you move along anywhere, which isn't so much an overall complaint about this specific speedrun, but speedruns in general, when you can't further along how fast you're going simply because you just want to kill your character off, which I think is like a huge part of speedrunning, is able to abusing the death glitch of any kind of warp or anything like that. You do dump the ninja in the pit, like right at the end, but it doesn't help you. Like, it's like the slightly fastest of character switches. Like, there's no real tech to it. Like, it's a nothing thing. What's up, Hio? How you doing? Triel, thank you for that follow. Here's the one cool movement tech in the game after this part. By the way, Chin, the dude you're using here, has super powerful fists, which is nice. But the one good movement tech in this game comes in this spot right here. Look at how many enemies just pop out of nothing. This is another kind of complaint. Like, there's just why? There's so many here. There doesn't need to be. And I missed it once. Missed it twice. There we go. It's fun when you actually nail it. I don't think we're rewatching all of them all the way through. I'm just putting up the video as I kind of go through it and review them. We'll see how long we spend on Dragon Warrior 4. But yeah, this is game number 1. Overall, we're gonna do it on a scale of 5, because I think 1 out of 5 is much better than 1 out of 10. It makes averages a lot more accurate, and people don't go crazy if you don't rate it like a 7 out of 10, which is like considered average or so. Like, I don't like that rating scale at all. So, simply 1 to 5, no zeros. 1 being worse, 5 being amazing, 1 being horrible. With this one, I would probably give it... I didn't hate it completely. But I would probably give it, at best, a 2.5, which would be exactly... It'd still be below average, but I think it's fair. 3 would be average in this scenario from 1 to 5, so 2.5 is what I think I'll give it. Here's the little ninja dude. He's pretty cool. He can run fast and do the cool jumps, but he's also pretty weak. And this is just a bum rush to this part, and then more of the same. Running through 4-1 of SMB again. Just sitting in a spot. The movement tech is cool, it's just so many enemies, it's just a little bit unnecessary. But, yeah, I think a 2.5, and I feel like I'm being generous with this. When I first started playing this, I was like, this is straight a 1. But as I played it, and a lot of speedruns are that way, as you play them, you tend to like them more. Even if you start out being bland on them. So yeah, it's a little below average. I don't like beat 'em ups, and this is a bad one. But it had some cool speed tech, so it saved it a little bit, so I give it a 2.5. That's the best I can give it. As I've illustrated, there's some good parts to it, but there's a lot of bad. 2.5 out of 5, yes. On a scale of 1 to 5 with no 0, so it's a little below average. What's up, 3-2? Thank you for the good luck. What's up, Stormcrow? Or even if it was 0 to 5, like 2.5 would still be below average. Regardless... Would that be below average then? Regardless, 1 to 5, it's below average. It's okay. That's the best I can give it. It's alright. But that's this game. Let's go ahead and speed up to that final boss fight here. This boss fight is misery. Here we go. So you get so many specials in the game with like that Iron Claw thing. And they do extra damage, but like this boss you have to be very specific on your movement or else you're just going to get destroyed. As you can see here, I'm having issues like trying to hit with the Iron Claw because it's just random. That was very nice. I got very lucky there, which is probably why this run's stuck. And then, once you lose this character, you just go ahead and switch over to your main character, who puts on, again, the nunchucks for extra damage. So we're going to use those as well. And then, yeah, this boss fight, she just pops up. Look at that. Just pushes you across the screen because she feels like it. And that damages you, by the way. And wastes a whole hell of a lot of time, too. What's up, Mollusk? So this boss fight, easily a top 5 worst so far in the Blitz. I hated it. It is obnoxious as hell. And a big part of the reason why this game got below average score. I feel like if the last boss fight was decent, I would have given an average score, but this one it's so bad that I just... No thank you. And then we do some spin kicks for some good damage here. Chained her in the corner, and that is GG for Double Dragon. It's a cool game. Not my favorite. Never will be my favorite, but interesting nonetheless. Alright, so we're gonna pop over to our next game here on the list. Hydlide. It's Hydlide, it's Hydlide. Hydlide, it's fucking Hydlide. Hydlide. Okay, hold on here. We must do this properly. Hydlide, it's fucking Hydlide, Hydlide, it's Hydlide, Hydlide, fucking Hydlide. Alright, now that we got that portion of Hydlide out of the way, this is the second game of the Blitz, and many would be like, well, that's a fucking horrible choice, especially after Double Dragon 3. Well, you would be correct for most people in the world. Myself, I actually quite enjoy this game. I like this game a lot. It's bad, it's outdated as all hell, but on a personal level I like it. I'll give it a fair rating from an overall speedrun, but then I'll give you my personal rating on it in the end. Let's start with the pros. This was the very first game to introduce health regeneration. The very first game, which is really cool. Hey, I said I'll give you my personal after I give a non. Alright, just relax. Oh my god. Music got so hype all of a sudden. So yeah, you get regenerative health, which is nice. It's very basic, and it lays everything out for you on the HUD, which is nice from like a casual perspective. It's very easy to keep track of how much strength and life you have and all that, and how much it takes to level. These are nice things. I mean, this game is old. You have to understand how old this game is. I think the original came out in '83, and it got ported to the NES like 5 or 6 years later. So, it was already outdated by the time it was ported to the NES, so... It's, and that's yeah, I can understand a lot of things for it, and I can forgive a lot of things for this game because of just how old it was compared to, like, back then, you know? But yeah, those are all nice things. Gosh, I can't think of too many more pros for this game at the moment. Even for myself personally, I'm having trouble thinking of more pros for this game. Well, let's go to the cons. One, it's so incredibly cryptic that it's silly. Like, this game is super, super cryptic. How you're supposed to get the fairies. It doesn't tell you shit. The first fairy is in a tree. That one's easy. The second fairy is also in a tree, but in a different location where, like, the trees are shuffling and they all hurt you until you pick the right tree, which doesn't hurt you. Those two are at least understandable. Now, the third fairy, because you need all three to complete the game, it's terrible. I guess that's more of a casual review on it. Like, the third fairy, you actually have to hit both. Now, even as a speedrun mechanic, this one sucks really badly. Because in order to get the third fairy in this game, you have to hit both the wizards on one specific screen with the same spell at the same time. You have to hit them with the wave spell, which can only go vertically. No, can only go horizontally, excuse me. Can only go horizontally. And you have to hit them both at the same time. This is frustrating as shit. One of the biggest pet peeves of the speedrun... yeah, and that screen is horribly vertical. You're right, Karma. You're absolutely right. Also, what's up, Silver Star? Hope you're having a good one. And you have to lower the in-game speed. I guess that's a pro. Another pro would be the fact that you can actually change the in-game speed, which is kind of neat. Another pro is that you can save in-game. These are all speedrun pros. Like, saving, the whole save mechanic in this game is the only reason this speedrun is able to do what it is, because this game is horribly random. And now let's go back to the other side of this. This game is horribly random. Now, people have different opinions on what they consider fun when it comes to speedrunning, and some people consider RNG to be kind of a good thing because it mixes the runs up a little bit. Personally, I find the less RNG, the better in the run. What's up, MBD? Yeah, exactly, MBD. Like, the reason I'm not so harsh on this game for its very, poor mechanics compared to when it came out, since Zelda was already out, is just because this is just a port. A port of a game that was already out for years at that point. But yeah, as you're seeing here, this is the major time gain and time loss of the run. Like, this is the major one of 5 different major RNG spots. I have to restart the Hydlide thing because it was so short. There's such little music in this game that I have to restart it. This grind right here could take anywhere from, I want to say, 7 to 8 minutes to almost 20, depending on how unlucky or lucky you get from eel spawns, how well you react to them. A strategy I started using late in running this game in the Blitz was pausing right here, because I'm pause buffering to get behind these things. And then I got, there's some RNG for you right there. Like, this game is so horribly random. So the combat system, I would, as a speedrun perspective, I'd say it's 50-50. It's not bad to get used to, but it's not a good combat system on how it's set up and how the game works. Specifically speaking, the last 2 boss fights of the game, you can't actually attack. To explain the attack system, you just run into enemies. It's much more popular in the East franchise, specifically early in the East franchise. And the combat system is that you run into the enemies, and that attacks them. And in the A button, if you hold it down, you're in attack mode, and you do a lot more damage, but you obviously take a lot more damage. So, the last 2 bosses in the game... What's up, Bison? How you doing? What's up, Matt? So the last 2 bosses in the game, you can't actually hold attack at all, or you will die. There's only one loophole to that, which I'll also explain, but you can't. It will one-shot all of your life away. That's not a joke. You have to hit them a little bit, and then back off. We'll fast forward to that part real quick, after all this sweet fun leveling I'm doing here. Alright, so this is the 3rd fairy grab. And we're gonna see the first boss fight here. I would consider this a major con to the overall speedrun, because it's just slow, and there's no way to really speed it up. In order to actually hurt the second last boss, we have to go in here to destroy the grave. I'm not all that caring of doing that. There we go. And then you heal yourself in this room, you go down and smack the dragon. This is also a major part of RNG in the run. One of a few. I skipped over one. One of the, probably the second most major. I'll go back to that in a second, but look at that. See? You just run into it with defend on. You can see in the lower right, it's just defend the whole time, and then you just gotta sit here and heal. This is not a good structure for a speedrun. It's slow, it's monotonous, it's dumb. But that's the game. I grew up with it, so I have a special like for it. I'd say as a speedrun, I would probably give it a 2 out of 5. If I was going to grade it for other people, maybe even lower than that. I wouldn't give it a 1. I don't think I could give it... 1 would have to be a really, really special case. Like, the game would have to be just miserable. And that's more of a personal thing, but I can't, like, give that. I don't think it's that bad, even on somebody else's level. But I'd give it a 2. It's playable, but for most people, they're just gonna find it obnoxious. Did I run out of video again? No, okay. So I give it a 2. The graphics aren't special. That's not really important to the speedrun, but I mean, they're not. If you want to throw that on there. It's a very, very bare-bones speedrun. There's not any movement tech in it besides moving around. The spells are very much worthless most of the time. So you don't really use them. There's like no special spell stuff that you do. That was a good attack. I got lucky there, but unfortunately I got really unlucky with the spawns here. But they kind of filtered out, which helped me. You can't actually load here. So the combat system is very poor. Spells are mediocre at best. Both boss fights are not good. So yeah, I think a 2 is the best I can give this one on a scale for other people. Personally, I would give my enjoyment on it probably about a 3 or a 3.5. I really do enjoy the speedrun. It's not my favorite, but I really do enjoy it. For all of its intricacies, we'll say, I enjoy it. But on a scale for everyone else, definitely a 2. Might drop to a 1.5, like, maybe. It's just so miserably full of RNG, which is just not a good model for a speedrun, in my opinion. And that is Hydlide. So, I'll give that a 2. And then there was... Oh my goodness. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Would be the next game. That's a little off, isn't it? That's gonna have to keep, like... Alright, Who Framed Roger Rabbit? This is a really short game. It's gonna be hard. I'm probably gonna have to play the video a couple of times because this game is so short. Yeah, there we go. So this is the 3rd game in the Blitz. Because everybody's a jokester, Liz. It's the internet. This is the 3rd game in the Blitz. It honestly doesn't matter. Like, I'm doing them all, so it doesn't matter. I just wanted to check real quick because I forgot to mention. Hydlide was given to me by Goose Goes Honk. I forgot to mention who did this. And in this one, specifically, was given me by Tool23. This is the 3rd game in the Blitz. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Interesting speedrun, actually. I kind of like the speedrun. It's very short, which I like. Short speedruns are fun because you can just do them and spit them out constantly, and they're great. There's some quite a few cons, but the pros are it's very short. There's manipulation to it, which is fun. I like manipulation. The beginning of the game, you're manipulating starting on a very specific seed. So you can get the items in the right locations. I also like the car in this game. It drives super fast, which is super fun to go, because it's always fun to go fast. Especially in speedruns. Yeah, this game is crap casually, I'm not even gonna argue that, but it's a fun speedrun. I like the world map system, it's kinda cool. You can, do a lot of cool shortcuts with it, which is nice. There's item usage in the game, which is interesting. In specific spots, you can, like this one. This is a fun, like, you take a death here, but you use the spring shoes to bounce into the animal, which bounces you into the whistle. So you don't have to actually get another item to get the dog out of the way. And you got the whistle, and that calls the, well, that doesn't call the weasels, that's just unfortunate, but now you get the car, which is super fun to use. And I like the car in this game, I think it's great. So yeah, the car, the items, the world map, all this I think is working in favor of the speedrun. The amount of time is good. The music is fun as well, so I like the music. I didn't even touch the music in Hydlide, did I? Oh man. That's okay though. I mean, I sang it, that's good enough. So yeah, the basics of the speedrun is you're just collecting a couple of things and then going to... Wow. I just realized the first three final boss fights in the Blitz were really bad. This just hit me. Okay, no, let's go over the cons in this game. Last boss fight, again, is a terrible one. It's very random, again. It's longer than it should be. Due to, like, how much energy the last bosses have. And it's set up very specifically in a way if you don't get up there in time, which is also obnoxious. Like, it gets really hard to, like, full combo the final boss. So that's obnoxious. The controls for the car are not the best. You kind of, like, turn extremely fast in some cases, which throws you off a little bit. And yeah, it's kind of sucky. They're not that bad though. It's not unplayably bad. It's not like the Terminator game. You can get used to them. It is a con though. It's kind of annoying. Like, I'm not gonna be hyperbolic about this shit for the sake of being hyperbolic. It's doable, but it is also a bit frustrating. Another frustration is how item cycling works in this game. It's kind of dumb. It's another button combo that just is a bit silly and unnecessary. Like, a menu would have been better, I feel. It is your pick tool, that's right. And yeah, the menuing is obnoxious. I don't care for it. That's pretty much the extent of what I would say is pretty bad about the speedrun. If you don't like doing very specific manips, you might not like this either. I don't know if this is a pro or a con. I don't know if I could stick it in any other category. The way you punch in this game and how you have to hold, I think it's stupid how you gain strength, but it's really cool the mechanic to keep your strength. So if you punch right, as you can see, the strength bar doesn't actually lower. Like, you can keep your strength as long as you're punching correctly. Like right here, look at this combo. That's cool. but how it's done is bad, so I can't really give it a pro or con. It kind of just sits in the middle. Look at this. Look at how many hits this takes. Utterly ridiculous. This is why this boss fight is terrible. Look at that. Just so bad. And of course you gotta get down and finish the game. And that's the entirety of the speedrun. It's very short. Overall, I would probably give this... I want to say a 3.5. I'm probably going to give it a 3. I think it's a pretty average speedrun. Too good. I like it. But I think overall the actual speedrun has, like, a bit too many frustrating parts to it to make it, like, good. I think it's pretty good. I think its biggest attribute is it's so short. So all the cons really don't come into play that much, but that also is all the pros don't come into play that much either. It's a solid speedrun. Enjoyable. The best one on the Blitz up to this point, I would say, on everybody else's level. On like an average speedrunner's level, who would look into this, because nobody wants to speedrun Hydlide. Of course, that would be a personal favorite of mine, but that doesn't count. And I guess we can just move on from this game already. I'll give it a 3. What's up, Sakanakao? How you doing? It's an enjoyable speedrun that takes a bit of getting used to, and you're going to have to memorize a lot for such a short run, which is both not a pro or a con. So, that's pretty good. Alright, let's go to game number 4 now. And this one, probably the biggest, most fun game. This one I did not play prior to starting the Blitz. So this one was kind of a surprise, and I'll go over it right after I get the OST. This game is pretty fucking awesome. This is an action platformer. Pip Johnson picked this one. My original goal for it was world record, but I did end up stopping before that because the world record of this game is really good, and actually it's even better now. So, and I really, really liked this game. What's up, CBF? And okay, first of all, the music is awesome in this game. Big pro. Very catchy, very good. This is great for a speedrun because you will hear it a lot. What's up, Fixel? How you doing? What's up, Mad Mega? Mad Mega, I would love for you to run Hydlide. So yes, music, great. Visually, also very nice. The enemies are very clear, which is a good thing. Distinct enemies is an issue for a lot of NES games, so this is good. The platforming on it is fun. The special abilities in the game are fun. There are multiple special abilities you can get that are used in the speedrun. They're random, so you gotta kind of hope, which sucks. That's one of the cons in this game. The special abilities are not consistent, so you gotta hope for the best. I think that isn't a thing now, but I'm gonna review this based on when I ran the game. And when I ran the game, nobody found a manipulation. So yes, definitely really awesome specials. Sucks that they're random though. You get a nice life bar, in which you can frequently, you know, pick up health drops and stuff. So the health system's good, your energy system's good, so you can take some hits to get through some parts faster. There's some speed up tech here. As you can see, you want to just get on these because you do speed up stepping on them, so you want to be on them as long as possible. Another cool part of this game is just stuff like that. It's a very good time for an NES speedrun. It's under 20 minutes. So, like, overall, it's not super long to learn, But it's long enough where there's a lot of variety in which it makes it really fun to replay. Yes, it's definitely very visually impressive. There's not going to be too many cons on this game. This is a really good speedrun game. There's also special attacks that you get. Like, the amount of special attacks, just to say that. You get. There's a different special. There's like a, like it's another special you can use, I guess. Which is nice. Auto-scrollers, it's very up to the individual. Depends on the game for me. The auto-scrollers in this game, I didn't think were bad. They're not long. And look, there's another, look at that section where you can just, like, time your jumps like that for time gain. It's like, stuff like that is great. Well, you're comparing it to a system that, like, had much higher, like, processing power than the NES. I don't think that's at all very fair comparison. PC Engine had, like, gorgeous games, but that's a different thing. Oh, this music's so good. I wouldn't at all mind going back and speedrunning this game someday. I have a pretty good time in it, but I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind relearning it and going back to this one's really good. Cons, again, the power-ups are random, which sucks. Some enemy locations, like some enemy grouping patterns are pretty annoying. But, I mean, the part of, you know, it is what it is. Like, there's not, I don't think there's a whole lot of, like, super safe strats to take in this game. I'm going to be doing these more on an RTA level anyways of reviews, because it's like casual speedruns are like right there, look at that, that's a damage boost that you don't even slow down from. That's the kind of damage boost in speedruns that are fun. Loves things like that. What's up, Sluska fan, how you doing? So this isn't like, I pretty much like gushed over. Like, this is a really, really good speedrun. I really wish more people would pick it up. Another auto-scroller section. This one's a little less fun. But yeah, like, I can't... There's never going to be a pro for an auto-scroller, but I don't think auto-scrollers are a con in this game. They're just short enough not to be an issue, and they're not. Then they're varied out throughout the game. Like, there's not, like, super all auto-scrolling stuff. I'm trying to think of some more cons here. The boss fights all seem pretty good. I didn't have too many troubles. You can manipulate them all pretty good. Last boss fight is a pretty cool boss fight. The very last boss fight is kind of easy. But the second to last boss fight has a little bit of tech to it, which is neat. I don't really have a whole lot of negative things to say about this speedrun. It's a very well-rounded game. I'd probably give it a 4 to 4.5. I'm not sure which one I want to give. I wouldn't give a 5 unless it was like the one of the games I would give a 5 would probably be like Mega Man, because there's so much speed tech in that game. But that's a while from now. 4 to 4.5, maybe a 4. There's not enough variation in movement, maybe, to give it like a 4.5. I feel like a 4.5 needs like really specific movement tech in it constantly, like a Mega Man 3. I would definitely give it a 4. It's a very, very good speedrun, borderline great, easy to learn. Yeah, there's the other special coming out in this boss, and you have to time them out because if you miss, it's bad news bears. And boosh. Yeah, I would give this one a 4. Very good speedrun. Highly recommended. The stages are fun. And just about all of it is good. Casually or speedrun-wise. Very good game. Speedrun was your favorite of the first 50? It's really good. It might go up to a 4.5 at some point. I don't honestly know. Like right here, that ability, that rolling ability, that's a random pickup So you have to pretty much reset. That's a con, another con of this is just so much resets on RNG, but I mean that was my con earlier, so it's just like everything revolving around the reset, I guess. It's a really cool ability. I like that ability because you can just float with it. What's up, Ant? There were some golf games in the first 50. But yeah, this is a big 4.0. Let's go ahead and warp to the final boss fight here. That's the end credits. Let's check out the Let's get a 4 out of 5. Aha! The retrospective. Thank you. So yeah, this boss fight, you time the kick, and you get in this corner, and then you gotta like specifically kick out these kicks. But they're also specials. Like I'm using one of the specials here. Oh, this song is so good. I'm glad I waited for at least to hear this song. So yeah, you time these kicks in the corner here, and then you eventually run out of them. So you gotta do it a little differently. Then you charge up your special, and you see me jumping with them here. That's to time me throwing my special at the boss. And I believe, yep, it rounds out. So 9 of those kicks and 5 of those specials, plus an additional kick, kill the final boss. It just works out perfectly, and it's great. And well, that's really the final boss. This is just... This is like a cutscene. Like all you really do is like use your specials and kick this thing. It's a really easy fight. So that's why I consider the last boss much more interesting. Boosh, dead. That is the game. So yeah, 4.0. 4 flat. Alright, let's go ahead and start the next game here. We'll put it down here first. We have game number 5, which is Blaster Master. Blaster Master. This is another one that I absolutely adore. Is that starting in the video already? Why are you starting the video already? There we go. There's the beginning. Blaster Master. Let me grab that OST because that's the most important part. Blaster Master. Wait, is this the button? Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah. Oh, I did. Why did I call it Blast Master? That sounds like a villain or something. I don't know why I should skip on it. That's okay. Blaster Master. This game was part of NES Cathlon. This game was chosen by Pregnant Mega Man. This is the first game on the list. No, this is the second game on the list that I had previous experience with. Forgot to mention that with Hydlide. I do have experience with some of these speed games ahead of time. Mostly ones I enjoy. Oh yeah. Blaster Master is all sorts of fun. As a speedrun, it only gets better. It's a lovely casual game, but a speedrun is so good. There's tons of different little intricacies you can do with Sophia the Third, which is the tank, or I guess Metal Attacker is what it would be, the J version, since I do believe we use the J version here. Lots of cool stuff you can do with the main tank. Cool sub-weapons to use in specific locations, like the missiles we pick up here. Musically, this game is not beaten by many. It has an amazing OST. It's a Sunsoft game. Not surprising, NES Sunsoft is almost always on point with their music. Some Nightwind song. The OST of this game is just gorgeous. If you feel like following along, by the way, I have a playlist. Hold on here. I made it yesterday. Well, I made it longer yesterday. I've had it for a while, but I actually completed it with the first 50 games. All 50 games in the NES Blitz right there. Total hours of just a little bit over 13 for the first 50 games. Alright, so back to the review. Amazing music, cool sub-weapons, lots of areas to do pretty heavy on the movement for your Jeep. Not super heavy, but enough to make a difference. Every jump, this is what I'm talking about intricacies. Like, a lot of the jumps in this game look like it's just a normal jump, but you're trying to either keep momentum or just not touch anything. Like right here, when you're looping around, you don't want to hit the wall. You want to just come up just short of the wall so you can get your momentum boosted over, and this is for like every jump. What's up? Thank you for the host Tiger Hair Ram. So, like, the movement in this game is very important. There's lots of cool skips in this game. This is the first one on the list, I think, that has a lot of cool skips. You have the whole Area 7 thing, which is crazy cool. What's cool about this game is, like, it's an overworld. Like, this would be called a Metroidvania nowadays. It obviously came out before that was a thing. It's an explorative world with platforming, which is awesome. And it's just very cool on that regard, which also means great skips. So you can skip all of 7, you can skip all of Area 4 in the speedrun, so you don't have to do that at all. These are awesome attributes to the game. This track is amazing. I believe this is Area 3's track, which is wonderful. But, I mean, there's so many good ones. Along with the power system, you get, like, hover, which is cool. I almost want to put hover as a con, because I can't put it as a pro. Hover is cool, but it's so just not used in the speedrun besides, what, one part? Because the problem with hover in this game is you have to actually get pickups for it, and it's used up so fast. You just can't hover for long in this game, period. Like, you don't get rechargeable hover like you do in the newer Blaster Master games. So that sucks a bit. It would be helpful. The only reason I bring it up is because it would actually be helpful in a few areas if you had the hover on you at the time. RNG in this game is not a factor for bosses. Not really. As you can see here, one of the other main speed texts of this game is that I believe 4 of the bosses you can just pause and kill with a grenade on their weak spot. And this is abused heavily in the speedrun. And I mean, I believe it's been abused casually for decades now, but it's a huge part of the speedrun, of course, and also a very nifty trick. Jeez, there's so many good points to this game. The way Sophia upgrades throughout the game, while cool casually, is also really cool in the speedrun. Because you gotta give a different feel for how much more powerful the shot is at this point. And, it's mostly cool, and there's a reason I won't actually add it as a pro, because the biggest con in this entire game is Wall 2. This game is amazing. It could never reach a 5, a perfect speed game for me. Specifically because of Wall 2. Wall 2 great idea. Almost impossible to implement on, like, something as basic as the NES. Oh, that's another decent point of speed tech that you point out, Lamp Station. Pausing between rooms. So normally when you go through rooms, it actually scrolls all the way to the other side. But if you pause and unpause, it instantly loads the next room. Which, on the overworld here, is, it saves frames in the overworld. Or loses them in that case. But it really shines in the Jason underground areas. When you pause in the Jason underground areas, you honestly start to save seconds, because those rooms kind of load slowly. And any room that loads with a lot of lag is skipped with the pause glitch. So when you pause for screen transitions of any kind, you save frames if you do it on the right frame. Wall 2, hello Night Fox, good to see you again. Wall 2 is the ability to climb across, or not climb. Wall 1 helps you climb vertically on the walls. Wall 2 allows you to stay horizontal on the walls, so you can like ride across the ceiling. This is specifically used to get in the final world. You need it. There's no way around it. So, the reason it's so bad is because it practically makes your tank almost suction cup to the ground. Like, literally suction cup. This is my favorite song of the game. I love this soundtrack. Wall 2, like, really hurts the score of this game, but it's so brief that it's not that bad for the speedrunner. The speedrunners will get used to it. It's really horrible casually. Kinda horrible as a speedrun thing. But overall, I would probably give this game... I'm really close to bouncing it to a 4.5. I think, personally, it is one of my favorites. It's because I grew up with it. I speedrun it for years now. I love the music. I still love the music almost as much now as I ever have, even though I've listened to it so much. The whole gameplay mechanics with the jumping with the Jeep and Jason in the underground is super fun. I think I will give this a 4.5. This is just one of my favorite games on the NES, period. There's so much going for it from a speedrun perspective that it's hard for me not to. It has tons of skips and glitches to abuse. Your weapons come into play, almost all of them. Upgrading your tank for speed purposes is great. Like, just pausing between the rooms saves minutes in the run. You do them right. And like this boss right here, no RNG, all pattern based. But it's a really fun boss when you're trying to do the speedrun. Like, when you're trying to do it fast, it's really interesting because you want to turn around before it. Like, all this stuff are pros to this game. The boss fights are a big one. Some are glitched out, some are just good fights like this. Some use pause buffering, so there's such a nice selection of speedrun tactics in this game that I can't give it a 5 because I don't think it's like the best of the best speedruns, but it's almost there. Best of the best is going to a very few select, but this one's really, really close, and I could completely see anybody else giving this a 5 because it's that good of a game. So this is going to be one of my highest rated ones on the list. I love this game. I've always loved this game. Great game. Let's fast forward a little bit. Oh yeah, okay. So this section, it's actually good that this just came up. This is another one of the cons. There is a little bit of RNG in this game. In this section, specifically, you have to hover farm. Hover farm is the weakest point of the speedrun because you're just literally hoping for hover. It's not exciting in any way. It just kind of sucks. This is like the only down point I would even say is in the run, really. Excellent speed game. Just absolutely good. We can go ahead and fast forward to the last area. Go up to the last boss fight here. Check out the last boss fight in this one as well. This is where pause buffering comes in. There's actually two different styles of glitch manipulation here. We're pause buffering to get as many hits with a grenade as possible with as few of those little balls spawning as possible. So pausing here doesn't actually lose time, it just helps hit the boss more without the boss spawning more things to lag the screen to slow the game down. Another manipulation right here. You're just forcing the boss on the top, so when the boss uses its weapon, it's off screen, so it technically despawns the boss's weapon. The boss can hit you because you're on top of the boss, but as long as you're hitting the boss won't hit you. So you gotta mash for grenade here, which is another good thing. Like, there's nothing bad, I think, about this boss fight, which is why this game is such a good speedrun. So much variation in speed text, so much variation. There's a lot of mashing. But not really. Like, only the last boss fight really has all that mashing. Most are just pause glitches or other manipulations. One other thing I would like to do real quick is go to one specific part of the speed run, which is much better in this version. So this is the most infamous boss fight in the game. It's the crab boss fight right here. This used to be a hassle, and on the US version this is a hassle, because it's still frame perfect. On the J version, I believe it has like an 8-frame window, and all you have to do is just pause and unpause until you hit that frame, which is you're going to see right here. What's up, Zoda? You hit that frame and you walk out. This is another variation of speed tech in this game for bosses. The boss becomes, actually, like, freezes the boss in the middle of, like, the wall, and it can't move. And as long as you don't run into it, it can't hit you either. So this takes the worst boss in the game and makes it a non-issue, which is exactly what speedrunning is about. Perfect. Love it. Great speedrun. 4.5 out of 5. One of the best on the NES. Highly recommended. And I just wanted to kind of listen to the music for a second because it's so good. Alright. So let's get ready for our next game here. Blaster Master. One of my top rated speedruns on the entire NES. So we're going to go with 6 here, which is the first RPG of the Blitz. What's up, Calico Boy? Wee, wee. All right. All right. First thing first, I'm gonna note for this game. Awesome soundtrack. I love the music in this game. High Spirits picked this one. This is just wonderful. I like this game. I don't think it's super great, but I do like this game. Super great speedrun, I should say. It's a very good speedrun. This one's very long. This is by far the longest in the Blitz at this point. My goal was sub 1 hour and 30 minutes, which is reasonable for an RPG. I disagree. I don't think it's a bad game, Sharif, even on a casual level. I think for what they did for porting it on the NES, they actually did a fairly good job. But that's a different discussion. Now this game has like manipulations in the beginning. One thing you'll notice is I'm using the J version. A lot of the text is faster on the J version. There's no... I don't think there's any other differences. But text speed was so much faster on this version that it saves minutes. So let's go with some pros. It's short for an RPG. Honestly, an hour and a half is a very, very good time for an RPG speedrun, and one of my favorite allotted amount of times for an RPG speedrun. And I love RPG speedrunning in general. I think it's great. Like, the amount of time it is, it's perfect. It has just enough variances and fun stuff to do in it, and places to travel in that hour and a half that make it good. And it doesn't really get boring. No, Ultima 5 is much different. We haven't had that one yet. That'll be an experience. Okay, sorry about that. In the music in this game, I think has always been good. This is another one I grew up with. I never beat it. I didn't play it that much because there's no way my dumb brain could understand a game like this back then. But I do love the music in it, which is... I must have accidentally... That sucks. That's fine. But, as you can see here, we're doing a little bit of manipulation here, because we're finding specific items. Another cool thing about this is, what I like about Ultima speedrun specifically... Alright, later Night Fox, thanks for stopping by. What's up, Lamp Station? What's up, CBF, how you doing? The manipulations are fun in this. To get all the items, and like the moon gates specifically in Ultima games are quite fun. You use them to get to different warps and to warp around the world, which is honestly a really cool speedrun thing for an RPG. So really, the music's great. So that's great. The moon gates are fun. There's a very, very large variation in spell usage in this game, which is also very fun. Not all of them, but you use a good amount of them. And item usage, another cool part of this run, is the interesting part of Ultima is it's not... This one specifically is not really based on a final boss fight. This game is more about how virtuous you are and how you carry yourself around the world in specific ways of how the game code works. It's weird. But the idea behind it's cool. And in the speedrun, we abuse many things to get this up very quickly. We talk to specific people in the overworld, or in villages, I mean, or in like a castle, and when you deny them or tell them or agree with them in specific ways, it raises your stats. There's... oh jeez. There's like 5... what is it? Virtue... I think there's 8 of them. Spirituality. There's 8 virtues. And you got to get them all to a specific level to go to the... Oh, 7 virtues. I'm sorry, you're right. 7 virtues, and you got to get them all raised to the right one for the end of the game. And it won't allow you into the end of the game until you become... I'm forgetting the specific word. I guess the Avatar would be what I'm looking for. Until you become the Avatar, which has like a perfect balance of virtues. Is it 8? Okay, so I was right in the first place. Damn. Should have listened to myself. That's all good, I appreciate it. So that's another cool part about this. It's unfortunate that you can't skip to the end volcano area without getting everything up. Like, that's not really a failure of speedrunning, it's just unfortunate that the game doesn't allow you to skip ahead there, because this game could be even shorter than it is already. Honor, valor, compassion, justice, sacrifice, spirituality, humility, and honesty. Thank you. There's 8 shrines that you have to get your stats up, and then you have to pray to them. Kind of a con, because you kind of have to go out of their way to do it, but at the same time it's not, because you kind of do it as you flow through the game. So it's not really an issue to, like, do all these shrines. And what's also really cool, but can also be a detriment, but I'm going to list it as a pro, is that, because it makes you think. When you get to a certain point in the game, depending on the moon gates, and depending on a couple of other things, you have to make a choice on whether to go to, whether to clear specific shrines or continue with the game and then clear those shrines later. So it's not a linear speedrun. You can actually vary depending on RNG, which is neat. But it's also RNG, so at the same time, it's blah. Blah, it's a vampire. But I would say, overall, I'm trying to think of some more cons. There's never much use for any other characters in this game. You can actually get up to, I think, a party of 5 in this game? Might only be 4. Probably 4. I might be thinking of later Ultimas, but, what's up, cons, I do. But this is, I think this is a detriment to the speed. I think it would be cooler if you could actually bring more people, but in the end, it just wouldn't work out for how the game works. They're only really useful in the beginning. And also, you cannot actually take any of them with you to the Abyss in the end, which I think is another con. It kind of sucks that you're losing, like, especially if you're playing this casually, it'd be way worse casually. But here, it just kind of sucks, you know? Like, you can't get any extra help for the end, so you're basing it off of just luck, pretty much. Oh, was that an NES exclusive thing? Oh, that makes it worse then, because they kind of screw you out because of the NES exclusive. So that kind of sucks. Definitely list that as a con. What's up, 2030? Here we're moon gating again. Waiting for a specific set of moons so we can get over here. Still, I love this aspect of the game. Overall, it's quick for an RPG. Let's go to one of the cave sections. There's another, where are we at here? It's a little later in the game. And since this is an hour-and-a-half game, we're definitely going to be doing some skipping ahead. Okay, so these dungeon sections like this are kind of cool, but there's also, where's the, oh, right here. Like, between all of these sections here are, like, first-person dungeon crawler sections, which are also sections that you can go through extremely quickly. I consider this a big pro. Much like Golgo 13, the first one, I guess it would just be Golgo 13. Like, these sections can save a lot of time just by, like, extremely precise and good movement. Surprisingly, these sections can be very tough to move correctly, so it's great when you can move correctly in them and save a bunch of time. It feels good. It's a very feel-good speed thing, is going through dungeon crawling sections really quickly. I really enjoy that aspect in some speedruns. This is some bad RNG right here. But we used our escape mechanic to get out of there. Let's travel a bit to the end game when we're by ourselves again. What another cool speed thing is the ability. Like I did say the amount of spells used, but how the spells are used as well. I think it's really cool that one of the spells like basically makes lava tiles for the enemies. I think that's great. And you can definitely like triple up damage here. Another another pro I would say, is mana back just by doing a couple circles here. Preferably, it would be nice if you could just get all of it back after the fight, but the fact that you can even regenerate your mana here is great. It's extremely helpful. It means you don't have to load up on items or anything else. You can just use it. And then just recharge it. It's great. And obviously, most of the end game is just filled with magic spells. And lots of them. Overall, I would probably give this a 3.5. I don't think it's necessarily super exciting. The speed stuff that's in it is fun. The item usage in it is fun. It's good length for RPG. But there's nothing outstanding about it either. There's no overall thing that, like, brings it all around to be a great speedrun or anything. But it's good. It's better than average. It's just a good speedrun. Good RPG. I'd say if you're somewhat acquainted with RPGs, this would be a good choice to speedrun. Unless you're a huge fan of Ultima, I'd say just dive right in. It's got some cool tech, some cool tactics. It doesn't vary too much, except for the midsection when you actually have a choice, which is great, but that's about it. That could also be seen as a con, but yeah, I think it's great. 3.5, I like it. It's a good speedrun. If you're looking for an RPG to run, I would suggest it. Wouldn't be my first suggestion, but it's a good game. Now let's go to the final boss fight in this game. Oh wait, no. Technically, I would say this room is the final boss fight. Right here. This is one of those typical boss fights that the NES had a lot of, where it's, oh, you're fighting yourself. That was probably a missed menu on my part. I did not mean to step forward there. And this is where we're trying the, another con I would say for this game. The best spell is random, which really sucks. I got really lucky here. I got really lucky here that most of them died from it. But this is actually a pretty good fight. I would say this is the real final boss, or at least it should have been. But the actual final boss is this room. There's no actual boss in here. It's just some of the worst late game enemies. So, like, I'd say another con for this game is there's no real amounting, like, interesting ending for the speed. Like, you're not doing anything different. You're doing the same thing you've been doing for an hour and a half, and it's like, okay. And then it ends. So, a 3.5 I feel is a good rating for it. It's better than average, but not by a whole lot. Yes, MBD. Use the J version because the text's a lot faster in the J version. And that is, and then the game's not technically over at this point. You gotta go to this altar, and then go to the end, basically. More lava in the world. RG lava, baby. And then you get the royal ending music. It's amazing. Let's go to the ending music on here just because I love it. Wanted to hear it. So a good RPG speedrun. That if you're a fan of Ultima, give it a try. If you're not, and you're just looking for RPGs to speedrun, down the road I'd say give it a try. But not right away. There are other better ones. Okay. Game number 7 time. Who remembers the this game? Winter Games. This so wait, the OST for this game is 7 minutes. The speed run's even shorter. It's 5 minutes. I mean, the video's 5 minutes. I don't even remember what the final time is. Winter Games. Is this our first sports game? I think this is our first technically sports game in the NES Blitz. I might just be upfront with my rating. I'm going to give it a 2.5. The music is not good. The gameplay is almost non-existent, but it's very easy, and it's very short. The speedrun for this isn't much of a game. Oh yes, the one who chose this, by the way, was Malarial. I spent less than 20 minutes learning and speedrunning this game to completion. I might even want to bring it down. It would be a 2 if it weren't so short and useful for, like, a marathon stream or something. So it has its uses. It's not good. Oh, Gabe, you were fucking off-key there. What the hell? Anyways. 2.5 is what I'm going to give it, because it's okay. You know, looking at this, I really want to bring it down to a 2. There's just nothing going on in this game. You know what? I'm going to bring it down to a 2. I can't even though it's so fast and so easy, which makes it a speedrun that literally anyone could pick up in a day and have a solid time. At anyone. Yeah, well, what's up, Nessie? How you doing? And Blackened, how you doing? Sorry about that. I missed you a second ago there, Blackened. My apologies. It's good to see you. Yes, we are reviewing the first 50 games in the NES Blitz today. I'm going to lower this to a 2, on a scale of 1 to 5 specifically. Oh, you're working? No, I'm sorry, Nessie. That sucks. Like, this section is literally waiting to stop. There's nothing else going on here. So this is why I lowered it to a 2. It's almost a nothing game. The only decent thing, the only decent 2 events you can do in this game are the speed skating and the bobsledding at the end. Those are the only ones you have any real control over. This is literally just finishing. But the bobsled is actually decent, and there's different ways you can speed it up, which is nice. I'm still gonna give it a 2. Like, it's barely over 3 minutes. The music sucks. The only reason it's good is because it's short, that's it. Like, that's like the only good pro I can think of this game. It's short, it's good for marathons. I don't think it's necessarily unfun to speedrun it, but that doesn't mean it's a good speedrun. There's just nothing going on. I almost want to put it at a 1.5. Like, I would say a 2.0 on the runner's level, but as an actual speedrun itself, it almost bottoms out as terrible. But yeah, I think a 2 is the best I'm going to give this game. That's the whole game. You just saw the whole speedrun. That's it. That was the whole run. It's. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. There's not much to say. It's short, so if you like running short speed games, it's for you. Number 8. This is our first detouring category. Think. Oops. Right. So number 8. We're going from that craptacular game to a very fun game on the NES, Super C. Well, right off the bat, let's start with it. A Konami classic. Awesome music. Really puts you in the atmosphere of the game. Which honestly I think helps in a speedrun sometimes. I think it's great when a game's music really like gets you excited. And that's what Super C's music does. It's good. It's definitely in that. This is also one of the only alternative categories I've had throughout the entire NES Blitz. I actually did low percent for this game because I already had a really, really, really good time. I was the first person to ever hit sub 13 in Super C, and I think that's always one of my better accomplishments because I took one of the fairly solid popular game, and I guess not super popular. I took a game and I added to it, you know. And Whitman definitely helped. This game was picked by Kekkonen, by the way. And I specifically just chose low percent for this one because, again, I already had a really good time at any percent. I had a lot of experience in this game. So I went for a different category in this one. I'm probably going to grade it on both of its categories because, I mean, obviously, most people are going to care about 80%, which I agree with. But low percent in Contra game is a classic category. Pretty cool one. It's one of the few games I think low percent really shines. Yeah, Dazzle did spread strats for a very long time, and his time with the spread was extremely good. But he pretty much topped out. What changed the game in this game was fire. Fire is extremely useful in this game. You can charge shot it to do extreme damage. It does extreme damage to bosses. Unfortunately, you're not going to see any of that here, but that's fine. Get your mash on. So some pros of this game. It's Contra. Contra 2, basically. The platforming is not really... The action part of it is great. They do a great job on... just keeping the onslaught coming at you in a fairly respectable way. This is both a pro and a con in the game. One of the largest beefs I have with this game is just how many random spawns they have. It's kind of absurd. As you can see, this stage is probably the premier stage to watch of just how bad they are with the random spawns. You will see so many enemies spawning from behind. And it just varies. And it's the same throughout the entire game. There's always enemies spawning. One of the biggest detriments to this game is just how bad those spawns can get. And honestly, like, there's a little bit of RNG in this game that is definitely a detriment to a game like Contra. The bubbles in the next stage coming up are RNG, and they're just a pain. They are just a pain in the butt. I want to say a pro is that there's no base stages in this one. Base stages are pretty much the main part of speedrunning Contra. The first Contra, they took them out of this game, which I'm more than happy with. It's nice that they replaced with top-down, more... things I think they continued a lot more in Contra with, because Contra 3 also has the top-down sections, doesn't really have the base stages. It's the directions they went with. More of a typical Contra stage, I would say, and it started here. And I think it's great. I think the bosses are also a big pro in these games. The bosses in Contra are one of the main cool parts of the speedrunning Contra games, because there's always tons of speed strats for them one way or another. This boss specifically, in any percent, you have the fireball here, which does intense damage. You can kill this boss almost before it even starts. And obviously in low percent, you're looking to get around that a little bit and just mash your little heart out. So in low percent, like, there's a lot less going on in low percent, so I can't really rate. I'm gonna just rate more on the any percent speedrun of this game, because low percent is the same thing, just with less to it. So there's not much to rate for it. So I'm gonna just stick to like the any percent. But this is the Blitz goal, so I'll also do a rating on low percent. This section right here, really fun to do. Fun platforming. You can skip a little bit there if you're a little more aggressive than I was. I wasn't as aggressive as I could have been there. But here's the detriment. This is an incredibly slow auto-scroller that does nothing for you. See, where in Jackie Chan earlier, that was those were decent auto-scrollers that had stuff going on. Watch how much time I have absolutely nothing to do here. There is just nothing. There's an enemy there. Alright, now we gotta wait again. Just this is what I would call a bad auto-scroller in a platformer game, because there's nothing going on. Here it's a little different, but still, there's so little going on that it's just not good. Yo, what's up, TMR? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. But yeah, I would consider the auto-scrollers a huge detriment to this game. Just not good. What's actually good that's come from this in any percent now, huge tech was found that with the flame, if you hit the turret at the right pixel, or not right pixel, right frame, excuse me, the screen will continue scrolling upwards quite a ways, so it skips a generous portion of the auto-scroller, which that speedrunning's come around, which actually makes these auto-scrollers almost a positive for this game, because speedrunning almost knocked them out of the game, period, which would have made it great. Unfortunately, it didn't do it, period. It lessens the effect. The auto-scroller used to be the worst part of this game, but it lessens it a little bit by giving it a frame-perfect trick that helps speed up the auto-scroller by quite a bit. And I think anytime you could add like a frame-perfect trick to speed up a section that would normally be terrible, I think that's great. I purposely do not destroy the one on the left side of the screen here, or the one on the right side, because if the laser chandelier, if it dies too far to the left or too far to the right, it will take significantly longer to blow up. So you will kind of want to keep the little laser things on top that you blow up on the left or right side, like one alive on left or right, so you can keep it bouncing in the middle. Yeah. Now see, I don't think anybody can blame you. Weren't you doing like a 7-hour night shift or something like that? So I can't blame you for that one, man. No, I don't think anybody can. So I think that's actually also a something I would consider a pro for a speed game. Little things like that aren't always detrimental. It sucks, but it's actually cool at the same time when you figure out how to get over or past these situations in speed games. And Super C is a good reminder of stuff like that. There's a lot of that in the game. Also, speedrun-wise, which I also think is more of a pro than a con, is knowing when bosses become vulnerable. This boss doesn't become vulnerable until where you saw me standing initially. There's a couple of sequences in this game that is like that you wouldn't know casually, but you definitely know when you're speedrunning the game that it's time, you know exactly when the time to hit. There's, I think, at least 3 bosses like that in the game. Now here comes one of the biggest detriments, I think, to the entire game. The old mouth section. There's Protras and Contras, it's beautiful. What's up, Mononicus? The mouths are completely random, and they can just completely ruin your run at any point. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If they want to ruin your run, it's just the way it is. That's when I start considering that an issue. That's too random and too silly to be a good thing in a speedrun, in my opinion. That's something that we would much prefer to, obviously, take a hold of and, like, not have it ruin our runs 10 minutes into the game, so we had to reset. But yes, Super C's biggest issue, and really, like, its only big issue. Okay, I should be back now. Really sorry, everyone. My fucking computer blue screened again, and it's really frustrating. Alright, so anyways, game number 8, Super C. That's not what I want. There we go. We were right about, I want to say, here. Okay. Anyways, sorry about that. I had to look up. It looks like my old capture card that I never removed from my system has blue screened my system twice in 2 days now. So, looks like I'll be removing that later. Anyways, back to the review. The one big issue in this game is the RNG, as is quite a bit in Contra games, I guess. A lot of RNG in Contra. This is why I don't think Contra 3 is that great of a speedrun. I don't really understand why it's so highly regarded. It's mostly RNG and auto-scrollers, and people want to bitch constantly about auto-scrollers being terrible speedruns, yet everybody regards Contra 3 as some great speedruns, so I don't know. Bit hypocritical to me. I love auto-scrolling speedruns, so it doesn't bother as much. You're seeing some of the speedrun, I would say, like, there's a lot of death abuse in low percent here, which I think is nice. Like, you skip that whole section, because shooting all those things with your pea shooter is going to be so slow. And when you die in boost, you can see you can spawn a little later in the level, which is nice. This is like low percent strats only, which is a cool part of low percent. But yeah, the biggest detriment I would say would be what's up, Zohaku? How you doing? Well, you're gonna have to see the rest of it. I might just download both VODs and edit it together and put it on YouTube later, because that sucked. Anyways. This was, final level here. I think mostly this game is really, really good as a speed game. It's my favorite Contra game to speedrun. I think it has less issues than the first game does with all the spread rhythm, while having a little bit more speed techy things to do than the first game. The first game is mostly execution, to where this game is as well, but it doesn't deal with as insanely difficult as execution. And I'm saying this as the wit comes up, which is like a 4 or 5 frame perfect trick, I don't remember. But I didn't even hit it in my PB. But this is low percent. I did hit it in my 80% PB. Wouldn't make a huge amount of difference in the low percent, because you're not using flame, which is the main reason to hit the wit. Well, one of the main reasons. Hitting the wit does save time, but a large time save from it comes from getting the flame as well. So, overall, the any percent speedrun of this game, I would give a 4. Not a 4.5, I'd give it a 4. I think the RNG is a little too frustrating to really give it anything more than that. It is a really fun speedrun. It carries great music. It has lots of cool speed tech in it, frame-perfect tricks, different weapon damage variations, different boss kill strats for those damage variations. Lots of cool stuff like that. 4 out of 5. All of my ratings today are out of 5. So it's definitely a really good speedrun, for sure. But I don't think it's quite as good as many others. Definitely a top speedrun though. Like, if you're really into the action-y, side-scrolling speedrunning games, especially with mashing, this would be a game for you. If you like mashing, period, the Contra series is for you. If you don't like mashing, obviously you're not going to like the series very much. But definitely a why is this so off-centered here? Definitely an awesome speedrun. Highly recommended. Good game. Low percent, I would probably give a 3, 2.5 to 3. I want to say 3 because it's still a fun category, but basically you're just taking mashing to, you're turning mashing to 11 and RNG all very far ways up as well, since you're not using any other weapons in the game, or barriers, or anything else. But the main speed game, I'd definitely give it a 4 out of 5. I think it's a good speed game. Most def. Alright. Super C, good stuff. So then we go to number 9. Magician. Which I think is the most unique speed game in the Blitz so far. Let's look it up. There we go. This has 45 minutes of soundtrack. This is not it. There we go. My YouTube was a little funky there. My whole friggin' computer restarted thanks to my old capture card, apparently. Okay, so Magician. The 9th game in NES Blitz. One of the most unique games on the NES, I want to say. This one's going to be a hard one to rate. So, it's kind of a platformer. Mostly not. It's a side-scrolling RPG with platforming elements. Is probably the best way I'd explain it. You're seeing some of the speed tech here early. Our magician friend here uses the jump spell, and this is another one where your mana just recharges as you go. So we're just using the jump spell as our mana recharges, and obviously it gives us a big boost in speed for a brief amount of time. Graphically, this game is, I'd say, pretty impressive for NES. It kind of has a Castlevania kind of, not style, but like similar level of quality. So as far as speed tech goes, you're seeing the major one here where you're just jumping. There's also a spell later where it speeds you up. This is good. This is a pro for this game. It takes normal movement, which is slow, and it gives you something to do throughout the game and something for you to time and plan the entire way through. That I consider a big pro to a speedrun. Another very interesting part of this game is that you can learn any spell as long as you know which symbols to use. You're seeing that here. When I pause the menu and I cycle through those symbols, tablets, whatever you want to call them, you can make different spells from that. Yeah, the music is great in this game. I don't think I touched too much on it yet. Again, this has almost 50 minutes worth of soundtrack in it. It's also very impressive for an NES title. Music's great. How the spell system works for a speedrun is great. Being able to menu whenever. It might be an overlooked point in a lot of speedruns, but it's very useful to pause whenever you need to pause, especially in a game that needs a lot of menuing like this one. So that's also good. Let's see here. This game's all sorts of crazy. Like, it's so interesting. Like, in so many different ways. Another pro for... I'd say it's a pro for the speedrun. It's on the safer strat end, but you can save anywhere, and you can load from that exact spot, which is good. You can literally save anywhere, just like it is, as fast as you want it to be. And, well, you're bringing in Hydlide again. Hydlide's a port from a 1983 game. That's very different. Very unfair. Hydlide was not made at all for the NES. I think it's much older than when this game was made, period. It's not a very fair comparison. Oh man, this music is so good. This brings back. I really, really enjoyed speedrunning this. And again, what we're doing here, more fun speedrun stuff. We're shielding ourselves up and buying more mana potions and more mana potions. Stuff that's going to help us throughout the rest of the game, pretty much. A big shout out to Empty Eye, who picked this game, who also had the record in the game before he picked it. It was his last record on the NES. He told me to strike him down when he picked it. So my goal was record in this game. It's, look at this section right here. This, mind you, is a side-scrolling RPG. Oh man, this music is so good. Like, this is insane to me for a side-scrolling RPG. Look at how much platforming there is in this. Nuts. It's, God, I completely forgot about this section when I started. I'm glad I'm rewatching this. It is very fascinating. I'm starting off with a lot of pros, because there's a lot for this game. There's also a lot that's going against it. Another cool thing, it might be considered a con because it's so RNG dependent. This is again where the RNG comes into play. There's a spell in this game where if you screw up, like right there, it was right there. You saw it. Let me go back there just a second. I believe that was the spot. You see me go into the menu after that boss, and I just cast a random spell called Unknown. Hello, Tristan. Hope you're doing well. What the Unknown spell can do, I think it has like... I don't remember the exact percentages. It's a very low percent. What's up, bud? But if you use the random spell, like 9 times out of 10, you're gonna die. Yeah, Spaz, see? Spaz remembers. Like, maybe even more than 9 out of 10. You're gonna die a lot. Like, it's very low percentage when you use the Unknown spell. But if you get it to work, it actually fully heals you, and I believe gets rid of your status ailments. So when I used it after the mushroom boss there, when I was poisoned, it completely healed me and knocked the poison out. Oh god, this music is so good, man. I forgot how good the music was in this game. This game is so impressive on so many levels. They tried so much with this game. And they really pulled off quite a bit, honestly. But yeah, the unknown spell is a huge factor in the run. I don't know whether to put it as a pro or a con because it's so random, but the fact that it's even in the game to help you in the first place is huge. So I don't think I could label it as either. Another con I would say is there can be a lot of downtime in it. Like this stage specifically has just nothing going on for like half of it. Which kind of sucks. This stage being in the friggin' dark is not cool. It's really annoying. As a speedrunner, you do get used to these. But it's still annoying when you can't see the screen very well. This whole section is a little funky. Like, the cave section here is kind of where I gained a little bit of time over the record as well. Something that I did more of, I believe, was using the Swift spell, which is a really cool spell to speed you up. We're using lightning on this boss. And boom. This whole, like, it's a maze here. And obviously a maze in the speedrun's not a big deal. But it's kind of like how far out of the way you have to go and then run back. It's a little annoying. Like, when you have to backtrack too much, that's especially annoying in a speedrun. Give him the stick. That's especially annoying in a speedrun because you're doing essentially the same things with no, like... You're not adding anything by adding the extra 2 minutes to need to go back. Like, this is old school game padding techniques that come through into speedrunning in the worst way. But overall, it's not too bad here. I would say executing the spells is a bit clunky. As you can see, the jump animation earlier, while it was really cool, is kind of difficult to get used to. It's very fast, and it's weird. Like, you have to be very specific. Like, the platforming in this game can be neat, but I think it's also one of its biggest detriments. It looks cool in a speedrun. It's kind of horrible to do casually, and the controls are, like, the controls are one of the biggest mixtures I have in this game. This game tried to do so much, and it did so much well, but... What's up, Elrock? But with trying to do too much, games tend to fumble on themselves, and this is one that did it. As you can see, Metal Dirt Monkey there. I don't think this game... Okay, it's not bad casually, but it's really hard. Really hard. But that's not part of this discussion. But to go on that level of difficulty, the speedrun is also quite difficult in that regard. That one of the factors in this game is food. And like, a food system in a casual playthrough is fine. A food system in a speedrun is just obnoxious. Because you just have to kind of fill up on food as you go. Like, there's no speed effort to it, you know? It's just there. Your only speedrun ability to make it faster would just be to find a faster place to get food. So that's annoying. Also, things can instantly kill you quite a bit, which is also a bit of a detriment. Like, things kill you way too fast. Like, that thing right there, I actually took that safe. You can get there and go into that door before it hits you, but the window is really small. And if it hits you, it will soft lock. Or actually hard lock, not soft lock. And your game's over. I kind of love this game. And I kind of don't. The music in this game is gorgeous. If nothing else for this game, just listen to the soundtrack. And yeah, I've pretty much gone through all the different kind of intricacies of the speedrun, like using the spells and the movement and everything. It looks like such a cool game too. Like watching this speedrun, it looks awesome. But there's so much more clunk that you don't see that you can tell with your controller when you're playing it. There's a lot of clunkiness. That is an issue with this game, is clunkiness. This last fight coming up will show you a bit of that clunkiness. I would give it a 3.5, which is... It's a good speedrun. It's not great, but it's good. It's better than average, for sure. I think it's so... Like, I just got good RNG here, by the way, because he stayed low. But, like... I can't undersell the clunkiness, because it's a huge part of the run. But there's so many cool parts of the run, when how the spell system works, the speed-up mechanics with the swift and jump spells, and just how many things they fit into this game from so many different genres of game. It's so cool. I would actually say speedrun this game. If you want to play casually first, by all means, but I think you'd like to speedrun more. So a solid 3.5 for this one. Can't say enough about the music in this one, though. Probably its biggest attribute. Alright, game number 10. Zen Intergalactic Ninja. I think this is the forest stage. Peace returned and no one gave a damn. Sounds about right. Alright, Zen. Go. Boom. Game number 10. Zen Intergalactic Ninja. This is one of the games on the Blitz so far that I had no prior training, and I actually didn't even like this game before getting it. Alright, to boot off, Cooler was the one who chose this game. And I'd also like to say that I feel like I didn't spend enough time on this game. This is the one regret I think I have in the Blitz, is I just didn't spend enough time on it. It's really fun. Good music, for sure. I think it's because of this stage. I just didn't like this stage. And I never played it enough to get past this stage because I thought this was the whole game. But, yes, we're doing reviews today of the NES Blitz, the first of the games. To answer your question. It does have lag issues. That's one of the, I would say, one of the biggest issues this game has is it lags quite a bit. But that can also go to your advantage, of course. Alright, to start off, this is very much an action platformer with, I want to say it draws some similarities to Battletoads in the fact that it's a lot of different action genres of games put together into one. This one starts off isometric, but then it gets into your typical platforming, amongst other things. It's pretty interesting there. I don't think it's quite as genre mixed as the Battletoads, but it's pretty up there. Tries to do a bunch of different stuff. It's one of the later games on the NES, and you can see the quality in it. The graphics are good, and what they try to do with like these parts of the laser and all this on the screen at the same time looks great. Slows the game down. unfortunately, that comes to a con when it comes to speedrunning, so... it looks great. Doesn't help too much. Okay, here's a nice pro to this game. Using your bow staff thingy, when you flip an enemy like that, it does damage and puts them down. This is a technique used quite a bit in the run. It's a nice technique to use, do some damage and stun some enemies and put them in specific places, so this is definitely a thumbs up. Music, definitely good. These stages... you kind of need them. Like, you need to complete them 100%. What goes on with these stages is the better you recycle these items, the more, well, they're bonus stages. The more you get after the bonus stage, and the final thing you get in the bonus stage is life max up, which is very important. Speedrun helps a lot. So, on those bonus stages, you just go for the gold and get those life max ups. And, oh, another really cool movement techie thing here. Bouncing off the walls, which is also really cool is because this is not an easy one to master, which means it's really fun to do over and over again, and when you start to really feel it, you're like, okay, this is awesome. And, like, it's not the hardest trick in the world, but it definitely shows out to be a pretty tough one at times. Kuma, thank you for the host. As you can see, I'm doing all sorts of wall bounces to save time here. And the theme of this is to save the people stage, kind of thing. But this is where we really get to excel in our platforming sections of this game, which are awesome. It's a good overall time for a speed game. It's right around 15 minutes. That's a good time, in my opinion. Not too long. RNG-wise, does this, besides the last, no, not even the last boss, does this game have RNG? Maybe the bosses a little bit. I never saw RNG as too big of an issue, at least I don't remember RNG as too big of an issue. As you can see, we're still bouncing off the cliff here, and we want to end the stage getting that fire hydrant thingy. Not fire hydrant, the, God damn, I can't think of the word for it right now, it doesn't matter. My brain doesn't work for simple things like this. Anyways, it's useful for the final boss, or this boss of the stage. As you can see, it does a ton of damage. And you can see me not using the staff here to do that right there, because when you do that, he does an attack that hits you hard, and then he moves. You save it to the last hit and do all that damage right there, which is nice. Extinguisher, thank you. I could not think of the word for some reason. Well, is it? Never played the Game Boy one, but I really like this version. Here's another different kind of style. You bounce off the walls to go upwards to fight this boss, which is neat. Another neat aspect. I mean, that's just neat, period. As a speedrun level, I mean, it's a boss fight, and it's a quick boss fight, which is nice. It's a very fast stage, especially... This one's a little RNG depending on where it stops, I guess, so... A little RNG in this one. But more mechanics with the wall bouncing, or wall jumping. Here's another one. It's isometric to side-scroller, but also choose which path you want to go on, with different kind of hazards to avoid. But yeah, now that we have auto-scrollers in here again, this is an auto-scroller which I wouldn't consider as bad, because you actually get to do things during it. So this is one I don't consider so bad. It's not just sticking around doing nothing like the Super C one is a lot of the time. So that's good. So the speed, it's like, the auto-scroller is actually something of interest, even to a speedrunner. It keeps you, like, occupied. You actually have to pay attention. You have to knock the boulders out to reduce lag. You have to destroy which enemies as quickly as possible to reduce lag. A lot of that. Lag reduction is big in this game, and I consider lag reduction to be a huge pro in speed gaming, to be honest. Because a lot of games lag, because a lot of games could not handle the sprite limits or whatever they were trying to throw at you. And the reason this is also a pro is you can actually abuse lag in certain games to get to certain places you wouldn't normally get, a la Total Recall, which we'll be at later. So there's the flashy walls here that you can't destroy, but you're trying to destroy the non-flashy walls as quick as possible to reduce lag. And this in the boss fights in this game are also good. The last boss fight is kind of annoying, but it's annoying in a way that you can get around, so it's not really a con, but it's just kind of a rough fight if you make like one tiny mistake. Obviously, there's a lot of pits here which you have to avoid like the plague. Another nice thing about this game is you have health backups, which you can pretty much use at any time of the run at no cost of losing time, besides using the item, like no cost in picking the item up. This game has a couple of auto-scroller parts that are interesting. Here's the boss fight. One of the biggest fighting things for these isometric sections is that spin attack you see going on. It hits hard, it hits multiple times. That's a nice technique to use in the speedrun. And yeah, there's a lot of good to say about this game because it's a really good game. Now, con-wise, I think it's a little too heavy on the auto-scrollers, even if they're fun to do. They're still auto-scrollers in an action platforming game, especially one with as good as wall mechanics as this one has. You really don't want to spend too much time on auto-scrollers, and unfortunately this game does spend a bit too long on auto-scrollers, and some of the stages are so laughably short. You wonder why they're even a stage. Like, the one boss fight you go into, like, that's the whole stage. You go in and you go straight to the boss fight, the stage right here. This is all automatic, by the way. This jumping all the way up here. You're not doing that, the game is. You jump right into a boss fight, and it's over very quickly. Just get up and smack. Just get up and smack. That's all you need to do. It's telling you to go down to do other things. It doesn't matter. And you're done with the stage. That's it. But yeah, like I was saying, there's many, like, this is just a boss stage, like, out of nowhere, which I don't, like, honestly, you could have tied this to the end of the last level instead of making its own separate level. Here's another auto-scroller. This time you're just going downwards. It shows you your goal on the left side before the boss fight. But yeah, too many auto-scrollers. Too many really quick stages. Like, some of those should have just been added to the end of other stages instead of, like, making it, like, it's like they padded it out a little bit to make it longer than it should feel, you know? So that's an unfortunate part to it. Another unfortunate part is there isn't really much variation in the bosses. I missed the shield there, which is unfortunate, but I had to continue. There isn't very much, there isn't much variation in boss strategies, I should say. This one is actually pretty neat. This is one of the few that are, like, really neat. So the spawns are predetermined, but predetermined in two specific spots, depending on where you're standing. So you can see me here manipulating. See how I'm, like, staying further to the side there? I'm manipulating which side the slug monster is going to spawn on. And you can definitely, like, two-cycle this boss really quickly if you just know exactly where it's going to spawn. You saw I didn't do the off-the-wall thing there again. That was kind of dangerous to do that. Obviously, it's a speedrun and you want to do that, but the wall kicking, of course, can always be dangerous. More isometric here. Popping back to isometric, but there's another, like, super short boss level stage. It's kind of boss rushy, which I don't mind. That should have been what it is. They should have had, like, the last 3 bosses as a boss rush at the end, which I think would have made much more sense. Regardless, do the spin attack on this boss, and then you come fight another boss that's very similar to the boss fight you fought earlier with the one lady on top of the plant area. The ninja going on here. And another complaint is that while you do have the one bow move, which is nice, I mean, that's it. You're just basically smacking them like this the whole time. About this fight, when you get too close to each other, they do that little warp thing, or it might be in a certain health, actually, I don't remember. I think it's a certain health, really, it's a weird warp thing. Here, the enemy is trying to get past me to get to a thing, and then you use that bow ability to knock them back. You use it again to kill them, that was a solid fight. And that's the cool part about that fight, but overall, like, you're just smacking things with your bow. And actually, this is a game I feel like, for as much boss rush as there is, there's not a whole lot of smacking things with your bow, unless it's a boss, and that kind of sucks. But there's also so little to do at the same time with your bow. Like, there's just no... The balance isn't the best there, is all I'm really trying to say. And here's the final boss fight. As you can see, smack it with the bow. You can't have this boss go to a specific health. Like, you'll see me stop smacking it and wait for it to cycle here, because you need to kill it, because it will regenerate all its health like that. That's why this boss sucks. I would have already chopped off like an additional 20 seconds had I not missed that. And I missed that initial jump, and that's why I waited there, so I can get some more hits in here. And I missed it again, which is another time loss. So I probably lost about like 40 seconds. This is why I should have stuck with this game longer. I don't know why. I really enjoyed speedrunning this, so I don't know why I was like, alright, I'm done here at this point. But frustrating boss, to say the least. You have to get all those hits on a single swing, and then the boss dies, and that's it. It looks pretty screwed already. Is that Alf? But that is, that's Zen. I would give it, I'd say a 3.5 for sure. It's a good speed game. Definitely one I would suggest trying. I don't really have too much. I just didn't spend enough time on it to really get a better rating than that, or maybe even a worse one if I got too into it. But 3.5 is good. It's a good platformer with a little bit of slow sections in it. But overall, I'd say it's pretty good. Alright, game number 11. Mega Man 6. AAA title. AAA title indeed. Let's get that music a-playing. Where did you go? There you go. Mega Man 6 OST. Alright. Boom. What's up, Swift? So, Mega Man 6, the final NES entry of the Mega Man series. There were 6 Mega Man games on the NES, and there's not a single bad one. That is an impressive streak. Now, let me tell you why this is one of my least favorite Mega Man speedruns. Let's start with the pros. It's Mega Man. Mega Man mechanics are really well done for the most part. They're very well made speed games. I mean, this is Capcom polish all over it. This is one of the final games to come out on the NES in, I think, late 93 or early 94. Graphically, it's even superior to its sequels. It looks gorgeous. Once again, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing. There's no arguing that. Like, there's no real way to, like, say too many bad things about a Mega Man game. And speedrun-wise, it's got the charge shot, which is nice. It's good for speedruns. It has the slide. The slide is nice for speedruns. We'll get to the slide again later. And here's the first boss fight here in Airman. a cool speed tech in this one. You see me sliding extra here. That's because you charge slightly faster when you slide. So you're trying to get your charge shot at full as soon as possible. This is just a little bit, that, you know, that's pretty huge, honestly. But it's only really for this one fight. So that's cool part of it, like the little speed tech. What's up, G Mario? Little speed tech is cool. The menuing system is, of course, very good, very well done. For the most part, it's actually a little clunky in this one. If you hit the wrong thing, you get a brrrr, which is which has its own FFZ emote. But also, the way the menu scrolls is very, very weird. Like, if you go to the right and hit up, like you end up like at the bottom right of the menu instead of like the very bottom where you think you should be. Like, the menu is a little confusing. The way, like, just how you can come off of some special abilities trying to go to other ones. Like, for instance, the rush is different in this game. Normally where you would have your rush jet, they actually replaced rush with a suit in this. It just, well, rush became the suit, I should say. Which is quite a bit different than the previous installations. And the suit by itself is fine. However, like, menuing from the suits is a bit of an issue. And like, honestly, I don't think I even got it, like, perfectly down, even when I was at the end of speedrunning this game. This game was chosen by Bolikin, by the way. Great choice, obviously. This is a Mega Man game. First Mega Man game on the Blitz was number 11, and the last game is going to be Mega Man. How interesting. So let's get to more of the cons. The slide in this game, while obviously very effective for speeding up, is actually a con, and I will simply cite the other Mega Man games for this reason. The slide in this game is very different. Let me explain why. It may look the same, but it's not. Mega Man 3 introduced the slide. This is the very introduction of the slide. It's well done in that game, albeit the slide is a bit short, but that's fine. Mega Man 4, in my opinion, perfected the slide. It's longer, and it's smoother, and you can jump out of the slide, which is extremely important. So that's extremely important. So 4 perfected it, 5 has the same slide as 4, and then there's Mega Man 6. Mega Man 6 still has that slide. Thank you for the 50 bits in the GG burst, much appreciation. How are you doing today? Mega Man 6 still has that slide, but since the actual, like, core game mechanics changed a little bit in this one, they made it so you can't jump out of a slide at all in this game. You have to stop. And there's a couple of interesting ways you can do that. You can either hit back, and it will stop you where you are, or you can hit A, which is jump. And the jump it'll knock you out of your slide, but you won't jump. You saw it right here. Let me go back. Well, right at the end here, I hit A, and then I jump off of there. But I overall consider that actually to be a huge con for this game, specifically citing how good the slide was in Mega Man 4 and 5, to where it was so good for the speedrun, and so good for your movement in that game. And in this one, it took such a big step back from the previous two. On its own, it's okay, not great, but when you compare it especially to the other Mega Man games, it fails. I think that's a major con in this game. That's one of my biggest pet peeves about this game. The boss fights are also a bit different in this game compared to the other Mega Man games. The iframes in the boss fights in this game are significantly longer than the other Mexican? The other Mexican runner games. The other Mega Man games. I need a drink of water, my goodness. What's up, Hugh Gariel? How you doing? So I honestly, that it sucks that they're, you know, a little bit slower to kill, but it's not anything that I would say it's like overwhelmingly bad. They just take a little bit longer to kill in this. But the biggest issue is the slide. I can't mention the slide enough because the whole game revolves around it. You slide so much in Mega Man games that have sliding. And it's the biggest detriment to this one compared to any of the previous releases. The first two didn't have slide, so those don't count, but 3 through 5 all have much better slides in this game. The runners, some runners of this game actually find it as a fun thing to use, because honestly, some of the high-end speedruns in this game are very impressive to watch, but after personally experiencing this game twice now, I believe, in like long, lengthy speedrunning sessions, it just doesn't, in my opinion, it does not hold up nearly as well because of the slide. Just about every other part of the aspect of this game is awesome, but the slide kind of ruins it. I like the spring section here. This is a fun section to do fast. Platforms is frustrating, but also fun, especially when you pull it off like that. So this little section I find enjoyable, but like, it's just the slide. Like, the sliding is just too much of a factor in this game to not talk about it, and to the point to why I consider it to be such a detriment. Overall, I would still give this game a 3.5. Maybe a 3.75. I don't think it's at a 4. It's hard to base this, because I would still consider it an incredibly good speed game in game, but when I compare it to the other Mega Man games, it just doesn't quite make it. So I think 3.75 is a fair rating for this. It's quite a bit better than average, but not quite great because of the slide. The scale is 1 to 5 Swift. It's almost great. Almost. But the slide hurts it too much. Yeah, you can't really not compare it to the other Mega Man games, because there were 5 others before this. So the formula was there. I would still highly recommend any Mega Man speedrun, specifically the first one, but this is still a really good speed game. There's no, like, going around that. It's still an incredibly good speed game. Highly recommended. The music's great. The movement is mostly good. The specials are nice. Though, I think the specials are also a bit of a con in this game, because there's not a whole lot of, like, movement-based specials, as the NES didn't have a ton of them, and it's more just about power in this game. It's like Flame. It's like Mega Man 4 with Flash. Like, that's the dominant one, and that's the one you're gonna use the whole time, which is fine. I just don't consider it to be a great pro or anything like that. But I would give it a 3.75. Like, it's good. It's very, very, very good. It's better than the 3.5s on this list I've given so far, for sure, but it's not quite up there with anything 4 or above. Just because of how good the Mega Man game series are. That's just my opinion. Some people consider the slide to be a very pro in this game because you can move so, like, tightly with it, but I do not. I think, especially compared to the early Mega Man games, it's just a hassle. Let's go to the end fight here real quick. Let's go to the Wily fight here. So the Wily music here is great. This is the game with Buff Mega Man. Well, sorry to hear that. He does have a big old suit though, with muscles. So yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm gonna go ahead and move the next game as the final boss is killed here. Yo, Lazarus, thank you so much for the continued support. Everybody give Lazarus a big old year worthy of an entire year's worth of support. So thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to the next game, which will be very brief again. I almost want to use the Mega Man OST for this, but I won't. Thank you so much, Lazarus. Much appreciated. Oh, that's right, my computer blue screened, so I will just do this for now. Thank you very much. What's up, Pence? Nearly every end boss is weak to Tomahawk, which is, yeah, like, again, there's a lot of little things on Mega Man 6 that just keep it under the other Mega Man games for that reason, in my opinion. Alright, but that's over. We're talking about Base Wars now. Base Wars, it's a fine speedrun. The speedrun I did was extremely short. I think it's like a minute and a half. It's under 2 minutes, I know that. So the idea behind this speedrun, let's explain the speedrun first. The idea is to win a game. And the fastest way to win a game in this game is to kill the enemy team. As you can see here, I got the motorcycle, which uses the fist. And you can just kind of shoot it off and just chain them the entire time with it. Makes it nice and easy. It's the fastest way out too. And in that part, for a sports game, it's actually pretty neat that there's other speed tech to it that makes it more than just winning the game, you know? Like, I don't think I could ever rate a sports game very high on any speedrunning list. It'd have to be a very specific sports game, and it'd have to have a good enough amount of speed tech in it to make it a speedrun. This was baseball to a fist fight. But yeah, as you can see, like, the whole idea of this game is that, I mean, you fight to get on base. And you have your energy bars here. It is neat. I think it's neat. It's a cool concept. Fighting in baseball. It comes together well. The cons are, it's very, very nothing to it. It's one fight over and over again. You're just killing them, and that's it. It's one note. It's under 2 minutes. Oh no, it's under 3 minutes, not 2 minutes. My bad. It's under 3 minutes. It's... I mean, the record might be under 3 minutes, but I don't even know. But it's so one note. But alas, that's it. That's all I really have to say about this game. I would give it a lower than... I'd give it a 2.5. Because it's just not exciting. The only reason I get to 2.5 is because it's such a short category and cool. That, I think it's neat. But other than that, there's just not enough to it to make it any better than that, so... I mean, that's Base Wars. You're gonna see the whole speedrun here briefly. Oh, I was wrong again. It's 3 minutes. Wow. So much more to the speedrun than I thought. And yet, it's still exactly the same thing. I think the robot's name being Gimmick is very fitting, because this game is quite gimmicky. And yeah, that's it. Everything else 2.5 because it's short, and for a sports game, it actually has a little bit of speed tech that's not just winning the game. That's it. It's a decent speedrun. Nothing to write home about. Alright, next we have Fisher. Let's see if I get this right. Fisher Price Firehouse Rescue. Fisher Price Firehouse Rescue. I'd look up an OST. I don't think this game has one. It does. It does somehow. No, that's a different Fisher Price game. You lied to me. I honestly don't think this game has music, so we're actually going to listen in silence, because that's what the game is. If you're talking about Base Wars, maybe. This one, I don't think so. I think this is fine as a speed game. Oh yeah, that... I guess I can play like a video of this in the background just for the sound effects. Oh wait, this... what is this? Oh my god, that's fucking great. This only has 31 views. I feel it needs more views, so I'm gonna link it in chat now. That fucking killed me. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's too fucking funny. Maybe, what is this? Okay, this one is a complete playthrough, so it should just have the sound effects. Oh my fucking god. Now I want to play this with NWA! Oh lord. I almost freaking died when that happened. Oh my god. Holy shit. That was spectacular. But Firehouse Rescue. There really is almost nothing at all to it. This is obviously a very, very young children's designed game. Just because the aspect of it is so simple. Not that it's not fun to speedrun, but there's almost nothing to the game. And plus, there's also... I mean, there's much less RNG now, because they changed how the category worked, but... like, this is literally the game. The game is finding keys and rescuing people from houses. There's actually quite a bit of RNG in this game on top of everything. So there's no music. Tons of RNG. Is there any more than these two game modes? Than driving on the street and then rescuing people? I don't... is there? I don't think there is. Oh, there's that lovely truck rumble. Yeah, but this is just... I don't really have a strong opinion on this game. I don't think it's the best speedrun in the world. It's not the worst. It's short, it's easy to learn, and it's not too bad. I'll probably give it a 2.5. I don't even find it to be an average speedrun because there's nothing to it. Like there's literally nothing to it. Oh, you rescue a cat from a tree. I think you're about to see the entire speedrun. Oh no, I don't know that. Okay, did I go 4, 1, 2, 3? Is that how I went? Yeah, Firefighter for the Atari 2600 was pretty interesting. I played that one quite a bit. Yeah, there's nothing to it plus RNG. I'm actually gonna bump it to a 2. It as a speedrun, it's not. There's nothing. It might even be worse than that. That doesn't mean it's not fun. But there's nothing to learn here besides key spawns and going to houses. Like, there's nothing else at all to this game. So yeah, I think I am going to bump it down to a 2. I don't hate it. I actually quite enjoyed it. But it's just not a good speedrun. On any kind of technical level at all. What's up, the Emerald Bard? Yeah, I'm pretty much done talking about this game already. Like, you just fast forward 6 more minutes and look at what we're doing. Still doing the same thing. Yeah, it's under 13 minutes, I think. What was my time? I had a 12:24. That's gonna be it for that one. I give it a 2. It's if it was actually bad, I would give it a 1 or a 1.5, but it's not a bad game, so. Alright, game number 14 is River City Ransom. Shoutouts to Yellsrake, who chose this game. Oh, I forgot to, who picked, oh, that's right, Sparkover did Firehouse Rescue, because she does love that game, which is great. River City Ransom. Now, here is an interesting here. Now, we started the Blitz with a beat 'em up, and I explained how much I dislike beat 'em ups. This game is pretty good. It's less total beat 'em up and more Blitz the entire game. And boss rush. What's up, Dog Honey Toast? Put on fire, all the people are just too lazy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, started off, music, awesome in this game. It's not the best, but it's really good. The main bit of speed tech in this game is juggling your money specifically so you can purchase the ability you're going to abuse on all the bosses for the rest of the game. So I think the most important part of this speedrun is in the beginning. So once again, you're avoiding everyone. Having the ability to run is definitely a big plus for a speedrun. It may not seem like much, but it's, you know, the ability to run is important. Nice no spawns there. We'll get into the cons of this game, as I have a few, but the item usage here is also cool. You actually get usages out of the weapons in the world, which is good. Every enemy drops money, so like you're never losing too much time if you just kill like a random enemy or something to help yourself. I will say one of the coolest parts of this game is the really interesting stuff you can do with the like the crate right here. You saw me juggle the boss. Like all that, Yells came up with a ton of these strats. I want to say like the TAS also came up with some of this stuff. But like this boss right here, like I think like the coolest boss fights in this entire game are the first two. Because you're juggling that crate, and then this one you have to set up the chain hit here, which I think is really neat. What's up, Kavik? So that's great. First two bosses are awesome. There's death abuse in this game, which is great. That's another speed tech item that's fun to do. Yeah, that's a large portion of that's pretty much the core of this game. Is just running from part to point, and like this speedrun is a literal boss rush. There's very few times you have to stop and actually kill enemies, but you do need enough money, and you do need bosses to spawn by killing those enemies. So I don't believe you ever actually stop anywhere that you don't need to be. As you can see right here, the enemies are going to come up. Another nice little speed part of this game to understand is that when an enemy is focused on picking up an item, they will go straight to that. I don't believe they will block when they're trying to pick it up. Running, like you see everybody who runs this game run and swing with the items. That's important because that adds extra damage. That's another cool speed part of this game. That's how you get all the bosses without like getting stone hands right away, which is the ability you abuse for most of the game. But you got the chain here, and that's great. And the way the AI can somewhat be predictable is nice. And when they go for items anyways. And boss fights tend to be pretty easy in this game, which is nice as a speedrun perspective, because you just basically have to not screw up the combo you have to put on them. There's only one hard boss fight in this game. And even that is like subjective whether it's actually hard or not. What's up, Psychotic Spoon? Alright, so some more of the cons in this game. The stone hands, once you get stone hands, there's nothing more to the game. Like, literally every attack for the rest of the game is going to be stone hands. Avalon, thank you so much for the 16 months. Really appreciate that. Avalon, a big old yeah. Thank you so much, Avalon. You're having a good day. Yo, Eggplant Wiz. 33 in a row. Thank you so much, Eggplant Wiz. Everybody give Eggplant the biggest of yes. No, Psychotic Spoon, I'm doing the... Oh, I just realized I have this way off to the side. I'm doing a review of the first 50 games of the Blitz, which I'll probably do after every 50 games of the Blitz. What I think of them as a speed run. The major issue I have with this Jangle Storm, thank you for the host, is that there is such horrible RNG when hitting regular mobs in this game. They can block you forever if they just want to. They can hit you like that if they want to. They can cheap shot you when you're running out of screens or running into screens. Like, the AI for the regular mobs in this game is really frustrating. Frustrating to the point to where I would not want to run this again. What makes the Stone Hands conducive is you're seeing it right now. It deals a hell of a lot of damage, is its major thing, and you can just chain them over and over and over and over again. And as you can see, that's all you're going to use for the rest of the run, is just Stone Hands on everything. That dude killed the other dude. And that you can see in the boss fights here, you can forever chain all boss fights with Stone Hands, so it just makes it easy. Nope. But yeah, like the major issue I have is just the RNG. This game is so... It's not any more RNG than a lot of games, but it's so frustrating in this game. It's just the way it's designed makes it frustrating. So here comes the hardest boss fight in the game. You see me setting up for it. We actually have to... But it's the hardest, but it's also actually one of the coolest. Because if you cycle it right, like here, normally they would actually say something before you enter this room, but if you kill one, and while the coin is dropping up and down for that one, you kill the other one, that will actually skip their cutscene and you can go straight to the boss. That's a cool bit of tech in this game. But once again, the last boss is just a nothing boss. There's nothing to it. One of the simplest, easiest bosses on the NES because it's just like every other boss in the game, just a little bit longer. And that's River City Ransom. It's a really easy game, and it's a really hard game, and it's a really frustrating game. There's a lot to it. There's like really huge mountains of difficulty that get tapered to like planes of simpleness once you have the stone hands. But yeah, that's I would probably overall give this game at best just a 3. I don't think it's a great speedrun, but it's not a bad one either. Just middle of the road. It's a nice beat 'em up that has good music, but frustratingly bad RNG. So it's kind of pick your poison kind of thing. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about River City Ransom. It's a good game, but just not the most fun speedrun. Most people cite it as a more fun casual game, so that should let you know how the speedrun is. Alright, game number 15, Wizards and Warriors. So, right away, here comes one of the biggest strengths of this game. The music. The music is very, very good in this game. There's no doubting that. I have a lot of issues with this game, but the music is not one of them. I quite enjoy the music. Just play Silent Surface. I was gonna go to the next music. I was like, what the heck, OST? This isn't number 3. This one's much better than 3. Or 2, I'm sorry. This isn't 2. This one's much better than 2. This is easily, I'm going to say, the best speedrunnable Wizards and Warriors game on the NES of the 3 that there are. I've never speedrun the 3rd one, but I can guarantee I'm not going to like it as much as this one, because I already hate the 3rd one. But, taking personal bias aside, cool parts of this game. The jump mechanic in this game is really fun to do. As you can see, it's kind of floaty, but that isn't actually in its detriment with how platforming works in this game. And with how you can buffer jumps, it makes it kind of nice. And even later, when you get the feather, you can fall far distances without crashing like that. All very good pros for the game. I believe it is Psychotic Spoon. I believe it is. Missing that platform there. But yeah, it definitely has some good pros to it. The throwing dagger, also a nice weapon. Also, using the boot in the speedrun, super awesome to do. Does intense amount of damage, as you can see here. We just kick the skull for like 4 health. It's great for bosses. Like, amazing for... Also, the boots kick open chests, which is amazing for the speedrun, so you don't have to go out of your way to get any keys before you get it. The boot... Yeah, which also comes to some of my issues with this game. You have a completely worthless sword. Like, it's worthless. The spawns in this game are frustrating. It's incredibly RNG dependent on a lot of stuff. This game is huge on randomness, especially the last boss, but we don't have to worry about that in the 80%. We're going to just judge the 80% run. The bat boss is terrible. The rest of the bosses are fairly easy and manipulatable. decided to pull just the sword. The sword waggle is fun to do, but it doesn't help. The potion of levitation is a very fun thing. More cool speed tech with that. What's great about the speedrun of this game is a lot of the items influence your movement in a good way, which makes moving in this game fun, which is one of the biggest pros you can give any platformer. So this has that going for it, but the RNG is just so poor in this run. I don't like the gem system. I never did. It's fine for a speedrun though. The boss fights are mostly nothing, which is also fine. Better than being caught up. That was actually a decent bad fight. This is nice, because screw that fight. Another pro is unlimited lives, basically. You get unlimited continues, and you continue right from where you died. So that's actually a pro for the speedrun as well. So you never have to worry about backtracking or like save checkpoints or anything like that. Spawn the bubble, go over here. That's another little interesting bit of speed tech in this, because we're manipulating the bubble there, which is good. That's actually a good speed tech part of this. Besides that, I don't really have much more to say about this one. It's... Wizards of Warriors has never been a series I've enjoyed much. Which is a shame, because I think they do have a bit to offer, but at the same time, I really think they're not as well designed as they could be. A lot of flaws in the bugs in the games that aren't really helpful at all to both the speedrun or casual play. There's a death there, which is unfortunate. Get in this thing and kick it, and then boom. You want to try to get the bosses as close to the door as possible when you kill them, because that also takes time, which makes sense. One of the coolest part about the speedrun of this one is that the 80% speedrun actually cycles back to the first stage. You don't see that too often. And and how it works is how this game assigns victory. Ultimate victory for you in the end is just the total number of princesses you save. It doesn't matter that you don't go to the last stage and save the princess. You cycle back to the first stage, but the game still has the first 5 princesses saved, so you just save, I think, 2 or 3 more, and you're good to go, and that's it. That's GG, which I find really cool. There's a lot going speed-wise in Wizards of Warriors, which I actually like this game as a speedrun almost 1,000 times more than casually. IronSword was number 20. Was number 49. Yeah. This is this was number 50. This is the first game. I've had 2 of the 3 already in the Blitz. But yeah, there's a lot of frustrating stuff, but a lot of really cool. Like again, look at the dagger catching diamonds. That's really cool. That's another bit of speed thing. That's fun. You can also capture like any items with it, pretty much. Which is another bit that's really cool. Which is why this game gets such a better rating than I would have given it any day casually. I do not like any of these games casually, but this is a speedrun. I almost want to give it a 3.5. I might give it a 3. It's honestly a good speed game. Look at I can't take away the fact that there's so much good movement involved in the special items you get, from the dagger to the levitation to the feather fall to the boots. All of them take such a big impact to the actual speedrun. None of them are not needed many times. Well, that was great. That was like a backup diamond cave, I think. I was short there. The boss fights are all pretty neat. They're very samey, but the way with the boots and everything, and how you have to get towards the door each time, makes them a little more interesting than just any other boss fight. I think I'm going to give this one a 3.5, which is a bit of a surprise for me. I've never really cared for Wizards of Warriors, but the speedrun for this one, even with the horrible amounts of RNG, which actually can get negated a lot, in the NE presents that you don't have to fight the last boss, but there's still tons of horrible RNG spots in this game. I still feel it's an above average to good platforming speedrun that a lot of people could enjoy, even on a casual level, just because of how the continues work in the game. And the music is, of course, spectacular. That's a strong point in this game, so I'm going to give it a 3.5. I am not writing down these ratings, I just realized, but I can go through the list and I know what I did, or else I can just listen to myself. I don't know if anybody else is writing them down, but I should honestly start writing them down. I didn't even think to write them down. Where's this? Well, while this is playing, and you can see the trick right there? That screen scroll into this left side, now I'm back in the first stage. I think Double Dragon 3 got a 2. Alright, yeah, I think I gave it a 2. Yeah, for sure, Anonymous. Ninja's Golf Grand Slam is a 5. 2 is Hydlide, which I gave... No, I gave 2.5 to Dragon Warrior 3, because I gave a 2 to Hydlide. Because it's frustrating. Roger Rabbit... kind of like a... Roger Rabbit, I gave another low rating to. I'm actually gonna have to go back and look what rating I gave it, because I spieled it off there, and then I just these are where my memory issues come into play. You're hearing why I have such a hard time remembering shit. It just happens. So I'm just going to copy it from here, and I can go back later. What's up, Ozian? I gave Wizards and Warriors a 3.5. It's cycled the way back to, you know it. And 15. Oh wait, Wizards and Warriors was 15. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen to that now. Alright, anyway. Let's just go towards the end of this. As you see, I'm just playing the same levels over and over, and you saw these levels already. Just gotta go back through that. It's the exact same speed tech, which I also think is a bit of a detriment to the game, but at the same time, it saves so much time, and it's such a cool way to get around doing the regular game that I can't knock it. Okay. And that's the end of the game. It just ends like that, and that's it. That's it. Onwards to Captain Planet. Alright. Whoa, this game. This game. So, there's actually some interesting aspects to this game. As you can see, the auto-scrollers are not one of them. Okay. So, Captain Planet. Music is whatever for this game. Thank you for the 16-bit psychotic spoon. I never thought one way or the other on the music in this game. It's not memorable. Graphically, this game looks like a mess. It doesn't look very good. I'm not shooting anything because of lag. And a lot of the stage, you can just sit in one spot and be fine, as you can see. One of the cool parts of this game is you get all the Captain Planet powers to use, and as you can see, you can use them in different situations to kind of hurriedly get past some things, which is nice. The use of the powers is nice. You get to, when you're Captain Planet later, that's also a nice thing. That I enjoyed using was Captain Planet with all the different abilities and stuff. Though you don't use them too often. It's still cool to use them as you're going through the stages. It's fun to play as Captain Planet as he flies through the stages. The game shines a lot more when you're playing as Captain Planet in those stages. Which you do quite a bit. This is actually a pretty lengthy game. I think the speedrun's about mid-25 minutes or so. Maybe a little bit more than that. So it's actually a lengthy, mostly auto-scroller game, which is mostly detrimental. There's not a whole lot of good to say about this game, unfortunately. It's not very good. It's full of, we can go on the cons already. One, the controls are terrible. The graphics are terrible. The music is just not memorable at all. The hitboxes in this game are terrible. It's a little unimaginative with its enemy design. Like, there's a lot of points where you're just sitting around doing absolutely nothing. This is where the game shines, in my opinion. You get different items from different enemies. You can use different items to get through this part faster. Use different special abilities to get through different places. Which I think is also neat for a speedrun's perspective. Nope, we're not there yet, Scuddy. But I have some good things to say about that one. But first we have to talk about Captain Planet. Is this LJN? I don't know. But remember, LJN was just a publisher company. I don't actually know who made this game. It looks similar to a lot of other games I cannot think the name of. That heart ability there is great. See, even use heart in this one. They actually made pretty good uses of the special abilities in the stages. I could definitely give that a thumbs up. I think that's good. What ultra good is picking out? Yeah, it's visually a mess. It's dark, it's cloudy, it's just not it's not good. Like, it's just not good. But yeah, the visuals are crap. As you can see, you're using specials to get through here. Specifically those, like, trails of slime, they do hurt you. Another pet peeve is that the levels are so unnecessarily long. We've been on this level how long now? And it's just been one gigantic linear maze? That's not fun. It's not good, but that's not good stage design, and it's not fun. There isn't much to this, you know. It's for as long of a game as it is, it kind of just repeats the same crap over and over again. You got your these stages where you're playing as some sort of vehicle for the Planeteers, and then your Captain Planet on the inside. You got these stages where you're a ship from the Planeteers, and then you go inside, and then you do Captain Planet again. Rinse and repeat through the entire game. So there's only really two different ways to play, and any of the stages with the vehicles are bad. Just bad. The controls are horrible. And they're just terrible. No, not every game is bad at all, and plus speedruns are very different. I would say this game specifically is only speedrunnable, and that is stretching it a bit. This game is gonna get a 2. And the Planeteers. 2. Go right ahead. I'm gonna give this one a 2. It's almost to the point of 1.5, but the actual Captain Planet stages are actually pretty good. They're long, winding, messy mazes, but they're still the most fun part of the game. Another thing going against this game, unskippable cutscenes. I don't think we've talked about that yet. I don't think it's been applied in any game much yet. So we're starting now. This game has unskippable cutscenes. I also forgot to mention, every single of these stages you die in one hit. One hit to everything. The walls, anything. And the hitbox for your ship is bigger than what it looks like as a ship. So, yeah. It's a mess. It's a mess. And look at these sections. Like, they're all just full of instant death traps. Like, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. A 2 is being kind. Two is being very kind. But I really don't think it's the worst out there. I mean, I think I've been pretty honest with my whole review of this game, and it mostly wasn't any glowing reviews, Coach. Okay. But yeah, that's it for that one. So let's get to our next game here, which is number 17. Shingen the Ruler. Boosh. Shingen the Ruler. There we go. Let's go over to that one now. Let's talk about one of the bright spots right away in Shingen. The music in this game is quite good. Which is important because this game is very long. I believe the time is under 4 hours now, but it's still 4 hours. This one was picked by Daniel Doyce, lover of Koei. Oh, I forgot to mention. Frickin', my bad. Virus Returns picked. Oops, went too far. Virus Returns was the one. He loves himself some Captain Planet. And power to him. Because that game is rough. But, anyways, here's Shingen the Ruler. This was picked by Daniel Doyce. It is one of the typical... It's not actually a Koei game, which is amusing, but it plays in the same vein as one. It's a strategy game where you have to take care of your nation and end up conquering the entire... nation, I guess. You have to protect your part of it and then conquer the rest of it. Pretty typical for back then, a la, like, say, Romance of the Three Kingdoms or something like that. Basically the same style of game. So what you're going to see for about 75% of the run is this screen. The music is good. It's good for a speedrun. It's hard to grade this one. This is the only kind of speedrun of this I've done so far, I believe. I don't think I've done any other strategy game like this one. And when I first started out speedrunning this one, it was kind of rough. These games are kind of rough to get into because there's a lot to learn in them. Here, the main song right here, this is the song you're going to hear throughout almost all of the game. And it's a good one. It's a catchy tune. But yeah, it's all about keeping like your loyalty up and all that good stuff. In order to win, the win condition is to conquer everyone before Shingen dies, because Shingen can actually die in this of old age, I believe. But yeah, your object is to conquer everything, and that is how you win the game. I don't know how to judge the length of this game, because again, I haven't spent too many times in any game. There's not like a whole lot of speedruns for these style of games that I've seen. What I do like speedrun-wise is this screen right here. This is a quick battle, and you use a lot of this to strengthen your army up very early. You're raising the strength and grade of your army, and you're also taking things and getting more resources right away. This is a major thumbs up. Anytime you can take a game like this and have a faster fight, like with an auto battle, excellent for a speedrun, because you're already saving time. Unfortunately, you can't do this the whole run, because by the end of the run, Shingen, like the last nations, the last anybody's, all of your opponents, the last ones are mega hard to kill because they have such big armies and they're all the way leveled up. And unfortunately, at that point, you have to manual battle. But also, the manual battles are also faster because all you do is have to kill their general or whatever, their head unit. So what you do for speedrun tech for that is you load up a couple of fast units and bum rush them. Works most of the time, works great. I love it. That's also a really cool speedrun choice of this one. And I don't know, there's a lot of little things that I like speed-wise to this game that I haven't quite experienced in other games. And overall, I really enjoyed the experience here, and this helped me a lot get more comfortable with the idea of doing other games like this. I think that was important. But as a speedrun, it's very... all those things I explained are definitely fun speedrun things to use. But this is also a 4-hour game, so there's a lot of it. And there's a lot of just that. So if this is a style of game for you, you love these kind of strategy games, then you're going gold all the way on this one. But if not, you're going to hate this. You're going to hate it a lot. I think it takes a very specific kind of patience to get through games like this. And I don't even think I possess it to an extent. I don't think I could grind one of these games, but I mean, who knows? So it has some fun speedrun tactics for a strategy game such as this kind of strategy game, which I think is really neat. It's also slow. RNG is a bit brutal in some cases, but at the same time, I think it's more influenced by your overall play than most games. I don't know, there's not a lot of negatives I can give this game, except that it takes so long. It's just so long and so much of the same, you're constantly doing enlisting and moving and shuffling around for resources, and then ditching some resources to make people loyal again, and you do that whole merry-go-round forever. Let me go to one of the, let me go 3 hours into the run. Oh, look! We're on the same screen! And yeah, you see the screen a lot. You're gonna see it the whole run, because that's just the way these games work. I'm trying to find a battle real quick. Yep. Is this a battle, or is that's just land? Wait, right here. Okay, as you can see here, this is one of the actual battles in the game. I believe the enemy units are going, and that unit on the top there, that's the one that you have to kill. You kill that, the battle instantly ends, which is great. So, bum rushing them as fast as possible just to kill the commander is a great speedrun strat. I'd say on a level of strategy game with the limited experience I have, I actually give this one a pretty good recommendation, because of all the things that you could speed up in a game like this, it does speed up. Auto battles and the ability to kill the commander to instantly end the battle, those are two great things to have in a game like this. So, it's hard, because I have to vote this on the basis of what style of game it is, but also just in general what fun of a speedrun it is. So, in this one, I don't think I can give it more than average. I think I'd just give it a flat 3. I think it is quite fun if you like these style of games, but it's very particular. Oh, thank you, Burst. I really appreciate that. Give that Burst a yeah. Boosh. And since you don't get the thingy, Eggplant Wizard, I'm going to borrow your resub here to give Burst a resub, Alex. Thank you so much, Burst. Thank you so much, Eggplant. Okay, yeah, I give Shingen a 3. I think if you're really, really into these types of strategy games, I think this would be a really good one to play. I think you would really like this specific one, but I think it's such a niche kind of speedrun, niche, that it's like, I can't go any more than average. Like, there's no way on average that, or on more than average that, no, a lot of people would love a style of game like this. But I think it's very good how the speedrun works for this. So, I'll give it a 3. I think it's pretty good overall. Definitely an interesting experience in speedrunning something like this. I very much enjoyed it. Oh, speaking of Friday the 13th, that is the next one on the list. And before we go to Friday the 13th, we can just speed this one to the end. Nothing changes, you're just going after the last boss. And once it's down, that's it. You win the game. Alright, going over to Friday the 13th. One of the shorter and somewhat more interesting games on the list. Oh, Jesus. Why is this so much louder than life itself? Holy fucking cannolis. There we go. Alright, anyways. Friday the 13th is honestly a pretty cool speedrun. I think it's a complete shit casual game. Like, complete shit. I mean, this is one of the worst casual games in the NES. But as a speedrun, I think it's pretty awesome. You can make items appear by jumping in the right spaces, so you can collect them to go to specific places. You can completely manipulate this game. It is 100% manipulated, which makes it a good speedrun already. Anytime you can take a game that'd normally be really long or really frustrating RNG-wise and completely manipulate it, that's interesting to me. That makes it a good speedrun. As you can see here, I'm just getting all the items necessary to get through the game. You specifically need the torch. I believe it's an incredibly powerful weapon that you use on Jason. And as you can see here, we already manipulated the first Jason fight, and we're even manipulating more fights with Jason here, getting him back in the picture, but staying just close enough that he doesn't run into us and kill us. Like, RNG is a complete non-issue in this game. because I mean, you manipulate it all, so there's no RNG talk. So that's great. It's very, very short. What is this game, like 4 minutes in total or something like that? 3 minutes in total? Very short, which is good. I always find that as a boon for some action platformers. The music's pretty solid in this. Music is enjoyable. I mean, it's so short that you don't really have to worry about music fatigue or anything like that. But it's pretty good, so you don't even have to worry about that. Like, it's good music. For what it is. You still haven't defeated Jason, and he's even stronger. The speedrun goes out of its way to avoid fighting Jason in cabins because those fights are terrible, especially on stage 3 of Jason. Like, if you get in a cabin fight with Jason on stage 3, you might as well just throw that character out the window because it just gets ridiculous at that point. But that completely avoided the speedrun, which is great. Here's another. I believe we're already coming to the end of the speedrun, actually, because we're on day 3. And you've seen the entirety of the speedrun. This is going to be another, I think it's going to be another 3.5. I can already give it a solid 3.5. Wait, I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. It's playing the Turtles theme. But there's only 2.5 minutes of OST to this game. Oh yeah, that was the final fight right there. There's not much to say about this game. I'm giving it a solid 3.5 because it is better than average because it's fully manipulatable, but within that manipulation, there's not a lot of cool stuff to do. It's not heavy on the movement. It's not super heavy on like separate item usage. You just need to collect things. You only really use the torch. Like, there's nothing else that makes it super compelling as a speedrun other than that it's short and it's fully manipulated. Like, there's no other... The manipulations aren't generally that difficult, which is a good thing. However, they're also not super interesting. Like, the only difficult one is finding the right frame to start on. That's it. But that's not even in the run. That's starting the run. That's different. That might be a con overall, just because it gets frustrating to start a run. Still going to give it a 3.5. I think it's good. Oh yeah, for sure. What's up, Moro? That Play Choice 10 machine. Yeah, it's just I mean, that's it. That's really it. Not too much to talk about this one. Very short, but actually good. So, good choice. And I believe Scuddy was the one who chose that one. So, going to 19, in which Brysol chose this one. Our first golf game of the Blitz NES Open Tournament Golf. Alright, let's go get that OST real quick. This one has a little bit more music, thankfully. Bum, 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 bum. Golf! Our first golf game, our second overall sports game of the Blitz, I think. Definitely better than the first one. Open tournament golf. It's already going to get my default best score for a sports game of a 3.0, and I'll explain why. For one, there's not too much to do in a sports game, so I can't really rank them super high on any speedrun scale, even some of my favorites. But what is really cool about this one is that it has tons of shot style selection, and whether you hit it heavy, medium, or light, depends on how fast the little meter goes, which is all very important. Manipulating the ball is very important in this game. As you can see, doing putts very quickly, which is also actually a very good pro. Anytime you can get the game makes you putt quicker is a good thing. It's pretty standard. It's just a golf game. Like it's one of the most fun golf games in the NES for sure. But there's not a whole lot like overall to it. It's just golf. Thankfully, it's one of the more technically high-end golf games, which makes it actually really quite fun to run. You always, of course, have to adjust for wind variation. There's the RNG in these games. This one also has Super Shot, if you have a perfect shot on heavy. Or maybe any of the club swing strengths. But I know on the hardest you get the Super Ball, which hits it even further. Just another nice little speed thing if you can be super accurate on that really hard to be accurate line. Golf runs are fun. Like, I have no problem with running sports games, and golfs are definitely on the high end of speedrun sport. Golfs are like the pinnacle sport speedrun because, like, you're completely in control of how fast you're doing things, and the amount of strokes you take to get into the hole does not matter. All that matters is getting to there as fast as possible, which means using cool things like bunkers, or sand traps, I guess, and, like, heavy tree patches or heavy rough to slow your ball down, stuff like that. So as far as sports games go, golf games are always going to be some of the best. There's always more to do, and it's always you going at your own speed. But it's never anything more than this. There's variation to the golf games. Some are more technical than the other, but it's always just golf. And it's good in that regard. It's a really fun speedrun, and it gets my best sports rating of a 3. And that's the whole game. There's not much more to say about it. Like, that's it. Just a good golf game. Recommended for sure. Alright, number 20 is Kung Fu. Our first black box title in the Blitz. Do 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 do. This is another really, really short game. Do 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 do. Wait, what? Oh, that's Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu. There we go. Much better. Alright, for Kung Fu, for like black box games, just the earliest the earliest games on the NES are the black box titles. It's got some pretty friggin' cool speed tech in it. At the end of every stage, the less health you have, the better. So you're gunning to almost die on every level in order to make it fast, which is a really cool thing. This choice was by Local H82, by the way. So speedrun-wise, with the health standpoint, it's fun. From the enemy standpoint, like, this is a super short game, but it's pretty action-packed, and you're playing things really close. Like, look at the health here. Again, really short. You want to do it as fast as possible with as least health as possible, because of the ending refill is a lot of time wasted. Or, well, ending emptying of health for points, I should say. It is kind of a difficult game, even in its shortness, because the bosses are just cheap. One of the biggest detriments to this game is the fourth boss, because they're full of baloney. They like to use really stupid patterns that are unavoidable, as far as I can tell. A real pain in the butt. There's not a lot to this game, unfortunately. It's not a very average speedrun overall, because it is an early game on the NES, and it very much plays like an early game on the NES. You're just going to the left or the right, dodging some enemies. You're not necessarily doing any platforming or anything special. There's no like special moves. You can just kick and punch and jump kick. But within that very limited amount of movement, you also have a good amount of actual variation in manipulating. Like killing certain enemies here, you are manipulating the patterns of future enemies, which is a good thing. So you're actually doing a little bit of manipulating here in some of the levels and killing specific enemies to despawn other enemies. As you can see here, I was spacing my punches out, so how sucky this boss is, you can also kind of make up for it by spacing your punches, which is nice. And there's not much more to say about the game. It's a fun little speedrun. And I'm going to give it an average, like a flat 3. Oh, and put it one way or the other. I don't think it's bad enough to go below average, and I don't think it's good enough to go above average. Like, there's nothing is teetering me one way or the other. This is like the most average speedrun I can really think of at the moment. Okay. But that will take that. Alright, I actually have to use the restroom. But I'm going to put on the OST for this next game and be right back to continue. There's actually other songs in this game, believe it or not, but it is Karnov! Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yes, this was a special occasion. Okay, so Karnov. Jinborov Karnovsky is a pretty interesting game. There's a whole month dedicated to it. Well, there are some pros to this game, and there are some pretty big cons, though, as well. So what's a large con is somewhat turned into a pro, but not all the way. Like, for instance, the biggest pro/con of this game is the screen scrolling. I don't think I can list it as a pro, but there are some strats to abuse it, which makes it a pro at the same time. So it's not completely bad. Like, there's very much uses to it. What's up, Pertmar and Nori? How you doing? there's definitely uses to it. And there's lots of abuses to it, honestly. So what makes a major con in this game is actually turned into something that's pretty good. It's pretty useful. And you're going to see why I should have second place in this game, but I choked very hard at the end of this run, and it made me very sad. But, so the screen scrolling is still more of a con than a pro, but the way the speedrun works is it's nice. It's like, it takes something that's a huge detriment and makes it a little easier, which is good. Another pro is a good variety of item usage. You got screen clears, bombs, boomerangs, wings in certain positions. So there's a lot of items that you can use for speedrun to speed things up, which I like. That's good stuff. There's only one song in the game. Really. Which is this one. It's a very catchy song, but it's the only one, so you will suffer from music fatigue very quickly if you get annoyed by that kind of thing. But overall, I mean, at least it's a catchy tune. I mean, there are other musics, but they're completely irrelevant, as this is the song you hear for every stage. So the item usage is good, like how you deal with the screen scrolling is good. It's a mashy game, which I enjoy. I also take that as a pro because I think mashing is a skill. A very big skill. There's also, the game has no RNG at all, besides, I think, this bomb timing, like this thing blows up on an in-game timer or something like that. So you can lose or gain time using the bombs. There's a frame-perfect jump later that you can move in the air if you do correctly and get to an area that will help you out. That's also a nice little speed thing in the future of this game. Some of the cons is it's very basic. Like, you're just walking to the right half the time, especially against the side of the screen where it's just walking. Lots of just walking. Just walking. You move kind of slow. It's kind of annoying. 2 hits kind of sucks, but at least you get a second hit, which is better than most games, I'd say. It's almost completely manipulated, though, which is a big thumbs up in its favor. The enemy bullets are very random, which is annoying. Like, that's one of the worst things with the enemy bullets and crap like that. This part I actually did extremely well. This is a huge part of the run where I gained a huge amount of time over my previous PvE. And this stage being so good was the main reason I was within second place even now. So it was good. The boomerang is nice. It does that one-hit shot on bosses a lot, if you can aim it right. There's not a whole lot of tech in the game besides what I've already listed. Like, the flight isn't really a movement tech thing, it's just movement for the stage that's a little bit better than your normal movement, but you're still slow. Screen scrolling sucks. It's really bad in this game. Yeah, that's a lot of what this game. Why am I listening to Rygar all of a sudden? No, you have to stay on Karnov. Sorry, Rygar is not this. Back to Karnov. I would say Rygar is better than Karnov. I'd agree with that. But Regardless, this is about Karnov. It's a fun game that has a nice themed month. As you can see, you could also abuse shooting there to cross that gap. So there's some really cool, like, just tech points to this game that are really neat. But it's just... There's not enough, and there's not enough variation at all in the movement. It's such a slow game. For a sub 10-minute game, this game is very slow. The Karnov kiss. What's up, 8 Bits of Joy? How you doing today? So this might be like the third straight game where I'm just like, it's okay. As you can see here, I was one shot off of killing that boss, and that cost me so much. So much. Regardless, good time, fun game. I'm still gonna give it a 3 though. I don't think it's exceptional in any way, but I don't think it's too poor. Like, its biggest detriment is the screen scroll, but the speed tech uses it to its advantage, so it comes around. So, like, where its faults are is also its strengths, so it just kind of comes full circle. Well, look at this next game coming up. We're gonna break that average, that average real fast. Wait, was this? Oh, this is 22. Oh, Karnov. Duh. I never changed the name for it. It's fine. Or the thing. Number 4. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Nope. Well, actually, yes. Yes, it will be. I forgot. It was a separate game. I did them both already. I did them both at the same time. Because there's 2 different categories I ran for this game. For Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, I ran Segmented, which is the main category for this game. And in Punch-Out, I ran Single Segment. So I got both games down in 2 different categories. This is technically a sports game, but way more than that. I wouldn't even list as much as a sports game as more of a puzzle game. Because, I mean, look at what you're doing most of the time through this game is figuring out, like, specific patterns. Yeah. Like, this is so not a sports game, but done so well as a sports game. So there's no default average here because it's not full sports. It's definitely puzzle based. Yeah, like there won't be enough time to go in to the tech in this game because it's astounding. Every single fight in this game, minus maybe like the first 2, is full of strats that you can make it either incrementally faster or significantly faster. Every single fight. Now, a detriment to that is a lot of it is RNG based, which sucks. But at the same time, the way this game works, it's kind of nice. You could still adapt to everything, you just kind of lose a little bit of time when you get the bad patterns. And you can even have tons of backups for easier strats to get through the game at a moderately good pace as well, because I didn't do hardcore Sandman strats, I just did some good Sandman strats that I could do. Like, the hardcore ones, I just couldn't get my controller to work. Like, It just wouldn't do it. So I was like, well, what can I do as a backup? And I figured something out. And that's what's great about this game, is there's so many ways to approach the fights. I've heard about it more, I haven't seen it. But this game, I think, is just great as a speedrun. Just positively great. Each fight brings its own specific puzzle. And I don't think the cutscenes are necessarily a detriment in this one. I think it's a nice breathing period between fights. Because sometimes you gotta really like get yourself psyched up for the fights in this game, because they're very... You have to pay very specific attention to them to get the results you're gonna want. On a speedrun level, it's brilliant because of how the fights are constructed. Look at the manipulation right there. That is 100% doable, and you can knock this fight out in 10 seconds every time. That's great. That's great. What's up, Gravity? Oh, I'm sorry. What is it? 13 or something? 14? Whatever gets in that. I might have actually screwed that up. Regardless, super short fight that is completely manipulatable. Easy peasy. Done. Moving on. Remember, this is segmented, so it doesn't really matter how fast I hit it compared to how fast I hit him down in game time. And I just think it's all pretty freaking awesome. Like, I can't, like, the only thing I could find really detrimental in this game is how bad the RNG is. Apparently there's a King Hippo manipulation now, which is great. That wasn't a bad Hippo fight, honestly. I got really lucky with the RNG there. Like, the biggest concern of this game is the randomness, and in this game, it's not, like, besides King Hippo, it's really not that bad. Like, maybe Tyson as well, because Tyson can have that 6-second countdown or whatever it is. But it's not bad to the point where it's frustrating. Maybe when you run it a billion times it is, but I never really got too frustrated with it. Hippo, I'm sure. I mean, there sounds like there's a manip now, which is great. Like, look at the timing on these stars. You have to specifically time all those, or else it just doesn't work. Alright, got all 4 stars there. Boosh! And what's also cool is the different ways you can use dodging to help you time things in this game. It's so great. Big shout outs to the Punch-Out community for finding all this. Oh, are we done with the OST already? Oh, we are. Well, let's start it again. On a personal level, I think I'm going to give this game a 4 out of 5. Great speedrun. Not too much bad to say about it. The puzzles and the fights are great. How you could speed them up is also great with all the hidden star possibilities. Like, the tech in this game is incredible. It's almost good enough for a 4.5. Almost. I've only given Blaster Master 4.5 so far for specific reasons, but this game is so close to that. I think I'm going to give it a solid 4.0, as it's a great speedrun. Highly suggested to anyone. Mythology 18 was the one who picked this game, so shoutouts to them. This actually got 2 games done in the Blitz, because there's this one, and then there's this one, which is just Punch-Out. This is the single segment one. Just RTA speedrun. Mr. Dream, because I wanted to knock both titles out since they're both considered separate games on the NES, even though they're exactly the same. It just so happens to work out that I just did 2 categories with it. And let's go to the Mr. Dream fight here real quick. I was actually pretty happy with how quickly I got. I mean, I spent almost 50 hours on this game, but most of it's segmented. Like, I got the single segment run actually fairly quickly, which I was happy about. But in conclusion, this game is great. Highly suggest it. It's very technical and very difficult, but it's very rewarding. And this is why people who spend so much time running this game spend so much time running this game, because it's a speedrun that you can never not get better at. And those are the best kind of speedruns. Actually, I think I'm going to bump it to a 4.5 because of that. That right there, what I just said, a game where you can always get better at, really makes for a good speedrun. Well, Mr. Dream is just who they picked in the thing. I forgot to say number 23 and number 22, maybe that's fine. That's almost a flawless score for a perfect speed game. Like, it's so good on just the smallest levels. It's really good. And we had two really, really good NES games back to back here. Journey to Silius is the next one. Now, speaking of OSTs, this might be my favorite OST on the entire NES. This is a game I still have record to this day. It's an incredible game. This is another one where I had a alternate category. This is one of two games I believe I did alternate categories in the first 50. I had the record still in the main category, so running the main category didn't feel like it had a point to me. So I ran not low percent. I ran Warpless, and what Warpless does is the any percent speedrun for this game is somewhat amazing and very frustrating at the same time. The actual speed tech in this game is incredibly cool. So we're gonna do the any percent speedrun review of this as well. For games 1 through 50, how many of them did you claim world record? I'd have to check the sheet. It's all in the sheet. Like, any ones I have listed as first place when I finish them, those are the ones I had the record at the time. I can look at that after I'm done. What's up, Bismarck? So, Journey to Silius is such a neat game. So, speed tech, this game is full, and I do mean full, of amazing speed. Even the first time you move in the game, you're manipulating your movement to make yourself faster. And you do this the entire run. Just like in Punch-Out, just like in Blaster Master, when you have that much movement addition to your run, and different things you can do, that is nothing but a good thing. When there's no real ceiling of how good you can be, that's always a good thing. Because there's always room for improvement, no matter how good you do. And this might be another 4.5 game. I'm not quite sure yet. I need to talk my way through it. Pros for this game: you will never get bored of the music because it's fucking incredible. Visually, it's fine. It's supposed to be a Terminator game. That's got to be in the review somewhere. It might not get a 4.5. Okay, so the movement again is the main pinpoint of this one, but also we're talking any percent, not just Warpless here. Any percent. The skips in stage 3 and 4 are monumental. They cut off. Was it 8:59's the record now? It cut off 1.5 minutes of the original speedrun. That is huge. This was only a 10-minute game before the new skips came out, and then afterwards, you're cutting off over 1 minute of any game this short is super impressive. They're both extremely technical and a little bit lucky, a lot of bit lucky. Then there lies the problem, like, you can get those skips, but you have to be lucky as well. Specifically on the Stage 4 one. Yeah, Shell, this game is so good. But I'm not gonna let my personal feelings get in the way of this. It does have issues. It's definitely not perfect. I don't think any game is perfect, but there's certainly perfect speed games, if you know what I mean. It does have issues. You're mashing... You have to mash literally everything because it's a Sunsoft game and they're like, well, everything should have 1,000 hit points. That is monstrously annoying in a speedrun. Having to actually maintain that top speed is really tough. Not so much a detriment. I don't know if it's a detriment or not. I wouldn't say it is. It just makes it more impressive, I think, overall. But all of the tricks in this game are pretty much frame perfect or damn near to it. They're extremely difficult to pull off all the way, especially the final boss. Second to final boss. Quick Kill. That one is super tough to pull off, which I think is in its favor. There's like 3 frame perfect tricks in this game that are mandatory, and of course a number of others that are nice to have if you can get them. The bosses in this game are, for the most part, so easy. Like, the bosses in this game are either way too easy or extremely technical. Like, the quick kill for the boss on stage 4 is really toughly timed, especially for the best quick kill. And then, of course, there, again, is the second to last boss, which is that super tough to line up frame-perfect shot on the side of the ship, which is quite difficult. I was really hoping to hit that at GDQ, and I swear to goodness, I was like a frame too early. I didn't want it to cycle through the stage again, but as you can see, what I really like about the thing with this game is I think Warpless is almost as good as a category, because the movement in this game is so good and so heavy that I've wanted a Warpless category for a while, but it just didn't seem like there was a lot of people that were interested, so I didn't want to just make a category up. And a lot of people eventually were like, yeah, Warpless sounds like a good idea, but I didn't make the board because I don't think anybody was playing at the time, so when it finally came around the Blitz, I was like, sure. We'll make Warpless finally, and I hope some people submit to it. There have been some submissions, which makes me happy, and I hope to see more people play it. Because I think Warpless is a super good category in this game, because the movement is just so good. But yeah, the bosses are either extremely technical or just so pathetic that it's not even worth mentioning, or like the first boss is just time consuming mostly. There's not a lot of variation in sub-weapons. Like, you have a good amount of them, but you don't really use them all that much, mostly just for bosses. This is like the one time you get to see the laser, which is neat. That it's actually useful. The quick kill, which I don't think I got in my major PB for this game, which is surprising. As you can see, I'm trying to run out of... I don't have the health here, but I was close to actually getting the quick kill here. I just didn't have the health to come with it. Another detriment is the last stage of this game is just one giant auto-scroller. Now, mind you, it has one of the greatest songs in the NES, in my opinion. Doesn't help the fact that it's a pretty basic auto-scroller, but at the same time, if you don't know what's coming up, you're fucked, which is also shitty. Like, there's no really good reactionary parts to this auto-scroller. It's just kind of a crappy auto-scroller. We get to the silly bus. All aboard the silly bus. Yeah, and I don't, there's nothing, and also there's a glitch in this auto-scroller that can instantly kill you, which is also garbage. Right here, when you jump on this box, and if you hit that end thing right there, you could just die sometimes. Oh yes, the biggest pro for the auto-scroller is that you can moonwalk. One of the most fun parts of this game is that you can moonwalk. It is fun to do whenever possible on bosses and such, but not really applicable to speedrunning, just something fun to do. Swag points, which is pretty important in your speedruns, don't forget your swag. But yeah, it's not a good auto-scroller. There's nothing to it that makes it exceptionally fun or necessary, really. You could have made this a non-auto-scrolling stage, and I think it would have been just fine, and it'd have been faster. But yeah, overall, I love this game. It's super fun. It has an amazing soundtrack. You're constantly doing movement tech in it, constantly. Except for the auto-scroller, you just or any stage that requires movement on it. That's the only time you're not using it, and it is just so good. I'm probably going to give it a 4. I'm not going to give it a 4.5. It's kind of difficult. It's a little heavy on the RNG, especially for the tricks in it. Look at that. Boosh. Killing it as fast as possible. The last boss is a fun, manipulated, quick fight. I do enjoy this. You do have to time that rather specifically, so I think I'm going to give it a 4. It's a great speedrun, for sure, in either category, honestly. And very much suggested to anybody want to try it. It's a little mashy, because it's Sunsoft, which should be worn there. It's also very short. Even the warpless time I got was on under 11 minutes, so it can be a very short game too. That was supposed to be Skynet, yes. So 4.0 for that awesome game. Let's go to the ending credits music. There we go. Well, we get ready for the next game. And we're halfway through our review now. We got Kiwi Kraze. Do 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 do. Also known as Kiwi Kraze. Also known as Kiwi Kraze. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Kiwi Kraze is 26. My apologies. My apologies. No. I misread that. My bad. No, first up is Clash at Demonhead. Oops. Kiwi Kraze, I can't. Kiwi Kraze. God, that music is so good. What? Why did it? There we go. Vic Tokai. So, Clash at Demonhead. This is an interesting one. I thought this was going to be a little suckier at first than I thought it, But, like, it turned out to be pretty good. Kiwi Kraze. But Clash at Demonhead is one that is also quite heavy on the movement, honestly. Which makes it very interesting. Shoot. One sec. Sorry. So, you'd never lead me astray, Coach? That sounds great. Woo, whoa, whoa. So right away, this game has good music, so maybe music fatigue won't set in too much for you. I did like the music in this game a lot. It has a nice shop system. As you can see right here, we got all sorts of items that we can purchase. So we just purchased the ones we need, but regardless, it's a nice system. Here comes the biggest amount of speed tech this game has. So these boots make you go about, what, 4 times faster or something? So they're obviously super important for the speedrun. But it's not just using them, it's how you conserve them. If you tap left, or I'm sorry, if you hold left, you'll drain your boots at what would probably be considered normal speed. But if you tap, like, not every other frame, but like every set of 10 frames, like tap, let off, tap, let off, tap, let, that kind of thing, you will make your boots last much, much longer, which is actually quite important. NES Atlas, thank you so much for the host, or raid, excuse me. Welcome everyone from NES Atlas's chat. How are you doing today? But yes, the biggest speedrun strat of this game is the boots. They are super important, and they take you everywhere as fast as you can go. Also, actually, these enemy kills are manipulated, so you're getting the items that you need from them. Just playing some golf? Nice, how did that go? So, all that is really nice, honestly. The movement especially. Really fun to do in this game, really neat. It's also a bit of a con in this game. Some of the platforming in this game is just atrocious. You'll see that a little bit later. It's a bit incredibly atrocious. You do get a jetpack at the end to avoid most of the crappy end stuff, but yeah, some of it is really, really bad. The enemy patterns are really hard to hit at times in this game, which makes it really rough difficulty-wise. You did get your specific like the beginning of the game, you're just getting all these boots. You're booting La Vida boot. Well, actually, here we're grinding, but yeah, you gotta get your boots. Nothing too good? Hey, gotta stream in. That's always a good thing. But yeah, the jump coming up here is the jumps coming up here are just frustrating. But I mean, it's not too bad. You even have to use the boots to even make some of these jumps, by the way, without wasting much time. There's a jump there you can do without stopping, but it's so rough. I don't like small platforming sections. By the way, if you fall there, you have to go all the way and loop back around, which is super obnoxious. Rough parts to a speedrun. Not something you really have to worry too much about in an RTA speedrun, because you can just reset here. It's not that far in. It's like 4 minutes. That's not bad. But there's enough of that in this game that's frustrating. As you can see, this is what happens if you had just fallen. Wouldn't have been able to get that. This one's also kind of annoying. The way the map system works annoys me a little bit in this game. Like, I like how it's numerically laid out so you can go in that specific direction, but it's so wonky in how it comes up and, like, and how you need to just even, like, maneuver that. Like, it's such a small part, but it's just wonky enough to be notable. There's another not great platforming section, but it's not like falling in the water would be a huge bad thing or not. But yeah, you're just running around back and forth. There's a bit of backtracking in this, which I consider a detriment, but it's not enough backtracking to be, like, terrible. And you can get backup food and stuff for health, even in a speedrun, which isn't too bad. The weapon usage is solid. This is another mashy game, especially for the first boss. Sometimes you just gotta mash. That boss isn't too difficult. You have shops you can call in at any time. I think this one was specifically called in because depending on which shop you call in, you can actually get different stuff to purchase. As you can see, that was a double one, and now did you get to purchase everything here, get more stuff? Thumbs up on that one. The overall game is just a lot of running around. There's not a whole lot to that part of it. Like, the speed tech to it is nice, but the variation not so much. Just comes off as more frustrating. Here's uses of the backpack and a couple items being worked together, which is really nice. Saving the backpack, but it obviously makes it way easier to get to some places. Overall, I would give this game a solid, I think, 3.5. I think it earns a better average because of just how much movement tech is in it. But the way enemies spawn and, like, the lack of just solid enemy design overall is kind of frustrating. The bosses are pretty fun, but like the overworld enemies are just a hassle more than anything else. They're kind of annoying and silly in a lot of places. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. But yeah, a solid 3.5 for Clash of Demonhead, I think is exactly how good that game is. I think it would be it's a surprising fun one for a lot of people. If you like platformers, I think you would enjoy it more than some, simply because of how heavy it is on movement and how much you have to focus on that, and keeps you interested throughout the whole run, so that's a good thing. So now to go to Kiwi Kraze, aka Kiwi Kraze. Boosh. Kiwi. Oop. Kraze. Yes. Sorry, I once again forgot to shout out who picked the last one. That was, Coach was the last one who picked it. Coach, that's right. So thank you for that choice, Coach. And then this one was by Kaiser. Let's get that OST going. Kiwi Kraze. This one is way harder than a game that looks like this you would think it would be. Casually or a speedrun. This game is tough. This game is legit tough. I want to, like, legitimately beat it all the way through one day. Because I grew up with this game and I've always liked this game. But it is so tough in some places, let me tell you. Like, the one thing that always surprised me is just how difficult this game was. And it translates into the speedrun as well. In the speedrun, you are going to see these things where I'm going to be jumping into the ceiling, trying to do some specific jumps into a ceiling. I'm fairly certain all those are frame perfect. I'm almost 100% sure, if not maybe a 2-frame window at best, but I'm pretty sure they're all frame perfect. And you have to do multiples of them stacked on each other. So that's like a large part of the speedrun. To where Clash of Demonhead had the like wonky enemies, this one just doesn't have them most of the time. most of your dodging, like that jump right there. Let's not. This is actually really well done. I got it like first try. Look at how many times. Hold on. How do you frame advance this? Oh, wait, have I even clicked on the video? I have to click on the video though. Alright, here we go. So we're getting on the edge here. And like, this is the main speed tech of this speedrun. So you have to get in this wall, jump at a specific height, and it flaps you up again. Jump a second time, like right when you stop is when you have to do it. And you have to hit 2 of them there. The main point is there's a warp here. I don't know if there's another way to get to that warp. I honestly don't know if they programmed a way to get to that warp. But with that speed tech, speedrunners have found out a way to get to it and use it even. And here I'm trying to do it again. You can see how tough it is here. I'm having all the trouble in the world trying to get that second jump. There it is. I thought it was New Zealand story. The joke earlier I was gonna make was New Zealand story eventually, but I just kept like saying Kiwi Kraze over and over again. So the main speed thing in this is that jump. And you're gonna see one more here because it beats going all the way around. And again, not bad. Not great, but not bad. That is the major part of this run, so this I would rank really high on the difficulty scale because you have to do that a lot. So you have to get really good at that. It's not impossible to get really good at frame perfect tricks, but it does take some practice. And that is, that's the basics of Kiwi Kraze. The movement itself is sloppy because you're really slow, which is unfortunate. Like, you're really slow, which is not exciting when it comes to speedrunning, unfortunately. That's about the only speed tech in the game. It is a mashing speed game, which I like. So that's a pro for me, that's a con for others. And the flight mechanics with these balloons are very wonky. The controls leave a bit to be desired. This game basically rides on the fact that it has one good speedrun trick in it that is abused multiple times. And then boss fights that you need to do. And that's pretty much it. I wouldn't find this any more than an average speedrun. While it has the really cool frame perfect speed tech, the movement in it is poor. The controls are not good. Overall, you're kind of sluggishly slow, which isn't fun. I don't think stage design is very good in this game at all. It's like it's kind of neat, but I don't think it's good. It's too much windiness to it, and it's just frustrating. Yeah, the backgrounds are too apparent in a lot of this game, but it never stops you, I don't think so anyways, from seeing what you need to see. But yeah, I'll give this a solid 3. I don't think it's anything more or less than that. It's a good speed game with its issues. It's not particularly interesting. It is quite difficult though, and it is very short. I think my time here is under 6 minutes, so it also has shortness going for it, which is nice. But you use that so often. Am I running to the end of this? I am. Oh, crap. Alright, well, that's fine with that. I can look up the next OST. Let's go ahead and put that on now. let's go look at the last boss fight of this game real quick. Here's the last boss fight. You do need a bit of a trick to get up here. And then you can make the last boss fight free. But other than that, it's an okay game. Yeah, Ozian, like I said, it's a very average speedrun, and I would be even rate it lower on a casual level because it's so difficult. But that's okay. Moving on to the next game, which is Milon's Secret Castle, brought to you by Way Out West. One of the most frustrating games on the list to date. So, let's dive right into this one. The movement for this game is both awful and good. Your momentum is fucking atrocious in this game. It's the worst momentum physics I've ever played with. But at the same time, a lot of the speedrun is designed about how well you can use them. And I think part of the game is as well, so I think that's on purpose. That doesn't make it any less bad. They're really rough. It's another mashing game. Very, very mashing game. Just thumbs up by this one. Casually, it's one of the most cryptic things ever. Speedrun-wise, of course, you don't have to worry about that. So here's an example of a boss fight. There's not much more to that on any boss fight. What you do is you go through the game and you get different power-ups to do bosses, you eventually your bubble, or get different honeycombs and stuff, extend your life, extend your power, and your bubbles get bigger, and then you can rapid fire bubbles at some point, pretty much. You get, as long as you can mash fast, you can rapid fire those bubbles. Here's one of the cooler sections in the game. If you have the speed tech down, you're supposed to actually have an item to be here, but if you do all this right, you don't actually need any item to get through here specifically. You do have to know where to get the items, of course. There's another honeycomb, which is going to refill the health all the way up. Plus I got the umbrella, which makes it mash better. And then, boom. Just like that, giant potato. Another issue with this game, all the bosses are literally the same. There are no variations at all, except for how much they attack. Except the end game, that is the only time it changes. For the other 6 or 7 bosses in the game, it's just the same exact boss. And they only get progressively more difficult and more full of life, and they don't actually do anything interesting with it. Unfortunately. Yes, cryptic is pretty much the definition of this game. And you all, well, what's neat, another neat part about it is all the items you get to collect to do different stuff, but you don't actually really get to use those items. Just kind of passive items. Here's another boss fight. As you see, I'm trying to, like, just edge out enough life not to die here. Oh, another issue with this game. No, you do have a continue, but you start all the way at the bottom. And you have to input a controller code on it. You get 1 life, that's it. Which is absurd for a game this cryptic and hard, in my opinion. The RNG in this game is horrendous. Literally horrendous. Like, you can manipulate what drops you get from these enemies by how many you kill, but where they come from, how fast and crazy some of them are, the boss fights specifically with their bubbles, it's just a nightmare. There's so many issues. And here's another boss fight where the only variation is the stupid fireball, which they're shooting out faster now, and it's completely random whether it's at you or like around you or how strong it is, all that jazz. It's so samey and cryptic and utterly frustrating. And I don't hate the speedrun still. I don't. Though it's going to get my first 1.5 on the rating scale because I think it's an utterly ridiculously bad speedrun. There's almost nothing going for it, like, positively in the speedrun. Almost nothing. Or playing through it casually without a guide. Well, the speedrunning would definitely be easier because you don't really know where to go. I think speedrunning would always be easier than doing a cryptic game blind. Because you're not doing anything blind at that point, it's just hard to finish. This game has a horribly low finish rate because it's so random on these boss fights. 1.5, it almost flatlines. There's almost nothing good to say speedrun-wise about this game. Well, 1 would be the worst, so it's only slightly not the worst. But only slightly. It gets a little bit of a break, the tiniest bit, for some of the cool ways you can use your speed momentum and being able to mash down bosses. I will always take mashing down bosses over needing to time something and avoid it, because when you mash something, that's more of a skill overall, and I just prefer it. Yeah, I suppose that not giving it the worst rating is being generous. Like, I'm still 50-50 on whether I want to drop it to a 1. There's almost no redeeming values to this speedrun. Almost. When I get to Ikari Warriors 1, that will probably get a 1. Maybe. The speedrun's a little different. It might actually turn out... I mean, it is still a run and gun, and I do like run and guns. Even if it's the most poverty one, but that is not a review. This is a review for Milon's Secret Castle. As a speedrun, it is disgusting. Was not a fan. Here's the last boss, by the way. The last boss, you're in this room, and you get shit thrown at you from enemies below. And you're just mashing your little petunia off at these things. I got really lucky here. And the fact that I have to say I got really lucky on a game that's just so filled with luck, it just leaves me feeling sick. But that is Milon's Secret Castle. It certainly got the rating. Maybe even better than it deserved, because it wasn't the worst possible score. It might change down the road, but I think it has the smallest of redeeming values in it. So let's go to RoboWarrior. I don't think we're on the same OST anyway. Oh, we are. Wait, what? No, that's just one song. Right away for this game. Right away. The OST for RoboWarrior is awesome. It's repetitive, but awesome. It would go in the same category as Bubble Bobble. If you like the Bubble Bobble tune, and you don't mind the repetitiveness like a Bubble Bobble tune, then you'll like the tune in this game. This tune right here is what you hear for most of it, and it is an excellent song. Even if they throw it at you a little too much. But the funny thing is, like, the Game Boy version even had an even better sounding version of this, which is crazy. But RoboWarrior, this is the first Bomberman style game of, I think, 3 on the entire NES. And And this is a pretty cool game. I do like this game. So Ganthor? I wouldn't say it's one of the toughest. I don't even think it's one of the toughest blind. If you have like an overall feel with how the items work and how useful they are in certain situations, not even as a speedrun, but just in general, you could probably get through this game fair. The problem that comes with this game on a casual level is when you die, you lose half of all your items, which is huge. And in some cases, it probably makes it so you can't actually beat the game at some points. But you can get so many reserve tanks and items in this game from pits like this that you never really have to worry about dying. Not unless you get careless. But anyways, the strong points of this game, really cool item usage. There's quite a bit of it. You have different attack items that you have screen clearing items that clear the enemies and all the walls. Right here, we're going to have this little fountain thing that I believe is going to permanently put up... there you go. Not permanently, I'm sorry. What that fountain thing does back there is it doubles all the items in your inventory. And there's a few of them on the way, which is a really cool another part, because you're doubling your items, and items are such a big part of this game. They're actually the main, pretty much the main... I mean, you bomb things, but the items are what get you through most of this game. And you're also seeing one of the biggest issues of the game, though, is it's kind of slow. It's unfortunately kind of slow. Bomberman games tend to be this way, until you get the items that you need. It's one of the biggest detriments to the series of Bomberman and Bomberman-style games, but it just comes with the territory. That's true, Ganthor. So you have to bomb everything. So it's very much trial and error. Like, casually, this is definitely a different monster of frustration. I won't deny that. But yeah, its biggest gains are also some of its biggest detriments, and how just slow overall it is. You don't necessarily move that fast, though you do get boots to increase speed, so it's not really against you to move this slow, since you have abilities to speed yourself up, which is awesome. Excuse me. Some of the levels are a little more annoying, like the ones that are completely in the dark are kind of frustrating, especially the ones you have to do blind in the dark. See, turning the boots on there, sometimes a good strat is to lay double bombs to kill everything in a 3x3 radius, so you can get around corners, which is used quite a bit. That was dumb, I don't know why I hit myself there. Gotta take an extra stairway here. Like the underground parts where you only have your light, that kind of sucks, because you know you're gonna miss out on something with just the light being the way it is. I mean, there are full screen lighting up things, but you only get a very limited amount in the speedrun, so you can't use them down here. I don't even think you might even have them at this point, but there's more important places to use them. You just gotta do this swimming pattern all the way. And another huge detriment to this game is it's so heavily reliable on items that, like... And with it being so reliable, it means if you don't get the right item drops, you're screwed. And nobody likes being screwed out of items. Here we get another stairway to fill up on items. Basically filling up for the entire run. The beginning of this game is a nice speed run of item collection. Which isn't exactly very interesting, but it's not bad either when you're playing it. The gun that you use in this game is solid. It's solid for most of it. You can't really kill the larger monsters for it, but it helps you get bombs in certain situations, helps you clear away other creatures that would generally be in your way. A nice thing that they did in this game was make enemies spawn constantly, which usually is a bad thing, but you are almost in constant need of filling up bombs in this game because you use so many of them that you're going to need some creatures to spawn to give you some bombs. Another, like... I mean, you're seeing this run, you're seeing all this really good luck. Like, this doesn't happen often. But yeah, like, you're gonna see right here why this game is considered so tough. Like, you just have to blow up random walls like that. Like, that's the tough part. Those are the annoying parts, because you're gonna have to bomb that whole wall multiple times to figure that out. And that's just frustrating. And, like, you're seeing right here, this is where a lantern's coming into play. I got all these boots. It's the one time you get to use one in one of the basement levels, I believe, and I did not even get good RNG with it, but I didn't waste time as well. Overall, I think this game is a solid average speedrun. I don't think it's anything more than that. I think the Bomberman games are a little better speedruns than this one is. But I think this gun has more interesting bosses, which is kind of neat. I think Bomberman doesn't have bosses, but I like the boss aspect in this game. But like, they really screwed up like the stage order in this game. It's really weird. You don't fight your first boss until like stage 3. It's really weird how it's set up. But yeah, like the boss fights aren't anything special though. You just kind of spam your big items. There's no like special techniques or anything to them. I would give it a solid average score for a pretty good speedrun. If you like Bomberman games, you'd like this speedrun. Once you learn it, I think you'd like it. Alright. So, moving on to the next game here. Number 29 is Golf. One of the shortest NES games. This is our second black box game on the NES. Oh, by the way, Chess Jerk was the one who picked this game. Shoutouts to Chess Jerk. This next game was picked by Swift. It is Golf. There's no OST to this game. I don't believe. So, Alt Nintendo Music HD versus Golf. We'll do this one. So we'll play this jelly tune. This is a relatively short review. It's another sports game. It's another golf game at that. It's a bare bones golf game, which I actually think goes in its favor as a speedrun. I don't really think this is a worse speedrun at all than an NES Open because of that. This game has what it lacks in like specific club features. It makes up for how you can abuse them. You can putt off the green in this one, right onto the green and right into the hole a lot of the times. It doesn't have any of those annoying messages like Golf Grand Slam has when you're off the hole or something like that. Like, it has the birdie flash, but so much briefer than like in Golf Grand Slam than any of those messages that come up. You have to worry about that. I actually think this is one of the cooler golf games to run on the NES because it's fast paced. Like it just spits it out there like this. Like it doesn't have start that over with. It doesn't have oh god, I completely lost track. Restarting the... Oh, it doesn't have music is what I'm going to say. Like, it doesn't have any music, which is actually a pretty big detriment to a game like this. You want music to get you through this instead of complete silence. Unfortunately, we got complete silence. Again, it's one of the earliest NES games, and I think it's actually a pretty good speedrun. I'm going to give it a 2.5 because of the complete lack of music. But I don't go any lower than that. I think the only reason it doesn't get a 3.0, which is the top for most sports games is because it's because there's just lack of music. There's just no music, so it's like bleh. It's like bleh. Alright, so moving on. Start the OST for the next game first. Game number 30, it's Fester's Quest. You got it. Lady Boosh. Fester's Quest. What's up, Frey? I'm watching and reviewing every game of the first 50 on the NES Blitz as speedruns. I am right there with you, Atlas. I grew up and also never beat this game because it was a huge pain in the buttocks. Excuse me. It's, this one's interesting. It really is. This one's gonna be hard to work through. It's very heavy on the mash, like extremely fucking heavy. Like one of the heaviest games on the mash is on the entire NES. So you would be shy far away from this one if you're not a big fan of mashing. This game takes serious mash, and it will wear you out. That being said, I kind of think that's a good thing. I enjoy it. I'm trying to think of pros. I do like all the different gun variations you get in the game. It's unfortunate you don't get any of the later ones in the speedrun. Well, let's start with the main manipulation, which is the biggest pro for this game, right here. What you're doing here is the drop system on this game, I believe, is based on which gun you have. So, as soon as the placement of your gun is set in, like I keep getting like gun tier number 3, that's when the items reset from that block. And what we're doing here is we're getting unlucky for one, but what we're doing here is we're getting a bunch of keys for the game. Like, you gotta get a bunch of keys to get in the dungeons in the game, the warehouses, buildings, whatever they are. And you need keys to talk to the people in their own houses out in the world, who will give you items from, you know, the Addams family. Which is nice. It's a fine thing. You collect the keys, you get your items from them, that's fine. That's pretty typical. The music is great, yes, I agree. Music is very good in this game. Sunsoft does not disappoint often with music, so this is good. I've always loved the music in this game. It is one of its strongest points. It will offer the strongest points. And with this manipulation in the beginning, it's really cool that you get all these keys and money and stuff that you could use for the whole run. This is where I check my keys real quick. A bit of a slow thing to do, but I just want to make sure I had enough keys. And no, there's some good positives for this game like that. And the negatives are, well, one of the biggest negatives in the entire game is you walk slow as you are the slowest thing on the planet. Which is massively frustrating when you're trying to speedrun. Like, you could wish that there were, like, boots like in Clash of Demonhead, where it was very slow, but they gave you boots to compensate as an item, so you can move faster. That's fine. That in speedrun terms makes slow movement okay. But in this game, it's one of its biggest detriments because you're just so slow. Another big issue with this game is enemy hit points, specifically some of these stupid frogs take, like, 20 plus hits to kill because it's ridiculous. The frogs are, like, some of the enemies are just so bad when it comes to taking how many hits they take in this game. Yeah, this game does recommend you use a turbo controller. Honestly, it should have had built-in auto-fire. It would have solved everything. Like, they knew how tough this game was, and they didn't give you like a built-in auto-fire or an item that gave you auto-fire. That is another thing that they miss out on, which would also help in the speedrun, possibly. Most likely. The dungeons that you move around in are not interesting at all. They're all, like, all the sewer system is green and stupid. Yo, Seth, thank you so much for the 21 months. Thank you for the awesome job so far. Everybody give them a big old yeah. That could be too bright. There are deadlines. I'm not specifically, like, telling the creators of the game they did a poor job. I'm just suggesting things that would have made it a lot more fun for an average gamer or the average speedrunner and make it easier for them. Where was I? Oh yes, the stages are very bland. There's all these sewer levels which are not fun. You have to do a lot of them in the dark because it wastes time to go to your menu as well. Also not fun. Definitely the lower end of the speedrun. Something I just don't care for. I really like these sections. I go back to Go-Go 13 again. These are completely manipulatable on speed, which I absolutely love those sections because you mash. And here's the other really cool speed tech of the game. The boss quick kills. You normally have to mash them for a day and a half, but with this boss quick kill, if you just use a key on the door of what building you're in, because that's in the background of whatever boss you're fighting for some reason, it instantly kills the boss. And you do this the whole run. I remember Track and Field. No Monsters games unless you count Midnight Mutants. Yeah, this game is very frustrating and very sad. It's very linear. For as much as I used to think this game was confusing, it's actually very linear. Which is another reason though, it's just padded on time when you have to walk through all this crap. You know, like, you don't even see what's going on in this scene. There's nothing you can see what's going on there, so it's not even visually exciting from, like, a watching standpoint. I'm very torn on this. I want to give it an average rating, because I think average fits the speedrun perfectly. But there's so much bad in it. And it's kind of... I think I'm going to drop it to a 2.5, which is a little bit below average. Because it has a lot of things working against it, just as they have. I personally enjoy this run, but I think on average it's not that great. Which is unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. Like, it's just so slow and clunky, and to do everything in the dark is frustrating. Like, these are things that are just, like, just kind of suck, you know? They don't add anything. The boss glitches and the clips are awesome. Let's go to the clips real quick to show some of the later stuff. Where's this? Oh my god. We're almost there. Hold on. Okay, here we go. This is where we start using the whip. So the whip isn't really used in the run except for this. Boom. One of the coolest speedrun strats of this game ever found. Or this whip glitch that can get you through the wall. I think it's friggin' awesome. It's a super cool glitch that gets you through the end of the game in no time. Especially popping up on the final boss. Which is entirely sketchy. Yeah, it's one of the coolest parts of this game, for sure. It's not even hard to do, honestly. You honestly just whip and like, press different directions. Like, it's not like it's super difficult. It just kind of happens. This is what cost me a lot of time on this run. I think this cost me record even at the time, because I was having a really good run. But I just couldn't get in there. Finally got in there. And that is the whole game. 2.5 for old Fester's Quest. Still, pretty interesting game. Dun dun. Alright, here's the next game. Total Recall is this game. Total Recall is game number 31 in the Blitz. So, Total Recall is actually a cool game. Now, you're going to see a lot of older strats in this run. This run is archaic in terms of speedrun strats at this point. And I didn't even play this that long ago, because that's how speedrunning is. That was kind of a sloppy but useful room. But anyways. This game is a much better speedrun than it is casual game. Like, much. The movement is really wonky in this game. In most cases, I want to say. The movement, like this section here especially, is so much different now. Like, you get all the health up top. And all that stuff. I would say the music is actually pretty good in this game. I don't think it's, like, astounding, but it's pretty good. It's definitely a pro for the game. We're purposely taking damage here, by the way, because this is a very old strat. There is no death abuse at all in the speedrun now. Yeah, goofy and fun is a good way to go, to say it. Your attack is something. As a speedrun, it's fine. Like a lot of the things in this game, if you say as a speedrun, is fine. These sections right here are frustrating, but not too bad. This whole level, like the ladder movement here, where you can like wiggle and get off and do that. That's cool. That's a cool speed. That's cool. And the hitting of the fire there is a boost. That's more speed. And then you climb and climb and climb. The boss fights in this game are very nothing. You tend to get into one spot and manipulate them, be okay. Like, they're not that bad. Like right here, this is a fine fight. You manipulate it to make sure he always fires his hat to the left while you sit behind him and punch him. So that's good. You know, that's a fine strat to manipulate a boss with. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good speedrun stuff. And this game is full of like good speedrun stuff. Which makes it a fun speedrun. The biggest thing I dislike about this game is the car stage. I just don't, like, I get why it's there, but it's not very fun because the controls on it are so rough. It has momentum, which is fine, but the momentum is badly done momentum. Pro for this game, it's also fairly short, especially these days. It's in the 6 to 7 minute range on the top times and such. So it's very short, which is nice. Jumping is solid. Like, the jumping mechanics are fine. The shooting, when you get the weapon here, that's fine. All that works well for it. I'm just trying to think, like, later in the game. there's actually now more manipulation for the final boss fight and stuff, and overall, it's pretty good. It's one of those that you know is a terrible casual game, but when you try it as a speed game, you're like, that's not bad. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. I enjoy speedrunning that. But as a speedrun overall, I don't think it can get any more than a 3. It's a little too janky. Thank you, Bonner. How you doing today? I gave it a 3.0 because it actually is a pretty good speed game, but not like... There's nothing exceptional that would raise it beyond average. Like, there's no speed strats in this game, I think, that are, like, big enough and cool enough to be like, okay, that's amazing, you know? Nothing like that. Just a fun, solid car game. Why did I go there? Holy crap. I didn't even know I went through the middle. Yeah, like, just fix the control. This stage's controls are just atrocious. But, like, the rest of the controls, like, controlling Arnold in this, it's okay. Platforming is okay. It's okay. And yeah, that's all I really have to say about it. Nothing more than that. It's just it's an okay speed game. We'll go to the last boss fight really quick. Let's see how unexciting it is. You can't shoot that core at the end, but you can see you can get the final boss in a pretty simple loop, and then it's over. And that's the game. Like, not much more to it. Solid game, though. Solid game. Let's go up to number 32 now. Let's see. Boosh. Pretty jamming tune, right? What's up, Doc? How are you doing? This is Bad Dudes. Another beat 'em up. Is it this command? There you go. One of White Hat's favorite clips to spam in here. So here's Bad Dudes. Oh yeah, I guess I could do that. I didn't even think of that. I never bother with stuff like that because I never remember to do it. Because I'm a dummy. But yeah, Bad Dudes is it's a game. So on to our next game. No, Bad Dudes is alright. It's got incredibly monotonously slow side-scrollers. Like you see here, like this is so slow. Like it's boring watching it because it's so slow. I mean, there are certainly strats to this game about keeping enemies alive in these screens. Yeah, you are correct there, Alien. But like, it's not enough. The second is just so slow. I don't know if it's a pro or a con. It's a pro that they say I'm bad. but it's also a con because it goes up about 7,000 decibels over the rest of the game. And yes, to mention, the first boss in this game is Karnov. I don't think the stages are particularly exciting. The movement you have with the jumping to move faster, that's pretty cool. I like that. It's a very basic speedrun thing. I don't... like... listen to that song. Like, let's go to a boss fight here. You could get your charge punch in and, like, all that, but, like, the boss fight here, it's just, there's nothing special about it. You're just kind of pushing in the corner. This is, like, a not tech-heavy, slow, sluggish beat-em-up, which is quite possibly the worst combo I could have. I don't hate this game. It definitely has some fun points to it, but like it's, look at this, like it's so slow and there's nothing happening. And that happens so often, and in a beat 'em up of all things, like the only positives I can give it is I like the jump movement on it, and I like some of the boss manipulation and quick kills. That's it. The graphics aren't necessarily good. I guess the music is pretty good as well. I just don't find it particularly interesting as a speedrun. There's not a whole lot going on. Side-scrolling takes way too long and everything in this game. I'm going to give it a 2. I just don't think it's that particularly interesting. Alright, so let's move on to our next game. We're going to use this. Name that game. I mean, you all know it by now. It's Castlevania III as game number 33. Castlevania III, one of the A-listers I had in the game or in the marathon so far, and as such, unsurprisingly, a great speedrun. This one has the best movement out of any of the first 3 Castlevanias by a long shot. It has multiple playable characters, which you can't actually play this game without getting one of them. And I believe the fastest one is Grant, the one who can climb on walls. I could be wrong here, but I believe that's the category I played as. Boo. Seth. Please, what's going on, Seth? How you doing, bud? I hope you're doing well. I mean, Castlevania 3 soundtrack goes without question. Impeccable soundtrack. Whether you like the J version or the US version more, that is up to you. I mean, you can play just as Trevor, yes, but the fastest of any of the categories uses, I think, any of the other characters. So yes, pretty typical Castlevania movement, which isn't actually that good. You kind of dedicate yourself to jumps in Castlevania games, which is brutal. But this one again has other characters, like, you know, Grant can walk on or can climb walls and oh no, this isn't Grant, I'm sorry, this is Alucard. Alucard is the fast one. Alucard can fly, which is a pretty big boon for a lot of the speedrun. Oh, if they're both your speedrun, I have a good idea, Seth. But the enemy like placement is well done in this game for a speedrun. Exile, thank you so much for the 9 months. Everybody give Exile a big old year. Thank you, Exile. Much appreciated. It's definitely, like, I love the enemy placement design in this game. I think it's well done in just about every area. Like, they knocked off a little bit of the obnoxious spawning that was in earlier Castlevanias. How you doing, Exile? Oh, by the way, Rock Easy Robot was the one who chose this. I'm sorry, I forget the last game as well. Polyhead was the last one for Bad Dudes. I just keep forgetting to do the names of it. What was this one too? Total Recall was X-Katsu. And Fester's Quest was Castorp Alchemy. Jeez. All those I forgot there. I am so sorry. But this one is Rock Easy Robot. This, a lot of pros to this game. Whip usage is nice. All the flying and tricks. There's lots of flight tricks. Going through walls and getting damage boosted. There's lots of that, which is great. We'll be over. Oh, Lord's sakes. God, this music's so good. The sub-weapons in this game, also, of course, fun. Castlevania. I don't think the special characters, at least, I don't think Alucard has sub-weapons. I think his sub-weapons are just more hearts, which is a nice thing as well, so you can collect more hearts because he uses hearts to fly. So that's all cool stuff. Here's one of the detriments to the game, these fucking owls. This screen sucks. Just plain sucks. And it like, you can plan for specific kinds of RNG here, but like, or just try to like, maneuver with it, or whatever patterns you get, but like, it's just a brutal screen. It's one of the worst parts of the game. There's that bad RNG. It doesn't take it down enough to make it bad, though. Like, that's one screen. And of course there's other RNG spots, but like, that screen specifically is just brutal. Like, the frogs jumping out of the water, that's another spot that sucks. But it's not bad enough to make it, like, a really bad con for the game. Some backup meats. All the boss fights are pretty cool in this game. Like, they all have pretty cool mechanics to them. You can usually loop quick kills on them pretty quickly, which is nice. Like, I love. Let's look at a few boss battles here too. Like, the quick kill here is pretty fun. So you come down here and you kind of time exactly when that moves, but like, boosh, that's such a, I got really lucky on this kill. You want to get rid of crosses, but you have to time, like, you can't, like, I know it seems clunky that I'm not whipping so much there, but you can't whip faster, or else you'll miss the bats. I got really good RNG on that boss. And it was nice, and I got all the crosses out. And honestly, that was just a really good fight. What's up, Scotimus? To go to some of the other boss fights in this game. This is the Alucard. The Alucard fight's one of the wimpier ones. But it's only because it's pretty much fully manipulated, which is a bonus. So, while it's a wimpy fight because you made it that way, and that is always the best. So, there's so many pros to this game. It's a wonderfully made, well-designed game. What's up there, Bob? How you doing? You're doing well today? All 700 in like 2 months. It'll be a heck of a journey to try to do that at the end of all this. We'll see. But yeah, that's it. But it's all manipulated. That's when it gets good. And this game has a lot of that. Like every boss fight has something similar to that. You fly in here, and then you just start buzzing away. You take the damage boost. Let that damage boost turn you around, and right there, very nice fight. Good RNG. So yeah, like the boss fights are really cool. There's just some examples. Here's some examples of the cool damage boosting speed tech that is in that game. Like, this has to be timed so precise. This is one of the hardest rooms to do it in. Because you also have to turn into a bat again and then spring upwards. Like, that stuff is not that easy. It takes some practice. And that's a pretty big skip of that room, which would normally be an auto-scroller. Great. Thumbs up on that one again. Well, not an auto-scroller, more like an endurance battle. Cons, I would say... anytime you have dedicated jumping, it's not good for a speedrun, because that means if one jump goes south, there's nothing you can do about it. I can't think of much more than that. I mean, RNG, of course. RNG is always frustrating, and this game has quite a bit of it. You can see me trying to get some hearts here, but these things have been a pain in the butt. Here's another boss battle with the bats, similar to the last one. That was mostly okay. Till the last part there, but yeah. I can't really think of too many detrimental things to say about this game. It's just a really well-made, designed. I mean, of course there's a way to break the game, but like you have to actively go out of your way to learn to break a game. A pet peeve of mine is like people saying, like, you can joke about a game being like brokenly made, but like a lot of these things that you're breaking the game with are things you actively had to invest tons of time into to figure out how to break these games. Like, you can break just about anything if you invest that much time into it. So, like, saying these games are bad because they're broken is not correct. And it's not a good thing to say about the games themselves. Taking advantage of things you can find in-game is what speedrunners do. It is not a reflection on how poorly a game is made. You can tell how poorly a game is made just by looking at it and playing through it and getting a feel for it. So I don't think, like, saying things that are broken like that is necessarily a good thing. Like, it's... I love broken games, and I have any less respect for any devs that took all the heart and soul to put, like, so much, like, a good game like this. And you could still break it really badly, but that's okay. Like, I'm more referring to, like, the any percent in this case. Like, the any percent in this game is much shorter because it's, like, arbitrary code execution. Something like that. It's like an ace. But I digress. Overall, I really enjoyed the speedrun. Castlevania III is a treat. I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5. I don't think it's amazing, but I do think it's great. It's got a whole hell of a lot going for it. But still some pretty standard Castlevania frustrating-ass things like the jumping and stuff. I would probably rate Castlevania IV as a perfect speedrun, and I don't even run that game. But that game has such amazing movement, tech, and precision in it that that is a game that you always feel like you can get a better time in, no matter what. But comparable to this is also a very, very good speedrun. Great even, but not amazing. Alright. I do like me some CV3 though. Alright, to take it in a completely different direction here, what's up, Metroid? How you doing? Name that game, everyone. It is Slalom. That is correct. Slalom. Boosh. Here it is. This is a second High Spirits game. It's another sports game. It's a black box game. It's pretty solid overall. This is High Spirits' second and final pick. He won twice in the first 30-some. That's pretty impressive. Though some other people have also had really good luck. I guess that's just the luck of the draw. Okay. So Slalom is basically running an auto-scroller in an attempt to never hit anything. There's not... I mean, okay, so as far as speed tech goes, you can speed up and slow down, and you can sometimes hang on the side of the level to avoid things. Chicken sled game. There is that ass. It's very much just a game where you have to remember everything. Like, it's one of those trial and error black box. It's black box games, so they're going to be very basic back then. But yeah, you get a fine look at the buttocks of the character. The music is nothing special, I don't think. It's solid for the game. Besides that, like, it's just this. It's relatively short. It's under 15 minutes, but it's still 15, you know, it's still like 13 minutes of this. Pretty much, like, of course you want to go as fast as possible, but it's so hard not to run into enemies in this game because some things come at you so fast. But I gotta say, a quick shout out to the programmers who make the illusion like you're going down something. I think that's pretty cool. You gotta get pretty creative with stuff like this. But yeah, there's a few stages you get through. There's like 3 different mountains you choose from. I picked the easiest speedrun mountain, or the fastest one. Whichever one it was, I don't remember. It's just not a whole lot to it. It's very basic. It's difficult, so you can't really use it for like a marathon too often, unless you play it often enough, you know. It's something that you'd have to really... It's not like a Contra that once you have it down enough, like, you never have to practice it again to get a sub 11 or something like that. It's nothing like that. I think one death, and you have to, or when time runs out, that's it. So there's, like, no continues, which makes sense for a game like this. Let's go a little deeper into the run. We're almost at the end now. As you can see, it gets extremely fast. So you're like barely reacting to anything that's coming at you at this point. And there's just bunch of other skiers. It's okay. Like, I would give it maybe a 2, 2.5 maybe. I just don't think it's that interesting. It's one of those games where you're gonna learn it and then never run it again, like, a day later. Like, you get your time for it and you're good. It's one of those speedruns, so I'm gonna give it a 2. Yeah, similar to that, yeah. Oh, here's a game I actually quite enjoyed that I didn't think I was going to, but... Well, let's get that OST going first. Alright, it is Amagon. Amagon for the NES. This game is... Oh wait, why am I at the end already? Let's go back to the beginning. The beginning is actually the most important part of this run to show off. Okay. Alright, so this is a really interesting run and gun. Like, it's a run and gun, but very different. It's a one-hit death run and gun. Casually, it's going to be obnoxious. I'll tell you that much. Speedrun-wise, it's tough, but not too tough. So what you're seeing in the beginning here, all of this is very specifically killed enemies. Points are actually important in this game, because points are used for your Amagon form later in the game. And in the first stage right there, you can despawn the boss just by going to the left of the screen. Really cool speed tech. Like it. And what you saw there was an Amagon pickup. You'll see that later in the run. So all the kills in the very first 2 stages are very, very specific. You have to manipulate points. You have to. This is why the first 2 stages are so important and so difficult at the same time. As you see, we got 2 crowns and a 5,000. I believe that's 25,000 points. Again, points are how much health your Amagon has. Okay, well, let's explain the Amagon. The Amagon power-up, when you power up into your Amagon status, where you become super muscular and you have a health bar, depending on how many points you have is how much health you get. And I believe it's up to, like, about 67,000 is where you get full health, and here you get to see Amagon. No, it's like 70,000. And depending on how much health you have, it'll drain back into your points. So you don't want to get hit too much in the Amagon state, but in the Amagon state you can actually take damage, which is nice. And then you got this weirdo boss fight. But as you can see, Amagon is super nice. Like you have iframes, you got a health bar. That is an awesome thing to have in a run and gun speedrun. Like, you legit have a full health bar that you can get, which is awesome. Don't call it a weirdo. You know what it's been through. And once again, we're still collecting points. Point collection goes on for quite some time. It's really important, because once you get to, like, the last stage, you're going to need all of those points. These all add up. But after the first 2 stages, this is where the game actually gets a lot easier. This game gets really easy for about 4 or 5 stages, speedrun-wise. Speedrun speaking-wise. Because, like, there's sections like this where you're just, like, punching the enemies to make sure you can get more points and manipulate more points and just get more points anyways. But, like, your Megagon in this stage pretty much the whole time, and I still haven't taken a hit so far because, like, most of these enemies are, like, there's no RNG with a lot of these enemies. So, you already know the patterns you're going to be facing. So you just have to avoid the enemies or kill them for the points, which is also a very big beneficial thing. I don't think this game really has too much RNG. It's a big thumbs up. The platforming is actually not too bad. Like, you don't do anything exceptional, like, vertically, but... like, you got your sections of the game where your jumping is fine. And also, it becomes a benefit. Do you see, like, when you run off the side of a platform, how you get slightly boosted every time? Though, when you jump and you walk off a ledge, it will boost you forward. That is also part of the speed tech in this game. And we're still collecting points at this point. Contra Adventure Island is a very good way of explaining this game. The main gun is fine. It's you have to mash heavily with it to get a lot of the enemies down. Thankfully, there are also very easy enemies to deal with, but you don't really use the gun that much for it to be a negative thing. You're in Megagon form quite a bit. And you know where the enemy spawns are going to be, so, like, there's not much RNG. You can completely manipulate your score total. You can gain yourself a health bar and take damage boosts, which happens quite a bit in this run. You can get pushed forward by walking off of things for more speed, so there's another speed up. And... oh, there's the Megagon song. Heck yeah. I was wondering when this song would play. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, look how many bullets that thing takes. But, needed the Megagon there. I didn't get it in the beginning. That's... I don't think that's where I'm supposed to get it. I don't remember. I know there's a couple backup Megagon spots I could have had here. But I'm really hoping more people speedrun this game. It does have its detriments. While the music is quite good... there's not a whole lot of variation. And plus, well, the Megagon song is actually awesome. And you hear that one quite a bit, so... music is still a thumbs up. The graphic... it's very cartoony looking, which doesn't really make much of a difference in a speedrun. Actually, the cartooniness makes it easier to see a lot of the things in this, so it's actually pretty much pro. And I think it fits in well with the art style of the game. You do fight the Deku Tree. I don't really have a whole lot of cons. You're kind of slow. Kind of. But it's not a point where you're slow and that it's obnoxious. Like, you're a good speed for what you have to avoid in the game. So I think, honestly, your speed is fine in this one. Yeah, I can't really think of, like, a whole lot of, like, for everything I would find to complain about this game, it would be because of casual play, not because of a speedrun. Here's another boss fight. Coming up here in a second, anyways. And like this is all, like, pre-planned movement, which is a good thing. Gotta avoid all these falling snails, because they will kill you in one hit, so... That's Bubble Man, but the screen isn't going crazy. Or wait, is the stream going crazy? I don't know. But honestly, like, a lot of this I just find fun. There's not a lot I don't like about this game. I'm not gonna give it a 4, I'm gonna give it a 3.5. Which I think is pretty good, especially for a game like this. It has a lot of really nice elements in it, but none of those elements are, like, excellent. They're just good. Good to great. This game is like the emphasis of good, like good, just good. It's a solid to good speedrun, possibly bordering on even better, but it doesn't do anything well enough. But I do like this game a lot, and I do highly suggest it. If you're a run and gun fan, I would say give it a try. I'm gonna give it a 3.5. We can go ahead and check out the last boss here real quick. And here on the last stage... Actually, let's just have the last stage play real quick. Yo, I want to watch the snake boss. Hold on. Here it is. Look at this sweet snake boss. What's up, Kronos? How you doing? Now that was a sweet snake boss. Okay. So going in this last stage, how many points do I have? Let's hit the last stage. Oh no, it is the last stage. What? I didn't think it was. Anyways, like I have almost 130,000 points because you need to Megagon in this stage. I think 3 times? At least twice. And you're going to be using your points, so... I'm doing well. Overall, it's a dang fine speedrun that I hope more people take advantage of in the future. Gator, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Gator raid. Oh! But yeah, that's it for that game. But yeah, you used Megagon quite a bit in the last level in this game. Oh, that wasn't the last. That was right. Yeah, because it's just the UFOs. But we're gonna go to the last level now. Got plenty of, I lost time to that thing. I don't know why I picked up the points there. I probably couldn't enter without picking up the points. And that's the last boss. I hope you didn't blink. Megagon, it turns out, can really mess up the last boss. And that was GG World Record right there. Really, honestly, fun game. I guess it does have a variation of music. They're just not that memorable. It's a solid music choice. Alright. Name that tune. The only 4.5s I have are Mike Tyson and Blaster Master. The lowest rated was Milon so far at a 1.5. Barbie. So Kronos? Oh jeez. After I clicked and then immediately alt-tab hits or something? Oh, hello Kronos and Kronos. Oh, Kronos version 2. That's great. But yes, Barbie is game number 36. This is a surprisingly fun speedrun. I quite enjoyed it. Right away, let's just start out with a detriment. It's obviously a very, very slow game. This does not play in its favor, in my opinion. You're literally casually strolling through all of these levels. However, a lot of the timing in this game is very tight and very important. You need to manage your health well, and you need to manage your jumps extremely well, especially at the end. It's all about this, though. Yeah, you do, Sharif. But you gotta manage health and, the new speed strat for this game. Almost, Liz, almost. Too Good came to me with an idea of something he thought it was, and it wasn't it, but I did figure out something with that. With the dress kill. Oh yeah, I forgot about the final boss kill. Oh my god. Forgot about that. But yes, the final boss has a quick kill, which is amazing to say in a Barbie game. This is a fun speedrun. It's, I'm already gonna flat out say I'm gonna give it a 3. I don't think it's anything spectacular, but it's not a bad speedrun at all. Like, a lot of people look down on this game, but if you gave it a try, you'd probably like it. There's so much to enjoy. Like, this kill right here, that all takes pretty good timing, and that takes some practice. There's a lot of precise stuff in this game. Its biggest detriment is just its slowness. It's very, very, very slow. I actually enjoyed the charm system in this game. It's cool that you use those charms on specific animals to make them do stuff. That's a cool thing. It's like half puzzle, half side-scroller. Because there's some puzzles in the game as well. No one is taking credit for finding that warp. I don't remember who found it. I remember hearing when it was first found, but not who it was. Well, Popeye is a game on the NES, so I will play it at some point. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to, unfortunately, talk about this game. This was chosen by 8 Bits of Joy, by the way. And before I forget, let's go back to Amagon. That was done by Anonicus. Great choice, Anonicus. Keep forgetting to shout out these names. I apologize. But yeah, this was picked by 8 Bits of Joy, who I do believe took back the record very shortly after I had it for the Blitz. And I think I'm in 3rd place, something like that now. But I would highly suggest giving this one. I'm only going to give it an average rating because it's not exceptionally exciting. It's just a fun speedrun. There's not a whole lot to it, but there's enough to it to make it interesting. Australian boss who throws shrimp on you? Oh, am I second? Okay. I thought somebody else took it at that point, but... Yeah, I remember 8-Bit Sword. This frickin' toucan right here cost me quite a bit of time on this run. That's the worst toucan in the history of gaming. And only Kai is the toucan whisperer. That much is true. Yeah, that's all good, Sharif. There's another cool speed tech for this boss to where you can, if you jump frame perfectly, you can actually go all the way up to the boss while the screen is scrolling, and it's a big time save. So again, there's a lot of neat, quick up, like, fast, techy things in this game. Like, that's why it's as interesting as it is. I mean... I'm 35. I was very, very young in the 80s. I think I was more of a 90s kid. But, I mean, clearly 80s are cooler. So let's go ahead and go to the last boss. I forgot about the quick kill. Actually, let's just do this stage right here. This stage requires incredibly precise platforming. That's no joke. If you want to do any of these quickly and do these like really tough jumps, they're very, very precise. And you have to worry about the slowdown on the records. Millennials. That's the biggest insult that everybody has. Millennials. Let's not go down that road, please. If there's anything that is absolutely complete and 100% utter trash, it's social anything media. Oh, that's right. I only did the second one there, and then I think I did... Oh, that's right, because for some reason that other one over there was like, it's done. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a millennial, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with being a boomer. The only thing that's wrong is if you're a dickhead. End of story. And we're moving on. Alright. This is actually going to be a fun OST here. What game do y'all think this is? If you guessed Magic Johnson's Fast Break, you'd be correct. At least we get to actually hear the OST for this game now. Magic Johnson's motherfucking Fast Break. What's up, Wizard Man? How you doing? The Arctangent as well? Magic Johnson's motherfucking Fast Break. That's the actual name of the game. By Mastertronic Inc. It is a mess and horrible game. Probably one of the worst basketball games on the NES. As a speedrun, it's terrible. It's 100% RNG. I honestly think it might be 100% RNG. I mean, you can get close to the rim, but whether it's going in or not, like, good luck. It does have a great emote, though. I do love that emote. Fast Break is an amazing emote. What's up, Carolyn? Magic Johnson's Fast Break. I don't have a lot to say about this one. This one literally took me 12 hours to complete. On a game that is less than 3 minutes, I'll let you decide on how much you enjoy RNG, because that is what this game is. You take a 50-sided die and you try to roll a 50. No, that's too kind. A 5,000-sided die and try to roll a 5,000. Good luck! Yeah, the crowd just talks and the crowd just goes every time you score. It's so obnoxious. I don't really have too many kind things to say about this game. It's a fine goal for a basketball game. 100 points is a good goal. It's nice and short. And there's no game overing, like, unless the game runs out, which it shouldn't. It's easy enough to finish. There's that. It's a very simple speed game. It's a very simple game. Besides the memes, though, like, I don't think it really has a lot going for it. Dude, what? Okay, this is in this game, but that that sound right there is that in Renegade? Not the first one. Okay, what? What is wrong with you? No. What? Enough. Don't say something like that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways. What the f... No, I'm not gonna let it get my mood. So Magic Johnson is a pretty shitty speedrun. Actually, it's a really shitty speedrun, but I don't know, it's enjoyable enough, I guess. First look at how it was implemented, yeah. But no, there's like a Target Renegade sound bit in the soundtrack. It's like, I gotta listen to it again. Maybe it's not, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Anyways, the music is pretty awesome. The one shining star on this game, even though there's no music in it, in the actual basketball game, is it has a pretty fucking amazing soundtrack for a incredibly shitty game. I mean, I'm not, like, tearing it apart, but there's always positives to see. Like, there are plenty of positives to see in even shitty games. Like Ninja Crusaders has plenty of positives, but it's a fucking shitty game. Like, that's fine. Milon has positives to it. This game has positives to it. I'm pretty sure every game has some sort of positive to it. But, like, I'm still gonna give this a 1.5. Like, it's a fucking awful speed game. It's frustrating. It's nothing but RNG. And, like, it's just a mess. Like, alright. Ooh, I like the next game quite a bit. It has nice product placement. Dude, that music was really good. Alright, well, that one already actually came up, so... I love this game. I know it's very basic. It's not exciting. My score will reflect as much, but... Bomberman. For the NES. The very first Bomberman, which is actually the second Bomberman game in the Blitz. Of course, Mr. TG. I didn't own a TG-16 until, like, a couple of years ago. I just always loved Bomberman. I think it was more prevalent on the Super Nintendo anyways. But, regardless, OWG coming up. I quite enjoyed this game. I find it interesting of how you're supposed to deal with a lot of the creatures in this game, because you're basically designing the level as you go along by destroying specific blocks. In order to try to kill the enemies, you have to trap them in certain situations without destroying the level. Like, that's the major thing. Like, you're trying to destroy the level without fucking yourself over. And that's not always easy. Like, look at this. Look at this situation right here. This is a shitty situation to be in because there's so many enemies down there that, like, you can't really do much to it, but thankfully enough of them ran into something on the way. Okay, yes. One of the worst, and I do mean one of the worst parts of this game, is that the stage design in it never changes. There are 50 stages in this game. never changes the state. It just adds either more walls or... I mean, that's it. It just adds more walls. Unfortunately, there's just not a... It's not great, admittedly. I wouldn't say RoboWarrior is I wouldn't even say RoboWarrior is better, honestly. I prefer this one by quite a bit. I like the design of this game a lot more. Like, RoboWarrior designs finding items and, like, a huge surplus of items mixed with, like, cryptic stage design, while this one is straightforward. You clear the level of enemies and you find the exit. That's it. Very basic, very simple, works very well as a principle. Unfortunately, the first game of the series was obviously very plain. Which is it's a bit of a detriment to have to go through 50 of the same levels over and over again. Like, it just kind of sucks. Like, it can get boring for most people. Like, I completely understand. I don't know why I didn't grab the skate there. That was weird. But the skate, but now to focus on more of the positives first. The item selection in this game is great. The game, once you pick up all the items, is super, super fun. It's so fun to run through this game fast. Like, the speed part of the speedrun is, like, the best part of this game. Items you get. Time Bomb, which you can see now. You can blow up bombs whenever you hit the B button. There is a walk-through wall, which is probably the second most important one. There's walk-through bomb, which is a nice one to have. And there's flame and bomb extensions. So you can lay up to like 8 bombs, and the flames go up to like 8 squares, I think, or something like that. Yes. Oh, there is also the flame one. But that one's so rare, I don't really count it. I think it's in like 1 stage. It's like way late in the run. You can get all these basic items in like the first 5 levels. And then all the fun starts there. Once you start running through the walls and chaining monsters, like, let's go a little further in the speedrun here. So at this point, we're gonna have all the ability to walk through walls. Our flames are long. Oh, what the fuck? Apparently we ran out of Bomberman songs. There we go. At this point, you're, like, playing the game is literally a speedrun at this point. Because you're just chaining, like, not even just... Like, you're chaining combos of blocks, too, and trying to get out of the way as fast as possible in order to speed the process up. But you gotta make sure not to blow yourself up in the process. So, like, this can get really difficult. Yeah, Bomberman didn't really get popular until Super Bomberman. Super Bomberman is what really, like, shot it out. The multiplayer in Super Bomberman was fantastic. But, just, like, you can go so fast through here. And, like, this is why I really enjoy this aspect. I don't think it's very fun until you have all these items. So, the beginning is a bit of a drag. The stages are incredibly repetitive because there's nothing more than what you see than just green and gray, which, as a speedrun, isn't a big deal. Because as a speedrun, the more things are the same, depending, like, it can get, like, it can be helpful or it can be bad. Like, in this game, it can go either way. Like, it's more interesting to do all the different level designs than the other Bombermans, but this one I would say is a little easier since you already know what to expect in each level. It also starts off with a manipulation, which I'm sure you could probably fully manipulate the game if you want to go that far, which would be insane. But I'm sure somebody will at some point. But you manipulate the first, I want to say 2 drops in the game, so you know where they are right away. Get you started out really quickly. But yeah, let's take a little bit of a speedrun jump here. Boosh. But yeah, it's on. Yeah, of course, it's unfortunately very repetitive, but like, I love the core aspect of this game. I think that is super fun, and yes, as you can see here, you even get the ability to not die from your own flames, which is absurd. Like, the only thing that kills you at this point are enemies. Actually, I think bombs can still kill you sometimes. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's buggy sometimes, but... There's Pass Through Fire again. But yeah, it's obviously a very broken ability that's also very nice. That helps speed this up even more. But it's slow, it's repetitive, it's long. And for a game of this style, this kind of length is unfortunate for a speedrun because it will pretty much deter anyone. That would want to like run it all. Like if this was 20 minutes, I think a lot more people would run it. But the fact that I think the current record's like 44 minutes, that's a lot. It's fine, Brian. Just don't, like... Never make assumptions like that about people. It's not good. You gotta be better than that. Alright, so what I'm gonna give this game... I'm actually gonna give it probably a 2.5, which is below average. I think it has a lot working for it, but it's so long and it's so repetitive that it will drive most people out to not be interested. So, that's my take on it. Personally, I would probably rate it a 3.5 on how much I enjoy speedrunning it. Maybe even a 4, depending. Probably a 3.5 because it takes a little too long to get runs going sometimes. But yeah, that's my personal feeling on this one. I do quite enjoy it. Alright. Let's go to the next game. Let's see, for all those who... who don't already know all the list, but I'll throw the tune on first to see if anybody takes a guess. Dragon Warrior 4. Oh, I guess that just put this Dragon Warrior 4. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go to Dragon Warrior 4. By far, and I mean by far, the single longest speedrun I have ever done. Yeah, right. Less than the 5-minute game. Dragon Warrior 4. Get comfy, we're watching the whole thing. This was a pretty huge one. I played this once casually a long time ago, so I never really, knew much about it. And so I was very, very intimidated when I came into the speedrun. It's like, what's the last game? Like Bomberman. I love that game, I know that game. It's like a small hill to climb, and when you get to the top of that hill, you suddenly have this juggernaut of a mountain that you have to get past. No, this isn't the one you build your own team. I mean, you can build your own team, but you don't create the characters. They just join you. Like, they're all main characters in their own chapter, which is kind of cool in this game. Like, you actually see chapters of all the individual heroes before they meet up in the end, and that's pretty cool. This game has manipulation in it like there. You want it to be dark by the time you go into the next town, but you don't want it to be any earlier because you have to be dark in there. That's cool. This game is a cesspool of RNG. You can take Magic Johnson's Fast Break and stretch it into an 8-hour block. You have this game, except it's far, far more interesting and strategic. But that doesn't change the fact that this is very, very RNG heavy. Very random, very rough in that regard. Like, this game can be absolutely brutal to you out of nowhere. Absolutely brutal. What is this OST? This is an hour long on the... That's impressive. That's really impressive for an NES game. Yes, Dragon Warrior 1 can be entirely manipulated. Dragon Warrior 2 and 3 also have very deep manipulations. This game does not. They've looked into it very hard. In the way RNG works in this game, it doesn't seem like it's viable to manipulate it. You never know in the future, but this is a really rough one. But what this game has is length. This game has length in spades, and not always in a good way. But, I mean, if anything was designed to not be a speedrun, it would be an RPG. But, alas, here we are. I don't know yet, Anonicus. I'm honestly unsure. This was picked by Withheld, by the way. If I could remember to shout out these names. By the way, Evo did Magic Johnson's Fast Break, of course. And Bomberman was Old World Gamer. Big Ball OWG. And this is Withheld who chose this. This is the, There's a lot to this game. There's a lot to this game. But at the same time, it's actually one of the easier RPGs I've ran. When you play this game, you're going to need a notebook worth of notes. But it's also very like there's no like real manipulations that much. So like all of it really is getting to point A to point B, and then trying to get boss fights down to a science basically, and like hope for the best for boss points, and just hope you don't get unlucky with encounters, because this game can bunch encounters on you so badly. There's also some very like the first chapter's not that hard. The second chapter is one of the harder ones. Like this chapter, you're gonna go here, you're going to go in the castle with Ragnar, and you're gonna level up with Healy, and get all these weapons and stuff, and then you're gonna fight this Sorrow dude. Knock him out. Like the biggest thing this game has going for it, I think, is how many different ways the boss battles can go. Boss battles are interesting in this game, very interesting. They're very random and they can be very tough, but that's not a bad thing if it makes it an interesting boss fight. See, this is where RNG actually becomes an interesting aspect, is the boss fights. It sucks from when you're getting in specifically into encounters, but like it less sucks in boss fights because it kind of makes it more interesting in that regard. Yeah, Blaster Master was game number 5. I gave it the highest rating I gave anything so far was a 4.5. It has just about everything going for it for a speed game. So yeah, like the boss fights are my favorite, probably my favorite part of this game. There's no like movement speed. I don't really think is that important to talk about in an RPG speedrun. Obviously, if it moves fast, it'd be fine, but so many RPGs back then didn't, so I don't think it's worth noting unless, like, it's not a detriment, it would only be a pro. So, I don't know. It's just, like, the movement speed it's just like RPG movement speed back then, is all I can really explain it as. Overall, it's definitely a good speedrun, for sure. What's up, Mega Man Rock Force? I'd say it's a good speed. I wouldn't say it's great. I find it far too random to be great. There has to be a point where randomness is too much. This game takes it there and beyond. But the boss battle RNG is actually something. Like, the last boss battle in this game is probably the best fight in the game. It's really good. It's a really good boss battle. There's multiple stages where you need multiple strats to get through it well. And it's the strats that came up for it, whoever gets credit for them, I'm not sure. I've heard great things about Air Kicks coming up with tons of Dragon Warrior strats. So shout outs to Air Kicks. I'm sure Nessie has had his hand on plenty, as many other the Dragon Warrior community. But that would be the first chapter there. It'll be finished. So yeah, like, the last boss in this is such a cool fight. It's one of my favorite fights. RGL, thank you for the host. Welcome everybody from Wriggle. How you doing today? We're doing a, yeah, the Alina grind, exactly. That's why I popped here. Another pretty frustrating part, and where the RNG really sucks, is like, you have, like, even in the record these days, I'm sure you have to get super, super lucky with, like, metal slimes and all that junk, and it's just, it's rough. It's rough. Welcome back, Elrod. Yeah, that's a large part of what makes this game is the RNG. Some may like it, I personally don't. There comes a point where too much is too much, and this game exceeds that. Yes, the game length is also an issue in this case. It's less of an issue when you're really good at it, because you can genuinely finish in the low 7 hours. But that's still 7 hours. It's frustratingly long, especially for an NES game. In some areas, like, it doesn't feel its length in a lot of areas. It does, like, it only feels long because of the initial 4 chapters. Like, Chapter 5 feels right, but the rest of them feel a little lengthy. Chapter 3 specifically is horrible for a speedrun. It's not good. All you're doing is taking items from one shop and going to another for like 20 minutes. It's really not interesting. You see, you'd think that would be an instant con, but it really isn't. It avoids, like, it adds a little more RNG, but at the same time you can tell them what they need to act like. And it's only really frustrating in a few locations, I would want to say. I would still put it more of a con than a pro, but I don't know if I'd swing either way in this case. It's just, there's so much RNG in this game. Whenever you take one of those life nuts or any kind of stat boosters, you have to save it, make sure you get the right one, save it again. If you don't get the right one, you gotta load the save, do it again. Like, there's tons of that. That's not interesting. That's not really, like, an exceptional anything. It's just there. It's just something you have to do, and it's kind of obnoxious. So, as far as the AI system, I like it in some cases. I would prefer to control them. I don't see why they don't allow you to control them, since you control them in the initial chapters, but obviously it's the theme they were going for. Like, each chapter has its own hero, and in the final in the chapter, you're the hero, so on and so forth. Well, we all know about Alina and her arena. Jeez, look at... there's another 20 minutes until I actually go into the arena here. That's just leveling. I can't give this an overwhelmingly positive review like I want, because the game is really fun. But as a speedrun, it's not that good. That's the best way I can explain it. I think it's fun to watch. I think it's more fun to watch than it might actually be to speedrun. And I don't even think it's not fun to speedrun. The thing with RNG games like this is that they make more interesting games to watch because you're always on the edge of your seat. And I guess it makes it a little more interesting as a speedrun. Like, I can't be too harsh on the RNG in this game and then go to Final Fantasy and be like, oh, it's so much better here, because, I mean, they're different. The RNG is worse in this game than in Final Fantasy, but at the same time, in an RPG, it actually makes it interesting, because who wants to play 6 straight hours of, like, nothing but exactly the same with, like, varying small time differences? So while RNG is bad, it also makes the speedrun what it is. So I will give this a solid... Man, I don't know if I want to go 3 or 3.5. I really don't. I think I'm going to give it a 3. I think I'm going to give it an average score. It's a cool game. I really enjoyed running it. It's pop in the future here. Like, it's so long. Let's pop 7 more hours ahead of time here. But yeah, I give it an average score as a speedrun. Now, whether your personal likes or dislikes for it take you either way is up to you. But as an interesting speedrun level, it's not great. But it is fun to watch. I know, it's really hard to grade this one. There's not enough going for it as a speedrun. But then there is. Like, that's exactly what it sounds like. It's so confusing. Good game, though. Very, very good game. This is the one I think casually would be better, in my opinion, than it would be Speedram. But it's still a good game. I don't hate the game, but speedrun just isn't all that interesting. Alright, let us move to the next game. That's right, it's Blades of Steel. This review won't take very long. What's up, Hemorrhoid? On an interesting level, this game gets a straight flat 1. Milon is a horrible speedrun game, but it actually has things going on, like mashing, item grabbing, jumping, all that. This game has nothing. Literally nothing going on. This is a flat, boring speedrun It's... I mean, there's nothing else you could say. Like, you're seeing the whole fucking speedrun right now. Okay, to explain the speed strats in this game, what happens is you score a goal, and then you sit on the puck the whole game, MBD. And in order to do that, you take it behind your net and let the AI run into your goalie for 20 minutes each period for 3 or 4 games, and then you're done. That's it. Literally the whole speedrun. What's up, Weapon? It's funny. It's funny to watch once. But there's nothing going on in the speedrun. It is flat out bad. That's it. That's all I really have to say about it. I love Blades of Steel. Great multiplayer game. Fun hockey game. Terrible speedrun. The speed weight is actually pretty accurate. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I won the Stanley Cup, though. And you get to see that in a second. If it shows up at a GDQ, somebody is on drugs. Or the biggest case of nepotism in the history of life. It does have nice music. That's true. Very, very good music. Doesn't mean anything in the speedrun. Alright, next. This one might sound familiar to a few people. Oh. Oh, I gave it a 1.0 Lamp Station. Flat out the worst rating possible. There's nothing to it. It's a horrible speedrun. That doesn't mean it's not the correct speedrun. It's just bad. So, Renegade. Tittery donations. So we're going to Renegade here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot again. Blades of Steel was Alex W. Anderson. And this one, of course, was Super Pitfro Renegade. Renegade, if you would have asked me to rate it 3 years ago, I would have given it a 1. I would have hated it completely. But thanks to Fro and Chimp and the rest of the people working on Renegade, it's almost completely manipulatable. You could set and stack enemies, which I think is great. No, it's not that bad. No, there's far more going on here than there is in Blades of Steel. This actually, with as much advancements as they made in this game, it way boosts its score. I think it's at least an average speedrun at this point. Like, the whole game is manipulated now, which is great. The controls are easy enough. Like, I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're exceptional in any way, but I don't think they're bad. The music's pretty good. I like the music in the game. It's catchy. You know, it's a solid overall game, I'd say. Casually, it's much worse. Much. But I think as a speedrun, it's a pretty good game. It's come a long long way. And this is an example of a game in the speedrunning community that was made so much better by people taking the time and dedicating the time to come up with really good strats for it. This game completely turned around with that. Instead of, like, they took almost all of the RNG out of it, like, sucked it out. And you put manipulation in there instead. So that's a big thumbs up to the community. That being said, it's still janky. It's not exactly exciting. While you manipulate all of these people in the very specific ways, you're still only running and punching the entire time. But it is very satisfying, I will say that. Like, look at that. Look at those perfect stacks. That's all thanks to them, yo. Me ruining it there. But still, like, that was probably a gold split, honestly. If I had to remember from this run, oh, maybe since I had messed up this fight. No. It's, visually, it's very unappealing. Like, watching this speedrun is not... Watching it in video form is not that great. Watching somebody do it live is actually pretty great. As long as they get a run going. Yeah, like, it's not very challenging. It's not very challenging before the speedrun, and the speedrun doesn't make it all that much more challenging. Other than the fact that you have to line all these things up very well. I kinda fixed it there. As far as boss fights go, they're all exactly the same. You get them down to a certain health, and then you just beat them up on the ground. The only exception is the first stage, where you can knock Jack off the cliff on the subway. At the end of the subway, anyways. He gets run over by a subway. By just the subway itself, by the way. The final boss has a gun that does instantly kill you. That's frustrating. There's no continues, but that's less of an issue. The hit detection is spotty in a lot of places. Especially on these bikes. Like, it can get really frustrating trying to hit him at sometimes. But honestly, with all the improvements, I can give this game a solid 3 flat. Like, it became pretty fun to run. Which is something I never thought I'd say about Renegade, but hey, times have changed. And that's the whole speedrun. I am too. That's probably my most surprising rank on this list so far. Alright, let's go ahead and find the OST for the next game. I just love the soundtrack for this. Yes, it's Paperboy. Okay, Paperboy. Hey, this is when I brought back the input controller. Very nice. I like having the input controller. I don't think I had it up during Gyromite. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Not a big deal if I didn't. Gyromite didn't have inputs that really registered correctly anyways. Regardless, this is about Paperboy. Paperboy is a pseudo-auto-scroller that... It's made more interesting as a speedrun because you actually have to play perfectly. That sounds harder than it is. That just means you have to have perfect deliveries. But if you didn't have the perfect delivery aspect to this game, it would be shit of a speedrun. Paperboy. Aren't you a funny one, Polly? Aren't you a funny one? Yeah, it's made more interesting that it's perfect delivery, and people figured out ways to manipulate just how quickly to die at the end in order to skip the bonus stage. That's interesting to me. Like, if you get the dog at, like, this dog at the end of the street, and you get to the end of the street and just run into it, that's a huge time save. Like, that's a huge time save. Like, solid full seconds of time save in a game that's a pseudo-auto-scroller is huge. So, shoutouts to whoever found that out. That's a good little bit of tiny speed tech for this game. It's not very interesting, unfortunately. I like Paperboy, but that doesn't say much about the speedrun. Like, the speedrun is basically just a run of the game as well, minus dying quicker. So, it's not exceptional or even great at anything, really. Like, the music is more catchy than anything else. I don't even think it's good, but it's catchy. The best thing I could say is the little dying at the end is nice. Timing your paper throws is a nice touch. Figuring out hitboxes. Hitboxes are super janky in this game. And figuring out where you can actually put your bicycle is really important. So it's both a detriment and a positive to the game, because you can abuse the shit out of them. Like that house right there. Let's go back and point that house out. This house right here, the hitbox to actually complete this house is really stupid. It's really small and really stupid. Hey Windman, how's it going? You are very late. We are on number 42 of 50. I actually got a stream up in the morning this time. I am so proud of myself for doing a simple task. But going back to the review, this house is the worst in the game, like by far. Like the hitbox for it, like it's not even the front of the porch. It's like further down by the front window, like it's so silly. That hitbox is by far the most frustrating, I think, in the entire game. Oh snap! Windman going for the drink. Very nice. I like it. How you doing tonight, Windman? Besides being drank, I don't think I can give this speedrun more than a 2. Like, honestly, it's not interesting. There's not a whole lot to it. It's very straightforward. Whether you find it fun or not is just completely up to the individual. I do find it fun, but there's just nothing to it. So, I'm gonna give it a 2. I wouldn't have given it a 2 if it didn't have the deaths at the end, and it didn't have, like, the minor lag variations that you can do in it to speed it up. Oh wow, happy anniversary. That's actually amusing. And all 4 of them's anniversary was yesterday. It's cray-cray. Y'all anniversarying almost together. Oh snap, look at all these anniversaries. Congratulations everyone. That's awesome. I would have given it a 1.5 had it not been for any of the advancements lately on it. Oh shit, happy birthday, Hio, that's great. But I feel it found enough stuff. Oh wow. That is very much not Paperboy. I think it has enough stuff to boost it out of like it's not Blades of Steel. Blades of Steel is the worst of the worst because there's nothing going on. This, you have to line up your papers, you have to dodge stuff, you have to actually react. Like, that's an important part of the game. You have to reduce lag where you can, and you gotta die as fast as you can at the end of the level when the bonus starts. Those all make it interesting enough to boost it up to at least a 2. These are all factors, and like, you know, that it's general excitement. You know, it's interesting. It keeps you on your toes. It doesn't slog. You're not doing nothing for minutes at a time. You're actually in the game. So, in that point, I gotta give it some props. All right, this next one should be interesting. Well, I gotta change all this first, or else it'll go by too fast. Chessmaster. Chessmaster is an 8-second speedrun. That is not a joke. Chessmaster is an 8-second speedrun. And there it is. Alright, moving on to our next game. No, that's literally... I have to stop the video, because that's it. That's it. I won't be harsh on this one, because I don't think it... I don't think this one is actually bad. It can't even be average, because it's too short to be average. Like, this is too short of a category to be an average speedrun. But I don't think it's a bad speedrun. You actually do have to manipulate the cursor before you see it on screen, and you have to be very precise with the kind of janky controls in the game. There's a little more going on in the 8 seconds than it looks, because it's so fucking short and dumb, but it's not without actual, like, you're playing those full 8 seconds. Which is more than you can say than Blades of Steel. Oh shit, I'm just gonna let this one play because I love Rainbow Islands. There's a little bit of RNG. It's a little less RNG and more like planning around when you need to delay. You actually do. You can't go as fast as possible in this game. You have to slow down or you'll never get the right RNG. As far as I've seen, anyways. Like, it comes in, I don't know how the RNG works, but that's in my experience. I had a PB in this game ahead of time before the Blitz. It took me less than 20 minutes to get a PB that I wanted. It's a throwaway game. I'd give it, I almost want to give it a 2. Due to length and in that tiny spot of 8 seconds, you actually do quite a bit. It's not... It really isn't, like, just an 8-second push a button and win kind of thing. Like, there are minor things, but I can't give it more than, say, a 1.5, because it's so short. This is where the short is actually a detriment to the game's overall speedrun interest. What's up, Duckfist? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing well, dude. Alright. The next game's OST is quite good. I love this OST, it's so good. Game 44 is Heroes of the Lance. Oh, thank you so much, Duckfist. And I think it is going well. I really hate that early on my computer fucking blue screened, which really pissed me off, honestly. But it's been going well since. I don't like breaking VODs, and there's no way I could save this VOD since it got completely cut since my computer shut. I'd have to just edit it together, which isn't a big deal. Regardless, Heroes of the Lands. First off, music is great in this game. I don't even say good, I think it's great. It's very fitting of the game. It's actually pretty full sounding. You get like full NES sound chip work on some of this stuff. I think it's really good. Now comes the rest of the game. Now, mind you, I really like this speedrun. It is short. It has an interesting enough amount of tech. You can't really see my D-pad too well here, but you'll notice I'm holding up the whole time. That is on purpose, because you keep your momentum and start at full momentum when you're holding up. That is actually a huge part of running in this game, since most of this game is running. There's not a whole lot to this speedrun, unfortunately. You're honestly just... This is almost a pacifist run. Honestly, for the NES, those are some pretty good sprite works for how small all those windows are, and how they actually look. That's pretty impressive in my book. They have all the 8 of the main hero characters, anyways, from the Dragonlance, original Dragonlance, anyways. You know, you got your Gold Moon, your Caramon, your Raceland, your Sturm, all that good stuff. If you're a big fan of Dragonlance, these will be familiar. One of the lesser good parts of this game is that of how random it is. Like, there's no consistency at jumping through a lot of these enemies. You just gotta hope for the best. And of course, you use your clerical spells with Gold Moon at times. It helps. The only thing you have to remember really is to keep Gold Moon alive. As long as Gold Moon lives, the run is alive. If she dies, you cannot finish. Just stupid. That's the way it is. That's much more of a rip on this game casually. These jumps are actually pretty friggin' tough to hit right. You gotta really use the background as a visual cue. But again, that's why holding up is so important there. So there's actually a lot of good, I can say, towards this speedrun. You use up a lot, and it's actually very important that you use up. Use your protective spell to get you through situations like this, and stuff like that. So it has a lot of good going for it for such a simple, basic, and ugly look. For as good as the sprite work is in this game, like, it's ugly. Like, how can a game with, like, such gorgeous sprite work also come out as so ugly? I don't know. But it manages. It's not good with its colors, I don't think. I think the colors need a bit much. Oh, can Riverwind carry the staff? Okay, so I guess there's another one that can finish that. I think the color choice in this game is very poor, but otherwise, it could be such a good-looking game. Portitis, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Besides, like, you're seeing the whole run, the movement is a major part of this run. It's pretty much the only part of this run. You have to time using your spells at some times, but other times, no. That's the OP spider. Don't know why that spider is so OP, but it is. The rest are just nothing spiders. That spider is seriously on, like, a fast track of its own. It's kind of crazy. Okay, but for as cool as I find, like, the speed, it's also too basic. It's a 5-minute speedrun. thumbs up. Great music, thumbs up. You actually have to do specific things to move, so that makes it a little more interesting. But overall, it's not too impressive. The movement's still kind of sluggish and slow. Jumping over the monster timing is bad. Hitboxes are bad. Stuff like that. That's more of a casual thing though, Bray, but you are correct. For sure. Or I should say Lamb. Yeah, like it's weird. Like I'll give it a 2.5, which is actually pretty good for this game. It's below average, but I find this game intriguing. It's not a great speedrun. Not even good. Close to average, though. On an interesting level. Like, I legitimately enjoy that speedrun. But it's just not all that involved. There's like 2 or 3 tricks in the game that you use the whole time that get you through the game fairly easily, honestly. Good old Tasselhoff, those kinders. And that's the whole game, but it's a really good game. Let's go to the ending music. The ending music is great in this game. I would highly suggest running this. It's a great short game to add to your speedrun library if you're looking for one. It's just not that interesting, that's all. Like, it's hard to rate these on how good the speedrun is on the level of itself versus how much I like it. I'm taking myself out of the equation as much as I can here without being biased towards these. And when I look at it from an outside angle, there's just not a lot going on with some of these games. But that music is on fucking point, let me tell you. Alright. Shall we go to the next one? So good. See with a day? Yes. Casually, yes. Speedrun is really fun, though. If I had a fun rating, it would be varied quite differently than the actual run of the game. It would probably be higher in most cases. Yes, this is Ikari. Ikari Warriors 2. Victory Road. Sounds very Mad Maxy. So right off, the music is okay. It's not good, it's not bad, it's okay. The intro's worth noting that you can't skip it once it starts, which is so weird. And it's so long. And so slow. Oh man, I need a drink. But besides that, there's I mean, that's it. The whole game is just slow text, that's it. Going on to 46. No, the text is seriously slow. Honestly, the speed from this game, I found pretty enjoyable once I understood how the game worked. As far as speed tech goes, I mean, it's a top-down run and gun. So speed tech is less important than enemy manipulation in this case. And this game has, I don't believe it has random spawn, so that's a thumbs up in its direction. Its major issue is it's fucking slow as shit for no reason. I mean, the Ikari Warrior games love being slow as hell. Hitboxes are always a thing. But actually, if you do more casually speedrun this game, the boomerang is so fucking powerful, you pretty much don't have to worry about enemies if you just keep spamming the fucking boomerangs. They're so absurd. This game actually has quite a bit going for it, boss strat-wise. There's like 3 or 4 different boss fights that... Do all of them? I don't think so. Most of the bosses in the game have a very quick kill, like this one. This quick kill is designed for you to wear the armor and hit it every frame you're standing inside of it. Because you do die in one hit if you touch the boss. But I don't think you have unlimited grenades, but you have so many that it's... Or you may have unlimited in this one, I don't know. You would never use them, like, an incredible amount, but... Excuse me, excuse me. But yeah, like, the power-ups are definitely a thumbs up in this game. You collect quite a few to use them on different bosses. The boss fights are all very quick because of it, which is great. Speed tech, thumbs up. This game is so slow. Even using this jetpack, which speeds the game up. Look how slow it is. Also, there's just not a lot going on in this stage. But that's more of a speed strat, so I'm okay with it in this case. Gotta make sure to grab the items for the quick kill. You use another item here. For, I think you one-shot this boss, you grab the arrow. Another thing that I would say is a big negative in this game is the menuing takes so long. Oh no, this was a grenade boss, okay. So there's a special that blows up the screen. And if you use it, the frame the boss spawns, there's like a couple of frames as the boss spawns. If you use it then, it will instantly kill the boss. And you don't have to fight the boss, which is what happened there. That's great. It's good speed tech. The enemies aren't random. That's good. Items have lots of uses. That's good. There's actually a lot of positives to this speedrun. It's much better than the first one, I'll tell you that much. It's much better, it's much shorter. This game is under 10 minutes. Another thumbs up for this game. It's more interesting to play, I would say, than it would be to watch it, because it's so fucking slow, but at least there's a few things you can do in-game that keeps it interesting, like remembering enemy spawns and remembering to use items in which places, yada yada, stuff like that. But it's also too sluggish and slow. Like, if this ran like at a normal frame rate, or at least a normal speed, this game would probably be like 6 minutes, and probably would be a great speedrun. Well, the intro is only unskippable if you let it go. You don't have to watch it. But faster movement and a faster menu would make this game really, really good. Like, really good. The artwork is kind of disgustingly bad, though, and I only say this because this kind of makes the game a little more difficult. That right there is a planned quick kill. That is, I'm pretty sure K2 came up with that. It's an amazingly good quick kill. You have to blow up the front and then run into it. So it's actually pretty tough. But it's good. Like, all the boss kills are actually good in this game. This game has so much going for it, but I still won't give it an average rating. I'll give it a 2.5, which is more than I thought I would ever give an Ikari Warriors game. But there's so much going for it to make up for how fucking slow it is. And plus, once you get the OP boomerangs out, like, look at the hitbox on this thing. The hitbox on these boomerangs is so bad in your favor, like, it's absurdly bad in your favor. This makes the game, even on a casual level, quite easy. So, if you're playing this casually, get the boomerang. You get a boomerang right away in the first stage. Equip it, and just hold the button down. You don't have to mash in this game. It comes built in with auto-fire, so there's no mashing. Like, honestly, if this wasn't an Ikari Warriors game, and you double the speed, even if it's a Ikari Warriors game, you double the speed. Even don't even fix it out, you double the speed, you have yourself a genuinely good run and gun. Last, I give it a 2.5. I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would. I think it's a pretty solid speed game, and anybody who likes running guns, it's a pretty quick learn, and it's just good, yeah. Surprising to say. Alright, moving on to the next game. Monster Party! This game is great. I love this game. Great. Great. Oh, I forgot to shout out people again. So it was Bray for, goddamn, it was Bray for AD&D, Heroes of the Lands. It was Hyo24 for Chessmaster. Sorry, Hyo, I remembered eventually. It was, and it was Steve with a D who picked Ikari Warriors 2. And now with Monster Party, we have Burst Air. I get so, like, caught up in the reviews, I keep forgetting to, like, shout out who picked them. But this is Monster Party. This game is a dig at, like, B horror movies. Or more like an homage, not a dig, it's an homage to B horror movies. The original sprite work for this game is much cooler than the sprite work that's in it, but the sprite work that's in it is still really good. I think it's well done. You're actually seeing movement tech on the screen. You see me running off of the edges of cliffs here. That's on purpose. You can see whenever I run off of the edge of something, it actually pushes me a pixel or two forward on the screen. And you get so far forward by the end of the stage, you can actually avoid running into certain enemies, which is great. Here's the worst boss in the game. The worst con in the game is this boss. This boss is super, super frustrating. Pumpkinhead sucks. But this game, as a speedrun, is actually really, really good. You got the speed tech moving for you. You move at a good pace. Not too fast. Not too slow. For this, for the game's design, you're moving at a good speed. Like right here, you can see being pushed ahead so far. Get you to the door faster, and the eyeball is clear, so you can just jump over it. So that part is cool. There's warps in this stage, which is great. There's damage boosting right there. That's always a good trick to do. The bosses are... They don't vary too much, but they're all really interesting. Because the bosses are so crazy in this game. Here comes the first warp. But, yeah, like... The variation, like, the main strat you have for bosses is to hold your bat out, which will continually hit bosses and reflect shots. As you can see here, if you jump with the boss as it goes up. Then you got your onion ring, which is pretty much the devil. So we want to kill that as soon as possible. Then we got some... They're not fish sticks, but they look like fish sticks. But yeah, the boss fights in this game, from a speedrun standpoint, are basic, but in a good way. And the variation between them is simple enough that They're all not too bad. There's some RNG in this game in the last boss, and Pumpkinhead specifically, and honestly, most boss fights have the big part amount of RNG in this game, but not necessarily in such a bad way. They're all pretty counterable, or at least you can set yourself up to not be hurt as bad with the RNG. Like, it doesn't really slow down your kills. You can kind of just go for broke and just hope for the best. Of course, there's always getting different health ups throughout the levels as well. Enemies have consistent drops. That is also a big thumbs up for this game. So you always know which enemies are going to drop a heart. Oh, that was timed right. So you always know what you always know what's going to drop, so you can refill your health. You can even respawn an enemy to refill your health, even for more of a casual speedrun approach. The stages are fun. There's platforming in it, but it's not obnoxious. And you're seeing the I forget the name of this little pterodactyl monster creature, but you get the power up to turn into this creature, and it is a much better power up for most bosses. Yeah, Bert, thank you. It's much better power up for most bosses because it shoots. Well, it shoots, period, so it's also nice. But if you get him caught with like a corner of the screen, you can actually mash, which is huge because that's a lot of damage, and Bert does more damage. So this is a good thing. At least I think Bert does more damage. I'm at 1 health here, so I was like, oh, this is gonna be the end of the run. Turns out, apparently it wasn't. I believe I was looking for... So, like, this is where, again, the RNG comes into play. Like, I'm looking for an extension to Bert here. Because Bert is very necessary for pretty much most of this stage. And I think I get it, which is why I went back to... because I wouldn't be Bert here. And there's another Bert pill right there. So I got that one right there. Unfortunately, it didn't come cleanly, but I still got it. And it's necessary on this boss. Extremely. That's another pretty good boss fight. Gotta got your burst extensions, but yeah, it's good in that regard. So I like the boss fights. They're simple, but you're actually still kind of doing something for them. So that's good. There's like, Bert has a lot of good timings in this game to when you want to switch back and when you don't. Because you don't always want to be Bert. But Bert is nice. Yeah, the boss design variety is massively awesome in this game. Like but it's mostly visual. But it's really cool. Bert isn't the word. You mean Bert is the word? This boss is kind of a frustrating one too, but I ended up learning like some decent ways to deal with it. That wasn't the best fight I had on that boss, but that one's pretty rough. Like, a lot of this game is just really good. Overall, I gotta give it at least a 3.5, because it is a good speed run. I don't know if I want to give it a 4 or not. I kind of do, and I kind of don't. It's got a lot of great stuff in it again. I'm not sure if I would consider it one of the best speedruns on the NES or not. It's really fun. Like, only the best speedruns on the NES are only going to be ones that are like super technical, like Bionic Commando. So I would definitely give this a 3.5. I think it's really cool. I think it has good boss kills. I think it has good boss design, good stage design, good graphics, good music. All of it is very good, and it's a very good speedrun. I like it quite a bit. And I highly recommend it. And plus, when you beat the last boss, you get a great ending. So I'll give that a 3.5. Speaking of perfectly rated games, I 100% agree. Many people should play this game. And that's that game. We're almost caught up now. So we got 47 here. Super Mario Brothers! One of the most iconic speedruns of all time. We'll watch a little boy melt beforehand, though. Alright. Super Mario Brothers. This is a really, really hard one for me to rate. It has... might be the best tech in speedrunning, with some of the insane quad frame perfect shit they have to pull off or whatever for each flagpole glitch. Like, it has insanely cool stuff like that. Like the flagpole glitches, any of the skips through the walls. The pipe jumps are fun. It's not anything like glitchy or anything. It's just fun movement. This has obviously been one of the most run games of all time. I mean, Mario Brothers is the most iconic gaming franchise ever. That's not arguable. That being said, there's just a lot of holding right in this run as well. Like, the first half of the run is just a lot of like this stage. This is a nothing stage. I don't know, I don't think it's quite a detriment. Obviously the stage was designed to have the Cloud Boy up there to be a bit more difficult with what he was doing, but with that glitch, I guess you can run it off as a glitch since he doesn't work right. Yeah, like, I have to respect just how much time is put into this game. The quality of the game, the iconic status of the game. Like, this game is a masterpiece of speedrunning in a lot of different ways. You got the backwards jump here to get yourself further on the screen. You hit that for no reason. You go down this pipe, though, and it wrong warps you into this place. Every single bit of movement that's not... Like, I can't hate 4-1 because you can get a flagpole glitch on it, and that is a time save. So I can't even hate 4-1. I don't know. I might give this a perfect rating because every bit of movement has to be so perfect that it's a technical masterpiece as a speedrun. Like, the things they come up to go faster in this game blows my mind. If this game, yeah, it's flawless short speedrun time, 5 minutes flat, or around there. But it's just so... But I don't know, like, at the same time, there is a lot of just holding right and jumping at the same time. But that's not, like, a lot of games just have, like, regular movement sections that can't really be held against the game. So, I don't know. This one's a hard choice. It's at least a 4.5. I don't know if I want to go perfect. Is it a perfect speed game? Maybe. There's never a perfect game. but there can be pretty much the definitive of a perfect speed game. And with Mario Brothers, like, it's ultimately up to every individual person, and I'm trying to be as fair with it as possible from an outsider perspective. It's 100% manipulated, 100%. There is no part of this game that's not manipulated. There are tons and tons of frame-perfect tricks with the flagpole glitches and the pipe jump and the jump off the floor in Bowser's Castle, amongst, I'm sure, many others. Oh yeah, for sure, Idonicus. I'm not saying like it's like perfect is an unreachable mark. I would give a couple of games a 5. And when you say something's perfect, even perfect has like, I use perfect loosely. It's like perfect as much as a speed game can be, basically. Of course. But that's what I mean overall. It's like, as perfect as a speed game can really get. What's up, Yells? Mr. Marble Madness World Record holder showing up today. Look at this celebrity over here. I think I'm going to give this a 5. I can't argue with the amount of history that's in this game, the amount of just amazing tech, amazingly difficult tech, amazing move. Like, this game is so well performed at this point that it's almost human task level in real life. That's blows my mind. For something that has as precise movement as this game to be perfected is incredibly impressive. So I'm going to give this one the first perfect speedrun rating. Well, I'm going to VOD it and throw it up on YouTube as well, Cream Big Death, so if you're curious about going back through it, no, it'll be there. What's up, Creepin' Death, by the way? Yells the Marble Boy. Whoa. Alright. Next. Name that game. Yells, thank you so much for the 23 months in a row. Everybody give Yells a big oh yeah. You funny. You funny, you two. Got a couple of jokesters on our hands in chat. Master of Wind. Thank you so much, Yells. I hope you're having a good night. You certainly had a good night last night. Yes, this is CBF gifting a tier 3 sub. Holy shit. Alright, CBF, thank you a fuck ton. I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'll stop when I feel like it. Okay, that's good. Thank you so much, CBF. Well, Weapon, enjoy that, enjoy that dirt. But with style. Thank you so much, CBF. That's very generous of you. So, we have game number 48 of the Blitz here so far. Golf Grand Slam. This one caught me by surprise. I honestly kind of loved speedrunning this. It's not any more interesting than any of the other golf games, really. To an extent, I just like the way it plays. Like, honestly, it's weird, but I love the way it plays. And you can see the slope down there. They really do, Anonicus. They are by far the pinnacle of sports speedrunning. No sports game is better than a golf game when it comes to speedrunning. So, Empty Eye, you missed my Magician review earlier. I gave it a very resounding praise to that game. Crash of the Voice exists still. Burst Air also chose this one. Burst, Burst, Swag, Burst, Swag. Burst won 2 out of 3 raffles, actually. And they're already out of the NES Blitz running already, because they got 2 choices and 3 raffles, which is insane. But they had both their games up right front here. This is an excellent choice as well. Monster Party and this one are both very fun speedruns. I will give this the honest 3 it deserves, because it's a great golf speedrun. It won't ever be more than average as an overall speedrun, though. So I don't really find golf games to be more than average, because, again, they're mostly just very straightforward, not stroking too much. You gotta get to the end. Yo, Retro... That was a great thing to say, right? Retro Pals, thank you so much for the host! Welcome, everybody, from Retro Pals. Thank you so much for the host. How are you all doing today? Welcome, everyone. It's good to see you all. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Retro Pals. I'm not quite that tired, Yells. Hey, Aliuna. Two and 7. Oh, nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you so much. What were you doing today on stream? Because I am unfamiliar with Retro Pals, so I'm curious. What? I feel like I'm missing something, or a name changed. I'm so sorry. I feel stupid about this, but I really appreciate the host. So thank you very much. I'll have to check it out later. That would be an interesting thing. What's up, Whiskey? It does kind of sound a little bit like that, doesn't it? But this is actually still Golf Grand Slam soundtrack. I've been playing the OST over each game as I've played them, so this is still the OST here. This is an excellent golf game. It might have taken my favorite golf speedrun on the NES. Still only a 3.0 though. I can't go out. Can't see golf games ever being above just your average, because they don't add enough. But it's still a very fun game. What's up, Blob? How you doing? It's for the Genesis and SMS. They played every US Gold game release. How many were there? But that's awesome. I'll have to check that out. Let me. So I don't forget, because I'm good at forgetting things. What's up, Whoop? Let's go. So I can right a wrong that I've clearly wronged. Boosh. There we go. Now I can check it out at a later date. Alright, so golf. I give it a 3.0. It's a golf game. It's a really fun one. I highly recommend it. Best of speedrun I can give it is just a 3 flat. Typical golf speedrun strats is all I can really say. Alright, who's ready for me to hate a game, huh? We are here to speed, not read. Kobe! Alright, let me pull up the OST for the next game. For those new here, what I normally do is the NES Blitz, which is my project to speedrun every single NES game US released, all 679 of them. We are at 50 now. We just finished 50 yesterday, and we're recapping the first 50 games today, which I did not think it was going to take this long, but that's okay. We can continue the Blitz tomorrow at some point. Okay. So, here we go. Guess that game, y'all. What's up, folding boxes? I'm glad you like it. I can never see that name without thinking of that song. No, we don't watch all the games. It's just more of having the game on while I'm explaining it and then going to specific parts in the gameplay to show which I'm talking about when I get to that point. For the recap? No, I meant just for the recap, Steve with a D, not NES Blitz in general. This is IronSword, as it was said. This is game number 49 in the Blitz. Thank God that's over. This is IronSword. Wizards and Warriors 2. That is the name of this game. Let's go to the next game. Here's the next game. Wizards and Warriors 2. Also known as IronSword. I ended up hating this speedrun. And I don't say that often. Now, I don't necessarily think it's horrible. I just don't like it. And we'll go over those reasons. Number one, of course, no music fatigue. The music is actually really good in this game. Let's start with the pros. Music is awesome. Love the music. Once again, like Wizards Warriors before it, your jump may seem like it's a bit annoying, but I feel it's actually a bit of a bonus in the game. You can just hold down the jump button to continually jump, which is good, and which means you can actually like time some jumps. That right there was a pause manipulation to get the eagle to go to the left. That's a little bit of speed tech that's really awesome in this game. A little bit of manipulation there. Besides this level, I would say the platforming for this style of game is just fine. This level is dumb, but that'd be what it is. I think most of the platforming in this game is fine. It's very mazy, but that doesn't matter in the speedrun. It uses the one special you really have in this game that changes throughout is actually a nice addition for most of the game. It's especially when you get like the last one, like the I forget what he was called, but it's very nice. And another really cool bit of speed tech in this game is the fact that you can overflow your magic and then have infinite magic. I think you need to simply collect more magic than your magic bar can take, and then that means every time you use up all your magic, it will just refill. This is seen in the next stage. That's an awesome piece of tech. Really awesome. Another one, you can shoot to get those items, which actually stops you. So to explain that real quick, it's also another pretty awesome thing. You see, I shoot and turn around right away here. That is because if you just grab the item, you'll go into a mode where you just go into the door, and it'll take all of your magic away. So you'll have no magic in the next stage. But if you use your magic to catch the item and fall into the door before hitting the ground, you skip it. You can do this throughout most of the run. It's great. Another cool part of this game. That being said, I hate this game. The last boss is so frustrating, it just... I can't even put words around it. The last boss in this game is so frustrating. Well, before we get there, the last boss is the most frustrating, but there's another boss that's incredibly frustrating in this game, and it's coming up right here. See, this is where we're going to do the manipulation to get the get all the magics. We're going to wait here a second, because it needs to refresh a little bit, and then we're going to jump up, and then we got all the magic we could ever need. So we're already full of magic, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. How frustrating is it? It's so frustrating. Fuck you. But no, it's this boss right here, quite possibly one of the worst NES bosses of all time. Look at this. You can't control this. I got a little lucky there that it allowed me up there. It can bounce you for a minute there. What's up, Gilmock? This game is... That boss is so stupid. I cannot illustrate how fucking stupid that boss is. I really can't. It's obnoxious. That's Richard Dawson's answer. Oh, man. I used to watch Match Game quite a bit. That's nice. That little piece is gonna come really in handy later against the last boss, which is nice, but there's so many nice parts to this speedrun, and I hate it. Right there, I got an extra life off the camera. That's backup strats, just to make sure you get through the game. And even when you use 100% backup strats in this game, I feel like you could still not finish the game a large part of the time because the last boss is so bad. No. I still don't like Wizard and Warrior's movement that much. The cloud stage is still really stupid. I don't think this is by any means a great game, or maybe even a good game. I know a lot of people like these style of games. I don't think it's even a good game. Even on a speedrun level, I don't think it's a good game because the RNG is so bad. Especially on that stupid waterfall boss, or whatever it is. Like, see, this boss is fine. You can head it off ahead of time. It's kind of it's just an easy boss. Not every boss needs to be that easy, but, like, the last boss is so bad. Tom Jackson, think of Wizard and Warriors. What's up, Whitman? How you doing? Let's go a little further in here. A nothing boss, because you got the item. That's good. You use an item, make the boss easy. Typical speedrun strats. Good. This is nice. This is a little different from earlier. You're switching to the IronSword ahead of time and taking that item. But you're still sitting next to the door, so you don't lose your magic. Because if it goes down to 0, you won't get infinite magic no more. I believe if you game over, you also don't get the magic glitch anymore. This also sucks. Oh, thanks, women. Like, you actually get the IronSword. My other complaint is just like the first one, your sword is useless. Like, why call it IronSword if your sword doesn't do a goddamn thing? That's one of my biggest pet peeves in these games. Like, they make you out to be this warrior knight. But you never use your sword! In the first one, you kicked everything. In this one, you used magic on everything. What's up, Couch Potato? Yeah, it's definitely more wizard. It's all wizard. This one might as well be called Wizards. Because there's probably a second wizard in the kingdom, but there's nothing else. I mean, there's an IronSword in the game, I guess. He's holding it. I think Wizards is more of an apt title. But I have a lot of beef with this game. It really annoyed me. But that's more of a personal thing. I still give it at least... Because there's so many other cool parts to this speedrun. And More so, like, the really good players can actually somewhat be consistent on the last boss. Show us the Iron Toad card. Do I have it? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it real quick. The desktop, you nerd. It's the dumbest picture. There you go. It's better looking at this picture than it is the game right now. Alright, let's reverse it a little bit. So this is the last boss fight. What you gotta do here is... you gotta get on a platform, and then you gotta really start shooting things when they're off-screen. You gotta use the invulnerability from projectiles. Doesn't work when they touch you, though. They can juggle you like fucking crazy, because this is boss fight is stupid. I can't take it too personally. I think I'm going to give this game at least still a 2.5. I think the last boss fight is so bad that it lowers the game by like a whole point for this boss battle alone. But when you mix in the waterfall boss's stupidity and the ridiculous amount of RNG in this game, the fact that I'm still giving it a 2.5 is kind of a fucking miracle that I don't take it more personally. But yeah, I think it has a lot of strong points to it, but the RNG in it is miserable. So thank you, Gator, for that choice. Gator was the one to choose that one. Well, we already know what the last one is since I finished it yesterday, but it has a pretty hoppin' song in it. Here we go. And finally, game number 50. Gyromite. This was the 50th game in the NES Blitz, one of only 2 Rob games. Or is it Robot Gyro? The world will never know. This game turned out to be a surprisingly fun and also good speed game. This one will always keep you on your toes, always. You always have to be on your second controller moving these columns. Sometimes you have to squish enemies, like right here. That's still an action performed from the controller. So you have to, all 40 phases, you have to use those things to your advantage. Every single one of them. One thing I'd like to point out, if you look at the vines, sometimes you can see me snap upwards. That's a bit of movement speed. You can cut off moving on the vines at certain points. Dude, this music is so good. I'm dancing already. Let's go. Uh-huh. Yep. Now, you gotta dust off the WFRT for this one, yo. Or the teeth phone, sorry. There we go. But yeah, like, it's actually really good. And you could see me, like, snapping off these vines. That's frame savers. There's... every single time there's a vine in this game, you could probably save frames on it if you do it right. And that is the sign of a good speed game, when the movement is taken into effect the whole time. And in this game, it is. Bad RNG here. But there is RNG in this game, and the RNG can screw you pretty badly, like it does here. It cost me quite a bit of time, unfortunately. But the RNG, I don't think is ever to the point where you can't finish or it blocks you permanently. It's just like a bit of time loss each time. Sometimes much worse than others, but still, it's just a bit of time loss. Some things are tight, like this stage, I snap down there, and you gotta kind of snap up there and just do all that, and before the little creature comes back at you. But yeah, this is a game where you have to hold two controllers the whole time, so you're, you know, it could be a little fumbly mess. But it's not too hard since you mostly only have to use the D-pad on the main controller. So it's almost like an extended single controller. But you do have to hit A and B for the radishes to pick those up. As you can see here, we're also manipulating that bug right there on the right side of the screen. Not the one eating the radish, the one above. There's a red wall there I was manipulating off screen. It's the stuff like that that is just really neat in this game. I think I would honestly give this a 3.5 on the speedrun scale. Because there's more going on here than most games. Like, every stage has... Like, there's some really easy stages, don't get me wrong. I did, Steel, I did. This is me looking at the VOD. Like, let me go to, like phase 22. This phase is for the GG. This phase right here is probably the easiest in the entire game. You crush the first bug right away, and then it's all on movement. But you still have to be wise to that movement. See, I screwed up there, so I cost myself some frames. Also, you'll see me go down, like when I'm transferring on vines, you'll see me go down ahead of time. That's because when you grab a vine, you stop for a second. But if I grab the vine and then go down and then off of it, I don't actually lose any of the frames. It's more like I just continually flow down there. That's another thing that saves time in this game. And here you can see it setting up to squish that bug. And then the rest of the stage is just getting as fast as well. Like, even the stages with not much going on, you still have to pay attention to the little stuff to not lose time. It's important. So much little stuff you can lose time in this game. So much. I was impressed. I was really impressed with the speedrun of this game. I really highly suggest it to anybody who likes puzzlers, but with movement. This is a puzzle game that is heavy on movement. You don't see that often. And for such a basic game, it has so much going for it. I was thoroughly impressed. It's definitely not anywhere near perfect. It's still very basic. As much as the movement is applied in this game, that is pretty much the extent of the entire speedrun. Once you get used to the pipes and the wires, it's just executing quickly at that point. It's not necessarily difficult to execute any of these things, so I think that takes it down a little bit. But overall, I think this is just a well-rounded surprise speed game. No, not many speed games require two controllers. That is... I don't think that's such a detriment in this case. I could see why somebody would think that's a detriment. But at the same time, like, Smash TV has those double controller controls that are great. It just works really well with some games. When the games require you to use the second controller, and the controls are smooth, like this one, it's good. So I am going to give this a square 3.5, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. It doesn't look quite as visually impressive. It's not very difficult. I'll say Gyromite is not hard. the speedrun tech in this game comes from the little tiny time saves, which is why the record is as good as it is, because it got good RNG and it executed very well and very highly on a lot of these stages. This was chosen by Hemorrhoid Prime. And that completes my review of the first 50 games on the NES. I hope you enjoyed. I have to go through and I didn't actually write down the ratings of the first 14 games, so I'm gonna have to list it again. If anybody has all the ratings, I have 15 through 50 done, but the first 15 or first 14, yeah, it went to a different OST and I just let it go. I'm glad you enjoyed. I love talking about speedrunning, and I love looking through all these speedrun games again. I'm going to go ahead and VOD this, throw it on YouTube as part of the NES Blitz. I will do another one again at game number 100, so on. I'd like to give all these games an honest review on a speedrun level, not just necessarily a level of what I like, because what I like doesn't necessarily mean it's a good game. For instance, I really, really, really enjoyed AD&D, Heroes of the Lance. I love that speedrun, but I still gave it a below average because it's just not that interesting. So, with that being said, I want to thank all of you for being here today. I honestly did not think this was going to take a solid 8 hours almost? 7 hours. It did cut stream a little bit in the beginning. Or my friggin' computer blue screen in the beginning. That's alright. So I have to do that. So thank you all so very much. Thank you for all the raids, hosts, gift subs, follows, and everything. Appreciate that all very much, everyone. I'm going to continue that NES Blitz tomorrow. And we're going to look for a wonderful host target now. I want to thank all of you again for coming out for this review. It's fun to just talk about speedrunning sometimes, you know? Oh, I found a host target. Thank you all again, everyone. I will absolutely put it on a YouTube cooler. Thank you all for the GGs, much appreciated. You all are wonderful. It is somebody's birthday today. Very good. Virus, the one who picked, Captain Planet. He was the one who made me speedrun it, and you know what? That is great. So let's go ahead and give Virus some love. It's his birthday. So let's do that. And or you can just say happy birthday, either way works. Alright, y'all. Thank you so much. Give Virus some love, it's his birthday. No? And I'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
You guys are in the next